All right, everyone, we should be live again, and the audio should be nice and working.
Hopefully, fingers crossed. So we've just had some software kind of tweaks on it, so hopefully that will balance it out. If not, we're going to be like this all weekend, and I'll just not talk, which will be probably a blessing for you guys, because no one wants to hear my constant optimism and my requirement to always mention how great commandos are, because no one needs to hear that, because I'll just be like, you can't hurt me, because I'm just going to make that just a scratch, and John's not even listening to me, so I could just keep going on. So yeah.
I'm listening, Scrivo.
And we could be just playing Kill Team.
There we go.
Like on Beta Decima, and John would really not enjoy that. But
I
he's
do
also
hate Beta
not
Decima.
paying attention to me there. So let's cut to the table, and let's get away from our view of us, because you don't need to see John on his phone. Audio's good, yep. Apparently, you have to install the driver on these things. So
Cool.
who knew? I may be a
Excellent.
tech wizard, but I'm also an idiot tech
It's fine.
wizard.
It's fine.
So
So once again, it's the Lucidian Star Striders at the top, who should be on 4 CP
4 CP, cool.
because he spent 1 CP for
Yeah, he gained one at the beginning of the turn. right?
basically +1 movement on normal moves. Right. Felgar also on 4 because basically Star Striders get +1 CP as one of their scouting options. And we are playing capture. So from the left-hand side, you can see 3 big Felgor just hugging that heavy wall for dear life. Just
Yep. But that means there's 2 of them on the point?
yes,
Nice.
yes.
Cool. Fantastic. So, out of the 2 factions,
Yes.
which prefers playing capture?
It's definitely Felgor.
I thought you'd say that, but I just wanted to check. 'cause
Star Striders actually do like capture, even though they can spend CP to get +1 action point.
Yep.
It just means they don't have to do that, so they can just move and capture for free.
Nice.
So it's going to come down to who gets initiative turning point 2. Because, for example, if Russ gets initiative turning point 2, and he does have an armsman at the window, he could lance, or if he gets onto the vantage point, he could lance the flux spray on the right-hand side.
So, the middle, very right-hand ruin, there is actually 2 Star Striders hiding in there ready.
You can see one of them
Yeah.
hiding like just a little bit. They're just both normal voidsmen,
Yeah, just normal men.
simple, innocent men.
Yeah, so the one that's kind of just sticking around the corner, I think is some sort of, he's holding a case, so maybe is that the medic?
No, I think
They're
he's
not medic?
using, it might be the medic actually, because
These
he's
are Solar Auxilia models he's using, so.
Oh, they do look amazing. Both
They look really
teams.
cool.
There's part of why I picked these guys. They are good players, but also amazing hobby. Amazing hobby. Thank you. I apologize about the audio. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's teething issues. This is our first live coverage that we've done as a team. I obviously have done this before countless times, but I've normally been second wing, so I've been the guy that's kind of just backed up someone else that's already know what they're doing with the tech. So it's been a bit of teething issues, a lot of new stuff. So thank you for being patient with us. It's really exciting to see this, because Kill Team is something that I would love to see more content kind of live kind of streaming of. So us being able to do this, especially here at the Goonhammer Open, which is such a cool little event, it's great, right? Like,
No,
I say
it's-
little event, it's still, there's a lot of tables. There's
32 players.
32 players, which is pretty reasonable for an event of this sort of, especially when there is, I believe there is a Warhammer World event this weekend as well. So there's a lot of opportunity this weekend for Kill Team players in the UK. And the fact that we could still get 32 of them is pretty significant, I think, which is nice. So.
Yeah, it's like really cool. Oh, Marius says, cheers from Germany. We're today playing a Kill Team tournament. 3 rounds and 8 people. Amazing, great to hear. Germany actually has a really strong Kill Team scene. They I believe they've got a team for WTC as well.
Oh, fantastic.
They normally don't use Best Coast pairings, which is why we've never really seen them too much, but they have a very strong and very competitive scene.
Yeah.
So, great to see. Like, the thing I like covering about the stats is you get to see more people playing from more regions every month, which is like great just to see this growth. And we are the second biggest event today because there's 55 Heresy players and 32 Kill Teamers.
Nice.
So Yes, and this is Nott's Kill Team versus Aggressive Northern Meta, A&M.
Yeah. What I find fascinating with Nott's Kill Team, the one time I've played against one of their players, he brought Mandrakes, and it didn't go their way. So as far as I can see, I don't think they're the stronger team out of the two players here, because from my personal experience, I can beat them. That means anyone can beat them. So
yes.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
But yeah, players are moving into Turning Point 2.
And moving terrain.
They're still at near the end of Turning Point 1. It is capture, because what I like to do for my events, people like knowing all this information in advance. So normally I do blind map packs, but instead, maps are live, but I make people roll for the mission each round. So we've rolled for capture, and then next round they'll roll for either loot or secure.
And I think the fact that there is only the 3 missions gives an element of people should be prepared to play those 3 missions, because if they're playing 6 games, in theory they'll play each of them twice if we're rotating equally.
Yes.
So then it doesn't matter what order they're done, and then it's just dumb luck what you pair into. So
yeah, pretty much, because it's like I just like the random organized chaos of it all.
yeah. Because if you've got too much and you know which missions and you have which missions and then what boards, you can then maybe plan how you're going to approach each round,
yes.
and that maybe influences what team you bring as well.
Yes.
Which I'm a bit against, because I think you should be bringing the team you want to bring no matter what, and the terrain and stuff can influence it. Like if there's Into the Dark, that massively changes which teams you're probably going to field.
Yes, exactly.
But at the same time, I'd still take Commandos.
Yeah, Commanders are very
like,
good.
Whatever. You can't hurt me. Just a scratch.
I was tempted to use the Bandua WTC Into the Dark.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to show off the normal terrain first, because the cool thing is Goonhammer has provided all this terrain for us to use.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
All fully funded. So the good news is, when we do future Goonhammer Opens for Kill Team, because there will be more, all the terrain is fully sorted out, which is great.
And it's future-proofing to some extent. Like, it's universal enough terrain so that then if it needs to be adapted or things added or removed, straightforward. Well, sometimes if you're using the GW terrain, you're kind of limited that's what the kind of the setup is. Oh,
so,
hello Ziggy. Yes, this is Scrivo.
Yes.
I'm loud on microphone today, which is incredibly dangerous.
I know.
I'm probably going to say things I shouldn't say, like John isn't the best kill team player at this table right now, because
in the room, what in the world?
Because I was undefeated on my last event, so
was I.
That means we're on par. Granted, mine was a small Leicester RT2, and yours was like a Bristol Super Major. But shut up, it's fine.
It's fine.
It's comparative, right?
So
it's fine.
Also, I'd like to add, we're the first shoutcasted Kill Team event.
Yeah. Well, what I'm going to say now is I'm a professional Kill Team shoutcaster. I hate the term shoutcaster. I'm a commentator.
Yeah, you know.
Shoutcaster sounds far too North American, and I am definitely not.
I don't think that's smart. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So what we have so far, behind the 2 light objectives in the middle on the top side, we have a Lucia Vane and then just a normal Star Striker.
Yeah.
So
very cool. And because I'm on Dog Watch, we always need to know what's happening to the lovely minions. On the middle left-hand objective, the dog is just sat behind his barricade that he's deployed cunningly to protect his canine. Yeah. It's there, and he's doing a job.
So the interesting thing, the reason he's put the dog within 3 of his Voidmaster is because if the dog is on an engage order, it's currently on a conceal order. If you charge a friendly operative, if someone charges one of your friendly operatives within blue of the dog can charge and then force the fight onto the dog. Unfortunately, the dog is on conceal at the moment, but interestingly, the dog can secure this objective this game. Yeah. I don't think Russ has gone with Recon, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's moved up and thrown the frag grenade. Oh, so he's used his cyborg commando. Not commando. Ooh. Oh my gosh. Oh no, he's thrown the pox bomb. So basically, he's made everyone -1 APL.
Which is helpful, especially when you're trying to capture.
So the pox bomb, basically, he picks a point within 6, and then everyone within white on a D6 On a 3-up, they're -1 APL. On a 5-up, they take 2 mortal wounds. And he has currently made everyone -1 APL and done 2 mortal wounds to the Voidmaster.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
what he was doing, he was denoting. So when we saw there was a token that was kind of just next to the human character to the left of the barricade, it was to measure to make sure that the dog was included as well as the two actual operatives as well. Which
that's actually quite devastating because even though Elucia is safe on the left-hand side behind that building, the Voidmaster and the normal trooper with the crack are both 1 APL, which.
The positive is at least they're where they probably want to be for staging purposes.
Yeah, it's just so the good thing which Mike has done, he has set up multi-charges. So on the right-hand side, you could have one of the Felgor charge the dog, which is a trap, but he can now have his Pox Bomb charge those two, and they actually can't fall back because you can only give one of them +1 APL.
Yeah.
So whoever he charges, if he charges both, he is now guaranteed to stay because it's 2 action points to fall back.
Yep.
So he just secured it, which is really powerful because the thing about melee teams is like the hide in combat. Oh, what is that? It's a 2 for initiative. Oh dear. So effectively, Mike rolled a 2 for initiative, and unfortunately, Russ rolled a 1. So the crit dice strike again.
So Henrik in the chat has asked, because obviously Scrivo's favourite team is Orc Commandos, what is John's favourite team? It's probably whatever's hot shit, right?
It's currently my Necropox Infected, which is my Galapox Infected made from Necrons from Pariah Nexus using the Scorpec Destroyers, Scorpec Lord, and the Necron stuff.
I've got strong feelings about proxy models.
I know.
I love them, but I also hate them in equal measure.
Yeah, it's a complicated subject, I would say. But if it wasn't Galapox, I would probably say Starstriders. The reason I don't play Starstriders is because of Felgor. So, and today
unrelated, I'm currently painting a Felgor kill team.
You're a horrible monster.
And hopefully I'm buying Adam's spare Brood Brothers because I'm the problem. It's me.
Yeah, if there was any kill team I would encourage people to invest in at the moment, it's definitely Brood Brothers. We have 4 today. So, interestingly, interesting fact from the event: round 1 has somehow is random pairings.
Yep.
Everyone's basically playing a mirror match.
Yep.
Every faction who has doubled up is the 2 Galapox players are playing themselves.
Yep.
The 4 Brood Brothers are playing themselves, and 5 of the Mandrakes are playing themselves.
So what you're saying is this is basically round 1 is now going to be called the Thunderdome. So
yes.
2 kill teams enter, and 1 operative, not even 1 kill team, will remain.
Well, the interesting
it will be the sneaky grot.
Oh yeah, of course. But the interesting thing, because there's going to be 1 undefeated player after round 5, because it's a 6-round tournament, it doesn't mean you can afford 1 loss effectively and still have contention to win. Oh, that's nice. Thank you, Mercenary Q, offering you spare cards and stuff.
Fantastic. Yeah, playing with the cards definitely helps, I found. Yeah. So when I tried Scouts for the first time, it was a lot easier picking them up with having all the references as cards and not having to generate my own printouts. So I think it's a very good future-proofing kind of thing for quality of life. But the challenge is that you have to buy the big boxes to get them, which it's a shame. I'd love it if they were included in the boxes, but it would probably up the price, unfortunately. So.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we'll see with the new edition. That may or may not be
because that was a key thing that I really enjoyed. So Warcry, the Age of Sigmar equivalent of Kill Team, when they first launched that, all of the teams came with their cards, and it just meant from the out of a box you could play the team, and I loved that as a proposal. And the fact that Kill Team is literally you play 1 box most of the time, kind of it should encourage that, you'd think. So obviously things like faction tac ops and stuff do complicate that because there's a lot more to it. Cool.
BCP does love mirror matches, but as I'm the TO and not playing, as a player I would hate it. As a TO, I find it hilarious.
We're here for the chaos of it. Because at the end of the day, if it is just completely randomly generated, it's just the luck of it.
Yeah, it's organised chaos.
Yeah. Some might say it's a black crusade on their sanity. But yeah. So they're now revealing their tac opses. So Felgor have revealed a couple now.
So
Oh, John's dying. Apologies, John is now dying. He's choking on his own words, I think.
So Felgor has spent 1 CP for ambush.
Yep.
So basically, when they change for conceal to engage, they can turn a hit into a crit.
Oh,
And he's also spent a CP for re-rolling all dice in combat. So effectively, if he can re-roll in all of his misses or all of his dice. He can't roll. It's bad relentless.
I'll go do that.
And then the Star Strider player, well, has paid 1 CP for making a reroll when making a shooting attack within 6 inches of the target. Oh, I went to a tournament with Warp Coven and played both of the other Warp Coven players. Yeah, this is why I like playing unique kill teams, right? I mean, Brood Brothers are very good, but there's so many Brood Brother players. It's like you're going to be playing the mirror match. And if there's one thing I hate as a player, it's the mirror match. So currently Scrivo's just been my table boss for today. So we're just finding out, making sure we have a full up-to-date board state for everyone. We were originally... Oh, they've gone straight into turning point 2. So, it's the orc with the giant mace has charged all 3. Unfortunately, they have made an illegal move. Let me just go to the table and just check. Hold up.
So whilst John is going to the table, I've just been to the table. So interesting thing that we did miss is the dog had actually done recover item. So that dog was where it was because it was scoring him recover item. And he's also revealed secure vantage, which is an interesting one, but he's got people positioned, and you may notice on the top back bit, he's got his heavy weapon chap on that top of the building. So that's probably him trying to secure vantage. Felgor Ravagers have revealed route and their faction tack up 3.
Oh, so that was revealed at the end of turning point 1. So you need to have 5 operatives within red of 1 operative. So they've just corrected it. They forgot that you can't charge the dog while on conceal. Has to have an engage order. So it's a key thing about Star Striders. So this dog can do an interception when someone is charged within blue. Because as I said, that's what Russ was setting up. He unfortunately forgot that the dog can't charge from conceal. Because if it was engaged, it would be completely legal. So just time that up.
So just putting in all the tack ups for people.
Yep.
So he's got route.
Yep.
And faction tack up 3.
And
Felgor's.
Russ has recover item and secure vantage. I'm assuming Russ also has faction tackle for Lucia Vane. So Mike has rolled 2 crits and a hit. He has turned he rolled 2 hits and a crit. Because he's turned from conceal to engage, he can turn one of his normal hits into a crit. So he's got 2 crits and a hit, which gets around the half damage ploy, because Elucidine Star Striders can halve the attack dice during the first time they get inflicted damage, attack sequence in the turning point. If they're on an objective or within red of your opponent's drop zone, you can halve the damage to a minimum of 2. So unfortunately, the Voidmaster's dead. He just took too many wounds.
It happens.
That's a huge blow.
So in kind of trading kind of tactics here, what can he do to then kind of balance that, shift that balance back? Because obviously you can't just charge into Felgor, right? No,
that's actually probably a big blow, because I believe Russ's plan was to just have the dog tank it and then have the Voidmaster fall back. The Voidmaster dying is unfortunately not good for the Star Striders because he's one of your key pieces.
Yeah.
So your key pieces from Star Striders are your Lucia Vane, the Voidmaster, and also your Assassin. He has got the Lectu Priest, Lectu Maester, Tech Priest, but the Voidmaster, it makes all your troopers better and just has so many abilities. Because even if he just scratched 1, he rolled no hits, so he just basically died. It's unfortunate.
Just happens sometimes. It is still a dice game. At the end of the day, you can plan for it as much as you want.
Yep.
but if the dice say no,
because unfortunately Russ needed to roll a crit because Mike was the attacker. He struck with a hit, so then the crit can't be parried out, and then just killed him. So we have an attack going on. Ooh.
Oh. That's some spice. That's 4 hits. Well, 3 hits and a crit.
No, sorry, Julio. This is still live. Audio.
Don't have sound. You should do.
You're only going to hear us, I'm afraid. We are casting the event. Players will be mic'd up. Will be quiet. It's up to us casters.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to figure out what shooting attack is 5 dice. Oh, no, sorry. He was firing the...
It's the heavy that's on the building.
Yeah, so he rolled 5 hits even with Relentless. Oh, so who's he shooting into, though? Oh, the flux spray.
Was it the sorcerer? I think it was the sorcerer down here because you just...
Oh, yes, so the sorcerer's now a valid target, so he's basically put 5 shots into the sorcerer, who is now frenzied.
Yeah.
So it's the choice, because the thing is, the interesting thing, so Mike went for the bigger play of killing the Voidmaster, because he had initiative.
Yeah.
Right? If he did not go for the Voidmaster would have just moved away, which is huge.
Yeah.
You need to get rid of the Voidmaster. But now, as a result, the sorcerer is dead. So he's lost his super conceal, which now means it's easier for Russ to punish and steal those 2 objectives.
Is that a worthwhile trade, would you argue?
I don't know. I think it is, because the Voidmaster is so crucial to Star Striders. Because remember, he makes the group activation ploy with another Voidmaster better. I mean, with another Void Trooper better.
Yep.
He also gives them balanced, so they get 2 balanced up. So they get 2 rerolls when they shoot. So it's actually a huge blow. But this is the thing. If Felgor pushes up too early, and then all of a sudden they lose those bottom objectives, it's interesting. Like, basically, if Russ can make the guy on the point frenzy, and then everything else frenzy, like on the bottom 2 objectives, then he can actually just have free reign. Because by the end of turning point 3, they're all going to be dead, those goats, because of how frenzy works. But I don't think Star Striders have the output to do that, because the big problem here, we still have a goat hiding under here, securing.
So in the bottom left?
Yeah, we still have a goat hiding there.
Yeah, it's quite full down in that area, and that's a great kind of place for them to project their power, right? So if any Star Striders come into the middle, they are within charge range, so they don't want to come near, right?
Oh, they're currently both 3-3 on the primary.
3-3 on the primary. Let's just update that. Unfortunately, the way we're doing our system, it's a little bit more manual, so you'll notice throughout this weekend, I will slowly be changing numbers, adding in the tac ops and stuff. Please bear with us, because obviously in future instances of this, we're probably going to introduce some sort of automation to it, probably have a table boss, but it'll get more fancy, and this is just us doing the first kind of iteration of this, just to see how far we can push it on essentially 2-man and a Charles.
Yeah, because if you guys like it, I can keep streaming more events around the UK and maybe even the world.
Yeah.
I can bring the power of Kill Team to your abode.
Because I find there's nothing better to learn how a team works than to watch people play a game that actually matters to them.
Yes.
Because not to discount battle reports, but they're often filmed with a slight measure of they're showcasing a team. People might not be that invested in what they're playing because it's them showcasing it. Whilst here, the people have made the choice to bring these teams with the goal to win the event.
Yeah.
So you're going to see people essentially trying to play their best.
Yeah.
Which gives a good showcase of a faction working, and also when a faction doesn't work into another one, which I find fascinating to watch.
Ooh. So Russ has moved up through the hatch with one of his Voidsmen, and he is now just shooting down at the Flux Spray, who has just moved up behind the heavy cover.
Yep.
Ooh,
so behind that wall. And, they're getting the laser line out, guys.
Because remember,
oh, God, we're getting accurate here.
Because of how this terrain works, it's easier to get angles. So even though this board does look pro melee, it's actually quite pro shooting.
Yeah. And what we need to remember here is that laser pointer is essentially what the gun's going to do.
Yeah.
It is literally, he's going to blind that Felgor.
So I think that's actually the guy with the crack.
Yes, he's got a token of a grenade next to him.
Just to be sure, Illusion ability to score secure advantage with the operative near the drop zone, right?
because he's still within range of his drop zone.
The right drop zone he can score secure advantage from, but not the one on his left.
Not the heavy at the very top of the board.
Yeah, it's
the one
right
who's just moved can. Yes.
So basically, he can score secure advantage from the building on the right midline and the one on the left.
Yeah.
So you can just, if he secures that now, that's actually huge.
Yeah. Which definitely helps.
So like what Russ has done, which I really like, as good Star Strider players do, he set up a web.
Yeah.
So it's like, no matter where you push, he's got plans where to move up and where to counter punish, which is the signs of a good Star Strider play, because that's what you need to do. You need to set traps. You are only 9 dudes and a dog. If you're my one, you're 9 dudettes and a cat. Because I made mine from Esches.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I thought you were using, and like the assassin is a Necromunda character as well?
Oh, no, so the assassin I made from the, what do you call it?
The guy with the hat.
Age of Sigmar, Locus of...
Oh, the guy with the crotch plate.
Yeah, crotch plate.
The
leather pants, yeah.
Nice.
Lord of Hubris. Very nice model. I actually played against the guy who designed the model. Cut the model on the sprue, and he's like, oh, you did that. Anyway, it's fine. But Russ has also got a proxy team using the, what do you call them?
They are Solar Auxilia, so they are Heresy.
Nice.
So this is appropriate because there is, behind us, in the other side of the hall, there is Adeptus Titanicus.
And Horus Heresy.
Yeah. And it just seems to make sense, right? So this could be a Heresy period kill team game. Yeah.
I'll be right back, gentlemen.
Yeah, so John's now having to go do a ruling. Apparently it's yet again Brood Brothers, because they seem to be that strong thing. So in the chat, Crack Duck said, what do you think the strongest team is at the moment? Is it Brood Brothers? So I was chatting to John about this last night to kind of get a sense of where he feels the meta is. Currently, Brood Brothers don't really have any bad matchups. So in that respect, it means that on paper, the kill team itself is probably one of the best, if not the best. But the challenge is it still requires a player to play it well. It's not entirely brainless, so there is situations where someone can outplay it, but it is very, very strong. So I think for now it is, but we'll have to see, obviously, because the next balance data slate might boost some stuff, might tone them down a touch. You never know. So what I have liked in the recent kind of balance data slates across the game systems, not just Kill Team, but 40k as well, is that they are trying to just bring everything to that middle point, and I think that's important because you don't want it to be where there's the haves and have-nots. So getting to see a resurgence of some of the older teams that haven't got so much love, their mechanics are probably a little bit more stale and solved because people have played against them a lot. It's nice to see them coming back with kind of like something new, even if it's just like they get an extra operative or something like that, or some adjustments like that. Often just keep the game kind of ticking over nicely and just encouraging people not to just stick to the same kill teams, right? Just looking at the table, it's looking quite brutal. So the Felgor are definitely positioning themselves around. They seem to be kind of staging ready for some charges. So I think next turn, if they're not dealt with, they're just going to be wherever they need to be as well. It's just not looking friendly, especially on that far left flank. He's just positioning. He's giving himself. He's doing that thing that people do, which I really do appreciate, where he's tucking it just into the ruin, so that he was. Oh no, he's not anymore. But the idea of just his base being slightly obscured from each angle with the wall. So he's being very clever with that. But I think he's positioned closer just so that there is a guaranteed charge there. So one thing I would encourage Crack Duck is, as much as you may not like them, if your local community, if someone at least owns them, it gives you a way of them playing into it, understanding it, so that the situation where you're playing the game, if you're at a tournament, you don't get this whole situation where you go, oh, I didn't know they did that. And half of it sounds a lot worse than it is until you've played it, and then you understand kind of the counterplays. So in my local community, I've got the Felgors and hopefully I'm getting the Brood Brothers, which means that then we all get to see how that works. So that would give you some insight. So if one of your local players has got them, even if they're not wanting to play them, just play into them just to get a sense of how they work. Right, and John's back now after he's done some rulings about the guys that we were just chatting about.
Brood Bros.
So whilst you were gone, John, the Felgor on the very far left have kind of staged up. He was debating where to position it. He had originally put it on the corner of the wall just so it was kind of given a little bit of a lip cover.
So there is a bit of lip cover. So the only thing is, as you can see, it's quite safe to get your first 3 objectives, but to push up, you get quite exposed. So Mike is playing he's gambling, because basically Vayne can now punish from there.
Yeah.
Obviously,
but he's got to pressure there. He can't just leave it
You have to
open,
apply
right?
pressure, but he is now pushing up his goats into areas where it's not safe.
No.
But that's what he has to do on this train.
Yeah.
Which is why I like it so much.
And that's what I like, is that there isn't, like, if this was Octarius, there'd be elements there where he could just hide, and you just wouldn't go anywhere. Especially because a lot of the walls have got different shapes to them, so you could actually block things just by the visibility being obscured by there being like the pipe bits of the ruins and stuff. It's very different the minute you don't have that. And I'm very used to that myself, so this is quite a step change.
Yeah, and this is why I really like this terrain. I really like it. Mike hasn't pushed up to charge the dog yet, but I believe he realizes it. If he pushes up to charge the dog, it's not going to go well.
Yeah, whilst you were gone, John, we were chatting about the kind of the unknown of all these sorts of things like the Brood Brothers, and just playing it into it just to understand how it works before going to events and stuff.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it does help that today the 4 Brood Brother players are all playing each other round 1.
Yeah,
so
man.
I just
live by the sword, die by the sword. I love it.
I had to do the ruling where there's a tactical ploy where the Brood Brothers can draw line of sight from another operative.
Yep.
So they were trying to say, I'm on a vantage point, but the model I'm drawing line of sight from isn't. Do I still benefit from vantage? And I'm like, no.
No.
Even the thing, the ploy specifically states the reverse. If you choose someone to draw line of sight from an vantage point, you don't get the benefit of vantage.
Yeah.
But I just said it will count both ways. Because
basically just flagging that they're there. You don't get the benefits of shooting from the position.
I just love these new teams with all these very complex roll-ins. It's great. But back into our game. So it's still staging up. So as I said, Mike is in a position where he can't actually safely move up on the right-hand side. So he's now trying to move up on the left. But as I said, once the dog dies, he just will literally have the entire kill team just go start blasting, and then I start blasting.
Yeah, right? Man.
So, and he still hasn't used his assassin, right? Oh, hold on.
And the stream table won a TO, so the main floor TO is busy, already doing a ruling. So John's just going to run off. So you're stuck with me again for a little bit. What's interesting is they both don't know. So that it's a question about the order of how it would work if they shot someone, frenzied it, and then tried to shoot a pistol into it immediately. So I'm not quite sure of what the ruling will be on that, because I'm not so au fait on the Felgor, but when John comes back, I'm sure he'll clarify. And Screech Gaming, hello to Sydney. Is it late now for you, or is it early? That's the question. Like, that's some loyalty here. So what was the ruling there, John? So it was about if something's frenzied and then he's shooting it immediately?
Because he's doing 2 shoot actions. He's firing the shotgun first, which is going to frenzy the go, and he said, if I find the last pistol and kill him with a crit, can I do it again? He was like, yes.
Nice.
So the interesting thing, he didn't charge the Voidmaster turning point 1. He charged Vayne and killed her in 1 hit. Vayne is dead. Vayne is off the table.
Missed that. Okay.
So that's the Voidmaster on the left-hand side. So Vayne died, not the Voidmaster. That's actually, that's the right thing to do, because he probably has the tactical ploy where basically stake a claim. Not stake a claim, it's where your Lucia Vayne has to do 12 or more damage in combat, and do 12 or more damage and then more than the leader. She just died instantly. So hello, Screech from Sydney. Oh, it's 8 p.m.
Yeah,
it's late there.
Yeah, man. Perfect time to watch some lovely kill team. Like round 3 might be a bit late for you, but you can always watch it back on catch up. That's the important thing here.
Good night from New Zealand too. We have a New Zealander here, Mark.
Oh, excellent.
We have a New Zealander here in person. Glad you're enjoying the stream. It's a really fun event. It's great to see so many people. As I said, this is actually my 2nd tournament that I've run for Kill Team.
Oh, cool. Because you did one at Darkfire Cafe, Dark Sphere Cafe Gaming. Yeah. That was a couple of weeks back.
Last month.
Yeah.
Cool. 6 weeks ago.
6 weeks.
Yeah. So this is actually, now knowing Vayne's off the table, that's actually quite huge.
Yes.
That's quite bad.
And that is where, from our standpoint, proxy models are less helpful, because we can't identify exactly which they are unless we'd known beforehand. So
but that's our bad.
That's us learning, right? And that's what it's about.
We do need a table boss. Originally, I was going to use my mic up the player so we could hear, but we couldn't figure it out.
I'll look over lunchtime and see if we can fathom how to make that work. Because the challenge is we don't want to give you that audio as well. Because if we're trying to convey stuff and they're talking in shorthand or being quite colourful with their language, which, yes, would be fine because we're at a tournament, but not ideal when we're kind of broadcasting it to YouTube.
Yeah. But as I said, Mike is now measuring up where he can exactly charge, because he could charge the medic. That's the medic there. But behind the medic is the assassin.
Yep.
Oh, no, it's a Voidmaster, sorry. A Voidsman. So behind the Voidsman is the assassin, which you do not want to charge.
Yep.
So it's a tough decision. Do you kill the dog, or do you kill the Voidsman and then die to the assassin?
Yeah.
Oh, greetings from Poland. Hi, Poland. Hi, people from America, Chicago, West Coast. You're brave.
Yeah, 5 a.m. So I'm guessing you're getting up really early because you're going to go and do a run, and then you're going to go and play some Kill Team.
I do need to go Chicago for Adepticon. I'm trying to go this year.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's the only big con I haven't been to in America. Wow. And Gen Con, but Gen Con is more like a board game thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's basically Mike needs to decide. I think I probably would ignore the dog and go for the Voidsman. Hold on.
So with the new terrain, so the one thing that seems to be missing from the pack is kind of clarifying how the doors operate. So the doors are modelled to a specific size. When John did his kind of call out at the beginning before we went live, he explained to them all that irrelevant of the size of your base, if you go through the door, it's fine. And I think it's quite interesting because it's like it's giving the element. It's basically like Into the Dark doors, but you're playing on an open board. So it's kind of it's the best of both worlds. That you're not forcing it so that you're on a 40 mil base. You can't go through this door, even though you're actually quite a small model. It just feels frustrating. So it's lining that all up. This terrain pack very much kind of. Things like that, having the windows on the ruins so that it's not just completely protected. Just it changes the dynamic so that it pressures you not to just bunch in big groups, which I really do like. Because I'm guilty of that. Like my kill team playing commandos, I'm often I'll bunch everything behind this big building. Breach Boy will run out through the wall. Everyone else will go through the door in order, and it'll be fine, and I'll have planned it. But not every team can operate like that. So I think John was talking about going to LVO. I'm not sure if he is. I know that he's trying his best to go to as many US events as he can because obviously it really shakes up how you play because you're playing different people with different kind of metas. So Crackduck in the chat has asked if you're going to LVO, and I think you ought to.
Oh yeah, I need to buy my tickets for LVO.
You're buying? Oh.
I'm waiting to get paid.
Yeah. Someone wants to send me to LVO, I'll go. But otherwise, not happening.
Hopefully it'll be the biggest event in the world. But yeah, currently we're 50 minutes. We've got 50 minutes left on the clock. So we're working our way through Turning Point 2, which is fine. Most people reach around this time near the end of Turning Point 2. It should speed up because Kill Team games get faster as the game goes on because more people die.
Yeah.
He did charge the Void Master. He did charge the Void Trooper and killed them. He did take 2 wounds in return.
Yeah.
Hello, Mercenary Q from Scotland.
The gong.
Oh, it's the gong.
The gong is next to the dog. So the guy with the orange dice next to him is the gong.
He's taken 2 damage from a fist. So he does downgrade crit damage to normal damage, but I would charge the assassin in because the assassin will frenzy it in two hits.
Yeah.
So just doing that.
Yeah, because the fight that's on the top middle objective, that is, I'm not sure what the operative's called. It's the Felgor with the big brutal club thing.
Oh,
I'm really bad with the names for these guys.
The Felgor, I just call him the big mace guy.
Yeah, because it's
he killed Alicia Vane.
Yeah.
1. Unfortunately, he also does control that objective now. He's decontested it.
Yep, that's impactful, right?
Yep.
So on capture, flipping an objective like that, or at least turning it off.
Well, because Russ actually has his problem now is. Does he with the gong? He actually has decontested 2 objectives, so the assassin has to charge the gong because the gong is free OPL on objectives.
But then the guy on the bottom left objective is close enough to then get within range for that. So it's about he'll lose the gong potentially, but then he's got the assassin where he wants them.
Yeah, he's frenzied the operative on the left-hand side, which is good, right? The only problem is he still has an asset in play. He hasn't used his asset, setting it up. it's just losing Vayne is huge because Vayne does a free fight action and a free shoot action. So just losing Vayne, just rough.
Yeah.
But it's still close. So currently, technically, Russ controls all 6 objectives. Not Russ. Mike controls all 6 objectives at the moment. Technically. The dog is running away.
Yeah. I thought that would happen.
Will the dog switch to engage though, or stay concealed? He's staying concealed.
He's left it as concealed, so
It's fine.
is that just to be a bit of a roadblock? Because obviously you
Blocking
can't,
the door.
Yeah, because then you can't charge through
Yeah.
and round. It means that guy that's been frenzied to get anywhere now.
No. Currently, he isn't blocking the door. He just moved him out because the issue is.
The assassin is against the door.
Yeah. So the assassin is blocking the door.
Yeah.
So what he would have needed to do is charge in the assassin, then use the dog to block the door.
But maybe he had to do that, otherwise the dog gets picked up somewhere else.
Potentially.
There was. Is that the leader with the chainsword?
Yes.
Is on
Plasma
the
pistol chainsword.
bottom middle objective. I think had enough distance there that would have got to the dog.
Yes. So he was trying to save the dog,
Yeah.
but
At the cost of probably being out of sequence now.
yeah, I would have let the dog die. I would have just activated the dog. I would have just activated the dog to charge into the gong.
Yeah, because then it doesn't. The thing is, the gong's activated this turn, right?
Yeah.
So he knows that's going to be there. So you'd almost want to run the dog and pressure something else to be further back.
Yeah.
So maybe running it down into one of the guys that's within charge distance and just meaning that they're then stuck there.
Oh, so what Mike has done, he has spent 1 CP to get +1 move.
Yep.
So now he can charge up into the vantage point. So
And
he
it's
is
the
now.
chap with 3 arms.
Yeah. So now he is down to 1 CP, I believe.
Yep.
With Felgor winning the Atlanta City Open, what are the predictions for the winning kill team? It could go anywhere. There's a lot of good players here. A lot of good players are on Brood Brothers.
Yeah.
I think it's too early to tell round 1. There are a lot of very good players here, so I'm not sure who could take it.
And even some of the kill teams that you don't think of as those kind of like those scary threat levels, like the Brood Brothers and the Felgor. There's a guy playing Pathfinders.
Yeah.
Pathfinders on an open board, I would never discount. Because
We have 2 Pathfinder. Well, they're playing the Pathfinder mirror.
I can see it, and it's just looking at it going, no, I'm going to remove your cover. No, I'm going to shoot you. No, I'm going to shoot you from conceal. It just looks very interactive. Yeah.
I hate Pathfinders. Like, remember we got some like hate from Pathfinder players from our Critcast episode where I just I don't want to hand down this knowledge.
Well, the problem is a lot of the rulings that they've introduced, so like Beta Decima, it's unpleasant to play into. So it's just like, I feel bad for those players that are lovingly painted that kill team. Oh, people that play Tau in 40k.
Oh,
they now can't do it.
The Flux Spray has charged up and just murdered that trooper, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
That was what I expected to happen, because he is a choppy bastard when he wants to be.
He still hasn't used his airstrike.
Yeah. Which is why he's got off board one of the Solar Auxilia tanks, which, is it the Bombard? It's one of the tanks.
Oh, yeah,
with,
he's
like,
using it as an asset. I use my Rogue Trader Lunar Class Destroyer as my asset, so I leave it on the board, and then when I use it, I put it next to the operative and take it off. So I know when I can use it, and so does my opponent.
Yeah.
It's just some nice
anything visual.
And obviously my Lucia Vane is rich, so she can afford a Lunar Class Destroyer. What are some of the other teams, any off-meta builds, cool teams? I can definitely go through that.
Yeah.
Let me bring up my TO tool. I am a good TO. So we have Blooded. I think Blooded are very good at the moment, right? There is no Into the Dark today, but these boards should be good for Blooded. We do have one Hunterclade. Hunterclade also do very well on these boards. We have one Wormblade. We do have one Corsair. The Corsairs actually can cover a lot of ground on this board with the free dash. We do have 2 Nemesis Claw. We do have one Strike Force Justian,
yeah.
Yep.
Still not available to be bought through standard retailers. It's all been imported stuff, so it's all conversions a lot of the time now, or proxies, isn't it?
We did have one Compendium guy.
Yeah.
There was someone on High Fleet, but I think they've changed teams. That's a shame.
Well, that's a shame.
No one is going to win Best Compendium today. I thought we had one Compendium player. We have one Novitiates. Novitiates are very good.
Yes. So they're a team that I think a lot of people discount because they don't appreciate what they can do.
Yes.
Because all the specialists do some really fancy stuff.
Okay. So what Russ is doing now, he is just pre-measuring the threat ranges because he still needs to commit his assassin. So his assassin, unfortunately, he needs to frenzy the assassin. I mean, the assassin needs to charge the gong and frenzy him.
Yeah.
Because then, once the gong goes down to frenzy, he goes down to 1 AP. Oh, no, there's no point.
Yeah, it doesn't help.
Because currently Mike has 2 goats on the point.
Yeah.
So that goes to 4 APL, 5 APL because of the gong. When the goat is frenzied, the gong will go down to 1 APL, but count as 3 on the point.
And the gong being on that objective, there's one just towing on the bottom of that objective, and then there's the one on the next objective. They're in a nice triangle, so no matter where she tracks,
you don't know what I would actually do as Russ, which I think he's going to do. Charge through the door, kill the frenzied goat, and steal his point.
Yeah.
The only problem is he is down an activation. So when he charges onto the point, he will control it, but he will be charged by a goat.
Yeah.
But he has to. He has to at this point. You have to. He is currently down. He only has 1 objective at the moment.
And this bottom left ruin, there is at least 1 goat tucked in there.
Yeah.
So if he's charged into that frenzied one, and he's even on the top of that objective, he ends up being within probably, that looks about 4 circles, so he should be able to charge.
Yeah.
Like,
oh, he's doing exactly as I...
I think it's the right play.
Yeah, because the thing is, even if he gets charged, he's 3 APL versus the goat. He will survive because he's got half damage and he parries first.
Yeah.
So he will be able to parry out the crit and then just like, it's great. Great move. I love it. So he's got 5 attacks hitting on 2s. So he's rolled a ton of crits and he just immediately kills that frenzied goat.
Yeah, it's
excellent.
Just gone. It's gone. Martin dressed as...
It is the better play because instead of trying to salvage an objective which you've lost, going for an open objective is better.
It's easier because what the Felgor player has done, which is really, really bright, is if you look on most of the objectives, there's at least 2 goats on them.
Yes.
And they're not positioned close enough that a charge would then interact into both of them.
Yes.
So if you do kill one of them, and you force a frenzy maybe, but then the other one's holding it still. So it doesn't solve anything, which is great. I love it as a problem because you're just going... Yeah, you can't interact with me quite as much as you'd like. And if you maybe had more operatives or more APL, so like something like things like Legionnaires, maybe they'd have a better time dealing with goats being spread out this way because you just double tap.
Yeah, basically, you would just be able to steal points. Yeah. So I think they're just making a rule in. Yeah,
they're just double checking stuff, which I think if you're ever concerned that you're not sure on a rule, don't just go, yeah, I'm sure it's this way. Just double check, just for your own sanity. It just helps, especially when you're playing this sort of competitive element of a game. Because
the shooting attack going into somewhere. Oh, he's moving up and shooting the assassin, of course. Oh, she makes both invuln saves.
Boss man with his plasma pistol has gone that way, I think.
Yes, he has. He made a plasma shot.
Yeah,
so he's half damage, so he's getting his 6 up, feel no pains.
The boss isn't quite turn onto an objective, but he's very close.
Takes 3 damage.
Nice. I wouldn't sniff at that. Like,
there we go. It's not a bad move because basically charging the assassin is a trap.
Yeah. It's like that age-old thing. Like, if something wants to be in combat with you, you shoot it.
Yeah.
If it wants to shoot you, you go in combat with it.
Yeah.
It's very simple. It's how I live and die games of Kill Team.
Oh, no, the assassin died.
Oh, no, she's there still. That's the assassin there on the top.
Where did the plasma leader go?
Plasma leader then carried on. Where's he gone? Oh, he went off the board. The leader died.
He blew himself up with more.
Oh, no. That's the one thing you don't want to happen. Like, had he already been frenzied? Is that why that happened?
No, if he dies during his own activation, he doesn't frenzy.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he blew himself up. What the heck?
That is the right way to die. If you're going to die, it's because your gun is blown up, because you're an angry goat man who's a bit of an abhuman kind of malnourished guy that just wants to shoot stuff with his big microwave gun. And if it blows up in your face, you're just like, haha, it's fine, I'll grow another one. But not this time. Not this time.
I have never seen that happen before. And
Oh, that is amazing. That's the sort of thing I love, that when you're doing streaming, you capture these things. And when someone tells you about it, you're like, yeah, that doesn't sound quite so fantastic. But then when you're watching it, you're like, no way. That is fantastic to see.
oh my god.
And the assassin's taken more wounds. So she's taking some more chip damage. I think he's just throwing what he can at it.
Yeah, because the thing about what people into Felgor forget, they put these stuff that, if you charge into combat, you will die. So then they just go, well, I've got these pistols. And you're like, no, what are you doing? It's just like, da-da-da-da-da.
Another angry lad is going into us, so it's a bit of a meat grinder there, I suppose.
Oh, I'm trying to figure out which operative it is.
Which goat is it? Let me check.
Oh, no, I know which one it is.
It's the one that's running forward.
So this is lethal 5 up. So he's got 3 hits. And Russ has rolled a crit and 4 hits. So the thing is, even if Mike changes a hit into a crit, the crit will get parried out, and then he should live. And then make him frenzy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it's who gets to activate there first. Matters, I suppose.
Well, because the thing is, because the assassin can parry first, he'll parry out the crit.
Yeah.
Mike strikes with a hit, which does 4 damage. He's got 5 wounds left. Then parries out the other hit, and then he puts through 12 damage and frenzies him and kills him.
And
this is why you don't want to charge and fight the assassin. So they're just deciding how to do the ordering.
Yeah. And this is what I really do still love, and it still excites me so much, is watching people have to think about how the combat works. It's not a case of just brute damage and someone.
He spent a CP, so he's out of CP to reroll that miss. So yeah, Russ is parrying the crit because he parries first as the assassin.
Yeah.
And then Mike has to strike with a normal hit. Yep, so striking 4 damage with a normal hit.
It's going to be loads of 6s now. 1-6.
It's down to 2 wounds. Yeah. And then kill him.
Yeah. Well,
Yep.
I'm not, would you say throwing that guy in there was a worthy trade to get her down to 2?
If he rolled hot, yes.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
But
have
he
done
rolled
that.
way under average
Yeah,
there.
I would have just... No, he rolled 3 hits.
Was it 3 hits?
Yeah.
I think I just discounted the crit immediately in my head because it was just getting parried.
yeah, because there's a problem with the assassin. It's 5 attacks, hitting on 2s, lethal 5 up, parries first, all the time. And the assassin has done... So that's actually huge. So end of turning point 2, sorry. So Mike is up 3 on the primary.
Yeah, so Mike, is that Ravagers, isn't it?
Yes. So Felgor are now on to 6 on the primary. Whereas Russ is on 5.
Which is closer than I thought it was going to be. I'm not going to lie. The way that the points seem to be switching and switching off quickly, I was like, this doesn't look great. But this is where you see a good player going, okay, I've just lost 2 points. What can I do to correct this?
But Mike has maxed Faction Tack up 2. Oh, has he?
Faction Tack up 3.
Faction Tack up. Let me just see. He's got 1 point from it, definitely. He got 1 point last turn.
Yep.
So he needs 5 goats within range. So he's got 1, 2,
3,
3,
4, 5.
4.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that 5?
No, he's only got 4. So
4,
he's got 1 point from Faction Tack up 3 and 1 point from Route.
Okay. So that is Faction. So it's 1 for that.
Yep.
And 1 for Route. Nice. And we might see whatever his other tack up is revealed.
It's Robin Ransack.
Is it? Oh, no. Oh, that's Secure Vantage, guy. That's the wrong one. I'm doing the wrong ones, guys. I'm being technical here. Right.
Oh, you updated...
yeah, I'm in the wrong guy. It's all right. It's all right.
Yeah, he did get 1 point from recover item.
Yeah, so he's got recover. Right, wherever Secure Vantage. Did he do that?
No.
No, because the guy
died.
up there.
Yeah.
So that's that. Attack up 1. We need to change that because that is not right. Oh, okay. I'm looking at the wrong one. There we go. I'm being clever, guys. This is fine. This is fine. Right. And then updating. Route was up to
1.
1.
And he's got 1 on Faction Tack up 3.
There we go.
So the problem with Seek and Destroy is very predictable what you've
Yeah.
taken, but it's also very reliable.
And I love it. Like, as someone that wants to play quite aggressively, being able to just go, here you go.
So
I'm
it's
quite straightforward and honest.
currently 8-6. Still pretty close.
Yeah.
It was what people forget. I have to keep reminding people, like, even though the board state maybe feel very
Yeah,
off.
if you're scoring, it doesn't matter that
Yeah.
you're dying like a sack of shit.
Exactly.
So, my one experience of Beta Decima into Pathfinders, I lost the game by 2 points. Didn't feel like it, but
Oh no, he has maxed his faction tack up 3. I forgot the guy under the vantage point.
yeah, that's what I died up. That's why I was counting different to you. So, that is that one.
Yeah, just through the double doors.
So,
Yeah.
the players are going for a comfort break.
Players just using the toilets
Yeah.
constructively.
He's going to go Frenzy somewhere else.
So, at the top of turning point 3,
Yeah. Interesting.
it's a tough board state to win because the assassin is now injured and unfortunately is likely to die from any hit.
Yeah. Like, even just like, I know that we shouldn't rely on it, but just a normal pistol,
Yeah.
just throw that in.
No.
Something like,
So I was speaking to Ace, and the way he's been, like, as I said, beating people with Felgor is people keep forgetting these Felgors have pistols. Like, literally just walking up shooting is one of the best things you can do. It's like how you win the mirror as a Felgor. Just
you
walk
just
up.
shoot things.
It's like, ba, 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 ba,
Because
ba, ba.
I never want to charge in something that I feel has the threat
Yeah.
to hurt me back. Whilst, even with orcs, like I had this with mandrakes. It really confused me at first. I was like, but I want to fight them. And then it dawned on me, I was like, they're hurting me back too well. I will just shoot them to death.
Yeah.
It's just like,
So it's because what people forget, they're goats with guns.
yeah,
They have guns, right?
they've got at least a bolt pistol, right? Or a las pistol.
Bolt pistols.
Bolt
All
pistols, isn't it?
They hit on 4s, but it's
Yeah.
better than nothing.
Half the time they hit.
Exactly. And like the thing about Felgor, people like think Felgor want to charge in and kill. They just want to charge in and cause mayhem. They
But
don't,
when they want to, it's on their terms,
Yeah.
right? That's the important thing. It's like
Yeah.
people think they're always going to charge. And sometimes just because you can charge doesn't mean you should.
no, so charging is fine. Killing is the problem. People forget you can just charge.
And not interact.
Yeah.
You don't have to fight. And I think something can be said for that because there's times where, like against the assassin, you charge it, you don't fight it, and
Yeah.
you just sit there.
Charge blocking. Charge blocking is the
Because
best.
then she can't then go where, like if say he had an operative on a point that mattered, she can't go and deal with that character if
Yeah, yeah.
she's involved in combat and
No.
had to use her activation to fight that combat.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's like, so charge blocking is really key, especially with operatives like the Gong. If they can't kill someone, you get more value of just charging up
Yeah.
and passing because you're just very annoying to kill. And like,
Yeah.
the best thing, what people forget about melee teams, even on open boards, if your opponent has an activated enemy operative, you charge there, you are now safe from shooting because they can't fall back that turning point.
Yep.
And you can still fight them and then parry them out so they're injured. So even if they decide to fight you next turning point,
Yeah.
they die.
And if you do that, say turning point 3,
Yeah.
that's their game over.
Yeah?
Realistically.
Yeah.
By the time they've actually gotten out and the combat's resolved, it's done.
Exactly. It's really good. So they're going to turning point 3. I believe Star Striders have won the initiative.
Yeah.
Yep. Would you like to break this double chewed brownie? with
I
me?
would not like to eat that
Oh.
brownie with you, John.
Cinnamon rolls are fine for you, right?
I'm going to eat whatever I want this weekend, John.
Okay.
I'm going to be so unwell, and it's going to be fine. Shout out to my lactose intolerant homies in the chat. I'm going to eat cookies, and I don't care.
If you wonder, I haven't had breakfast, but I bought Costco snacks for everyone, and the Costco double chew brownies are amazing.
So whilst John runs through how great these brownies are, I am going to go on a comfort break myself of cookie.
Okay, so Gong is activated and charging the Voidmaster, which is interesting. It will kill the Voidmaster, and I guess it's... I understand why, but personally, I would just charge and kill the Assassin. Just, you've got 4 attacks, hitting on 4s, well, hitting on 3s. As long as one hit goes through, you'll kill. So, I mean, technically with the half damage, it goes down to 2 damage. But then you still have that 6 up, feel no pain. But he's going with the charge. He's going to kill the Voidmaster. Well, try to. Yes, spicy food is the best. I had super hot spicy Nando's last night. Okay, players just talking through. He's deciding, because remember, the Voidmaster has a once per game just to scratch, so he can tank any one hit, but he only does have 3 attacks, hitting on force 2-3. But he is very annoying to kill, but because he hasn't got the half damage ploy up, so it's going to be tough.
Top left.
Charging the Voidmaster.
Yep, and the dog is
And
interacting.
the dog. He has to fight the dog then.
Yeah. And even though it's Big Hand Man fighting, because he gets to fight twice.
Yeah. Oh, he's using. Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I'll have a quick look.
So unfortunately, the Mangler is 5/6, so he will just kill the dog in one hit, and then if he's still in engagement range, he can fight again. So he's got 2 birds with 1 stone. That makes sense. Okay.
But it's forcing it to be down to the roll of 1-in-1 combat.
We have a doggy down, I'm afraid. Doggy is down.
It's a dog eat dog world. Well, actually, it's more goat eat dog.
Yeah.
Man, how the turns have tabled.
So he does have Relentless on the charge, so he's got 3 hits, so he can turn 1 into a crit because he's pop turning.
So that should do it.
That should.
But he still could parry if he
He's
rolls
rolled a crit, so he actually won't live because he doesn't have the half damage ploy up.
Yeah, and that's the challenge there. It's like put the dog in at least.
Oh no, I am wrong. So he'll strike with the crit just to scratch.
Yeah.
Russ will parry, and then take 4 damage, 5 damage. Sorry.
Yeah.
So he'll live. He'll live.
So the dog doing that mattered because if that interaction had happened, that combat there twice,
yeah, he would have.
He would maybe not have lived. But
So
that forces it, right?
The fact Russ can roll a crit has saved his life.
It's almost like the question that we endlessly ask ourselves on this channel may define whether you can win a game or at least survive a game to make it close. And it's, can you roll a crit?
Yeah. What genius came up with that name and brand?
It wasn't John. I heard the,
no.
deep lore yesterday.
No, we don't talk about the deep lore.
There's actually someone that gets paid like a residual for suggesting that John could only ever roll 6s. The difference is he was then playing Underworlds, which was that silly game with the silly dice
It's
where
very
they didn't
alive.
have 6s.
Very alive.
Yeah.
You know, Age of Sigmar has crits now.
Yeah.
I think
all
40K,
good games.
40K does have crits.
All games do.
40K.
All good games do.
Oh, does 40K have crits?
Yeah.
Might have to start playing 40K.
MCP too.
Does.
As someone that plays a game a month of it now, I'm basically an MCP main.
Ooh. Russ is unleashing the gun into
He's also
the
warming
flux
up his dice, which is a very a deep technique of very competitive players.
Yeah.
They'll make sure those dice are not too cold. And he wasn't rewarded. Maybe his hands are clammy.
He does have Relentless.
He's evaluating whether it's worth to do any rerolls, which I always find interesting to see. Is like players at least kind of pseudo-math it out. They go, well, if you do this and I do that, and it's just evaluating whether the resource is worth spending. Because far too often people go, oh, I've missed. I'll use a CP to reroll that one. And realistically, it doesn't help normally because people are making the wrong call there. No AP. 6 damage.
So that will not friendly the goat, but knock the gong down to 2 wounds.
Yeah, and I think sometimes using these things like critical hits are a way of denoting cool mechanics. It doesn't need to just be extra damage.
Exactly. I will quickly run through the games because we've had a few games already finished.
Oh, excellent. Yeah.
We have 25 minutes left on the clock.
Question for you, John. Is there any Blades of Cain players?
I was just going to get to that.
Because that's the interesting one for me, because that team, like the Inquisitorial Agents, has such a depth of what can be chosen. I'm always interested to see how people are approaching that.
So, round on table 1, we have Mandrakes versus Blades of Cain. Our only Blades of Cain by Remy. He has beaten the Mandrakes 19 to 16.
That's what I would expect.
Very tough. Very good.
It's a rough game, but I feel like they probably have the resources to deal with the Mandrake's silly shenanigans.
Nick, with his Pathfinders, has beaten Corsairs 23-12.
Yep.
Commandos has beaten Novitiates 22-8.
Yes, lads. Here we go.
Wormblade have beaten Legionary 19-5.
Wow.
And Nemesis Claw has beaten Nemesis Claw 17-9.
So,
Truly, we know who the alpha Nemesis Claw is.
all I'm going to say to both those players is just remember Thrama, that epic battle where you lost.
If it matters, the English player beat the French player.
He obviously had that je ne sais quoi.
Oh, I hate you so much.
That I don't know what, right? That
It's
thing.
fine. We love everyone. It's
Yeah,
okay.
I know.
I'm actually like I'm pro Denmark.
What is this for the? Is this for the football? You're on? As a Welsh international coach, I have no buy-in to the kickball this weekend, so that makes it very easy for me to be here. So some people might have thought I was making a real personal sacrifice, not being able to watch and support the country in which I live in, playing a silly game. Instead, I'm going to watch a smorgasbord of multicultural kill team commanders roll dice at each other, and that is much more exciting to me.
Mike has fought. He's gotten 2 hits. He's fighting a Voidsman, and that Voidsman is going to die, unfortunately.
Yep. Well, they are just essentially fancy guardsmen, really.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, no, that's the medic. The medic got 2 hits.
medic.
He got a crit and a hit.
And
oh, my God.
the medic's ability doesn't work on itself.
No. So the medic has a mechanical arm. So this mechanical arm makes it 3-4 in combat.
Spicy.
The medic lives. He parried out 1 hit and then
So
punched him for
sometimes
4.
these specialists, people go, haha, that's a thing that does that role of that I'm going to repair people. Sometimes it can surprise you.
Yeah. Interesting.
I just looked around and the players said something about a magic helmet, and I was like, okay.
Oh, yeah. Basically, it has this, like, Medicae helm. So friendly operatives within 6 don't count as being injured for the purposes of movement.
Nice.
So you can
I
still
really
move
like the
normally.
model as well.
Yeah.
It's got almost like an Edward Scissorhands, like
Mechanical arm.
What's the term for it?
Scissor claw. Scissor hand. Bionic arm.
It's the word that everyone always mispronounces in Warhammer. It's the
Deodorant. Washing.
no. God, you're so problematic.
Having a fun time. Why not?
I'll find it. I'm really bad with words sometimes. Where as soon as I'm like, I need to chip this out of my brain and remember this exact term or name, and I'm like, nope.
Interestingly, though, the medic surviving. Unfortunately, the medic is not on the point, so
Nice.
Russ has lost that point. That is actually a bad thing. He did survive. To be fair, that flux spray, I think, has 6 wounds left. There's not much you can do except fall back onto the point to contest it. But Russ is now charging with his assassin, which, to be fair, you might as well before she dies. He's just moving and dashing onto the point to
And
contest it.
That is.
No, he's charging. He's charging.
Oh, it's a charge. Cool. Because to me, like those sorts of passive plays are often more impactful for me because it's without there being that level of threat of I'm in combat. But
So
here,
he's charging. If he kills, then he can steal the next point next turn.
yeah, it just needed to get a hit through, right? Because the gong was parried. It's now frenzied, right?
Yeah.
But essentially, doesn't hold the point now.
No. So the only problem is he has 2 wounds left on his assassin.
Yeah.
The Nakartheum, maybe.
And I think that there may be. Oh no, the goat that's nearest is already in engagement, so it won't be able to charge the assassin. So
I believe he can spend a CP to charge out of combat.
yeah,
Oh, he can just throw the pox bomb as well.
yeah.
Yep. It's the
Guy,
problem.
the guy holding the grenade
Pox bomb, yeah. Pox spray.
bomber seems to be on his way.
He's going to move around. He does not need line of sight or
Just needs
visibility.
to be within the distance,
Yeah.
right?
He has a magic teleporting grenade, like the Hand of the Archon Torment grenade, and smoke grenades in general.
Well, the way that they should be thrown is they are arced, so it makes.
He
There you
rolled
go,
a free.
Narcissium. There you go.
Yeah, he rolled a free, so she's -1 APL.
Thank you, gangster's pair of dice.
That is actually a huge blow.
Yep. Well, if someone tries to do something that would reward them heavily, you need to then reply.
So he's still
and
controlling the
counter.
point,
Yeah.
but the problem is if now another goat gets onto the point, it goes back to the goats.
And
Oh, he's not controlling the point anymore, sorry.
the one that's engaged next to them, top middle objective, is into an injured person, so he could fight and then move onto that point.
Yeah,
He's
so
got distance.
the unfortunate rough part Ross is in now is he has 2 engaged operatives, and only one can be able to. Well, I mean, they could both fall out of combat, but it's just.
But even that one in the middle, I think it could fight, kill him because he's on 5 wounds.
So what I would do is I'd spend a CP to go +1 APL, fall
Yeah.
back, and double shoot. Because you'd be 3 APL, 2 AP to fall back, and
Yeah,
then shoot.
and then you kill both.
You frenzy the go, and then next you could then lance it to kill it again.
Yep, that makes sense.
It's just like the reason I dislike Felgor so much is because you have to put in so much effort to properly kill them. Because they have to die twice. If you don't have access to double shoot, double fight, it becomes very hard to deal with.
Yeah.
So.
And then the challenge as well becomes like currently the Felgor are 4 operatives down.
Yes.
The Star Striders have still got less, I think, now.
Yeah.
So yes, they'll be overwatching, but does that matter? Like,
No.
like you're not going to kill frenzied guys with your Overwatch.
He's just falling back away, which is, to be fair, the thing is, I probably would have popped the tactical ploy to get +1 APL,
Yeah.
so then I could move and dash out of the way, because then next turning point, I could potentially move and dash and then shoot the pox spray.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Russ is in a very
I think it's
bad
slipping
position.
away now.
Yeah.
I think this is one of those ones where this turning point has massively kind of swung.
Yeah, because the issue is the Felgor just grinding him down, and he doesn't. This is what Felgor do. They'll just grind you down, and unfortunately, Star Striders are quite fragile.
They're a precision
Yeah.
team.
Yeah, yeah.
You have to use them very, very well. Otherwise, they just fall like a house of cards.
I think basically what would have changed it if that dog was on engage, Alicia Vane would have lived,
Yeah.
and then would have messed up that goat.
If he had put the dog in engage, would he have gone and retrieved with it?
No, the dog would have just intercepted the charge, so Vane would have been safe.
So that entirely changes then which attack ops he takes, perhaps as well, making that decision.
Oh, so he is charging. He is potentially charging through the window. Oh, he's blocking the door. Blocking the door.
Because there's a guy there on 3 wounds.
Yes.
In with the 3-armed
Flux
guy,
spray, yeah.
the Flux Bringer has got, I think it's 5.
Yeah,
Yeah, 5.
Yeah.
So that's just guaranteeing, and the Star Strider guy isn't on the point in that corner as well.
Yeah, so he's going to have to fall back onto the point to contest it. But if he does, then the door is free next turning point.
So it's lose-lose situation there, and that's where the Felgor player is being really smart here, I think.
Yeah,
because he's giving him, here's what you need to do, and then it's a nothing burger. Yes, you do what you need to do, but I then instantly have a counterplay that undoes what you've just tried to do.
Yeah.
And that's what the last couple of interactions have been, and it's great to see. It's showing someone playing the team very well.
No, exactly. Mike, the Felgor player, has done amazing work.
Yeah.
Like, he has dogpiled the right objectives. He has left some objectives behind, but he has enough ways to go back and defend that. So he's now just ensuring his turning point 4.
So having his back objectives being held by people that were at the top of the point, so they were as close as they can physically be to the combat, is setting himself up so he's got as much freedom as he can have.
So he's dashing the heavy gunner, who is now going to fire his 6 shots into the Ravager, the goat who can fight twice.
Yep, the
6
guy that's
dice.
along the top in the open.
Yep, 6 dice hitting on 4s. With Relentless, 3-4. Oh, we've only got 1 hit so far. 2 hits, but he's got Relentless. Oh, nice. 2
spicy.
crits, 3 hits.
No AP.
So he's got 3 5-ups.
And he rolled a crit and 2 5s. All I'm saying is whichever god is dealing with that Bray is saying yay to that Bray.
Lunch should be at 1 o'clock. Should be at 1 o'clock.
So
players not used to having lunch after round
being
1.
allowed a lunch hour, more importantly. So what I'm going to suggest to them is if they've got a game that's quite small level, maybe some sort of small skirmish game, they can use that lunch break effectively and play that small scale game.
Yeah, you know what I like to do in my lunch?
Maybe just get another game of Kill Team in.
No, instead of eating my lunch, I would like to play my friend on our army, but on a Kill Team board. Yeah. I think that's what I would love to do in my lunch break. Okay, here.
Oh my goodness.
Assassin. Oh, Assassin clutch.
Oh, the lethal 5 got
They
the
both
parry.
rolled only one hit.
Yeah, but they were both
Oh.
at a -1 because they were
Oh,
wounded,
he was
right?
frenzied. Oh, that is clutch, yes.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
because he'd been frenzied. It's
Yes,
easy
he,
to forget because that
he just
was
dies at the end of his
yeah.
activation. So he now does control that point. Ooh.
impactful, but she is still on 2 wounds, so if he's got any answers to that, he could take her off, but
Yeah,
I
so,
don't think he does.
yeah, so the interesting thing is, so for Russ to tie this, he actually has to fall back the medic onto the point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I don't think that fixes anything. Although if he falls back far enough on the point, that then means if the beastmen do charge him, they're then visible to his gunner
Yeah.
that's on that top ruin.
Yeah, because
So-
basically Russ now controls the 2 left objectives. The backline one is still contested, but
Yeah.
once again, Mike still needs to activate his goat, so his goat will just kill there and just stay there to control that point. So he will be down 1 objective regardless.
Yeah.
So
No,
he's fighting.
Pretty spicy.
Fighting into the Voidsman. He has rolled
Yep. Tried to use Ceaseless wrong.
3 hits.
That was a nothing burger.
Yep. So just murders him, and he now has to just stay there. Because now he just controls that objective. So unfortunately, Russ does only have...
But what he's done is he's moved himself closer that direction.
Yeah,
so
so he's in a heavy cover.
that'll get him to Oh, no. He's debating what to do.
To move back to steal from the assassin, yeah.
Yeah.
So currently... So... Ooh.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, so, the medic had already activated. So that turning point, Mike gains 4 on the primary, so now he's on 10. The Felgor player.
Felgor is now on 10.
Yes. Because he got 4 this turning point, and that is huge because getting 4 primary in a turning point when your opponent doesn't,
It's double, essentially, in a
Yeah.
weird sort of way, right?
it's better than a 2-point lead. Russ gets 2, so he's...
2 on his primary,
Yes.
so he's now up to 7.
Yes.
So he's keeping up. Like, what I like to think about is, like, although you're losing a game, when looking at score variance, especially in a teams format like WTC, which this trend will be being used for, it's keeping it close. Which
Russ
is what you need to
finally
do.
gets initiative. What do you call it? Felgor have also maxed route.
Yeah, of course they have. Well, it's one of those ones where you're going to be doing that.
Yeah.
Like, that's what the team has to do.
Yes.
So if you're not doing it, things have gone wrong. I don't always use it when I'm playing Seek and Destroy teams, depending on the matchup.
It depends on the matchup. If I know someone's going to be defensive and
Yes.
run away, I probably won't do Rob and Ransack.
Yeah, especially if it's into an elite,
Yeah.
because you potentially can box them in anyway.
I don't mind doing it into elites. They usually spread out quite
Yeah.
a bit. And then Russ has maxed recover item. So he's got 2 points on recover item.
Yeah, it's keeping things closer for him, which is something.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to help, but it's certainly
Better than nothing.
yeah. And that's what I
Because
like about Kill Team is that yes, things are going badly, you're still at least scoring points and you're feeling like you're in there.
Yeah, because
Like-
the important thing, tiebreakers are tournament points,
Yeah.
game percentage, and then total VPs. So
And just, I know that it won't go this way, but like the way that turning point's dice felt very swingy.
yeah.
It could equally swing in the next turn and then nullify that gain, potentially.
Yes.
It won't, I don't think, in this game, but there is still that potential it could. Because it still does come down to dice occasionally. So they're not revealing any more tac ops, I don't think. So
No, they're just going straight into it. So
it must
What
be,
is
they might
Russ
be
going
ones
to
that
do?
you need to do and then it gets revealed, perhaps?
yeah, it's definitely. So I think what Russ has to do is just run away. Unfortunately.
So question for you guys in the chat. In round 2, is there a kill team that you would love to see on the table?
Yeah. Let us know what we can show.
Because that's the important thing. We're here to showcase it to you. Like, it's all well and good of us sitting there going, I want to see this. But if you guys are really curious, that's what we're here for. We're here to serve you guys.
Oh, just figuring out what he's going to do with the
do
Voidmaster.
anything with the assassin
So
first?
I think the Voidmaster, he has to move, double shoot, and kill frenzy the. Like you could spend a CP to give the a Voidmaster on the left 3 APL.
Yeah. And he's trying to position himself so that if he doesn't succeed, he can't be charged.
Yeah.
Which is all well and good, but there still is the guy next to the assassin. So, but we'll see.
All right. So they've just
fantastic.
realised it's
They just
10.4.
went, oh, it's 10.4. So this is a classic thing that I've had with people where they go, oh, it's only 4 turns, because still I think a lot of Games Workshop hobbyists are wired to thinking games have 5 turns. So it still catches me out occasionally. Yeah.
So players basically have about 10 minutes left on the round.
And they look mostly done.
Yeah. He is double shooting into the frenzied goat. He is now frenzied.
Yeah.
If he rolls a crit. He rolled a crit off the.
But it's balanced though. So he's going to roll a 6. He's going to roll a 6 on a red dice.
No.
And it was
4
not.
hits. Because unfortunately, while you're frenzied, you only die to critical hits.
Yep.
Or as our friend Rob says, who I love, Rob, please watch my stuff, is critical hito. Critical hito.
He will not be watching this because he has a life, John.
How dare you?
I say that, but he's probably running a tournament.
Yeah. So what he's done, he had line of sight with the Voidmaster, so the Voidmaster shot and then moved on to the objective.
Yep, and it's in a position so that Mr. Big Hand, top left,
Yeah.
can't quite reach him either.
Yeah.
So this is a great lesson in how to approach your positioning, because yes, you're on a point, but if that point is not secure because you can be charged, you're essentially not secure. So I like to think if I can position a model so that there is the least amount of interactions they can do to me, the better.
Oh, it's interesting.
Oh, he's going to pick up some dice. Oh, no, he's not. I'm just going to commentate on dice
He fought and
now.
died. Tried to punch. Oh, no. So the flux spray activated, killed the medic and just moved into the
But
corner.
he's come into the corner.
Yep.
Doesn't need to be holding the point because it's being tagged.
He's not coming in the corner. He's moving into the corner.
It's got white bases, mate. Think about it. It's the Bray shame, man. Oh, God. We're going to be here all weekend, guys. It's only going to get worse. I'm still in my first can of nondescript energy drink.
Something. I don't know what has actually shot one of the goats.
Angry Lad is going into...
He's going to charge. So the thing is, if he doesn't roll... So he's currently hitting on 5s with Relentless. So let's see what the Ravager rolls. He's got a crit.
But it's Relentless.
He's got Relentless.
So he's got some rolling.
Can Ross roll a crit?
Injured.
Can Ross roll a crit? He does! He rolls 2 crits!
Yeah, so a parry, because it's crits on 5s.
Yeah.
So it converted 1, and then the crit kills him.
Yeah, that's actually a big win.
That is huge. This is what I was talking about. Like, if the dice just don't go, it may seem like you're on the back foot, but if you make those right decisions, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and what people forget, a lot of the heavy damage dealers on Fel will hit on 4s, so when they're injured, they hit on 5s. It's a bit disappointing that most of the team hits on 3s in general, but it's fine. It's a good trade there. Unfortunately, the other goat is probably going to come in for the kill.
Yep, but it's creating that issue where if the next one does the same, the interaction could be almost identical.
Yeah.
Right.
So, if I think the goat in the open's frenzied.
Yep. Yeah, the goat top middle is frenzied. There's a little black token.
Assassin is charging the pox spray. Switch to the point.
Which is that one frenzied? Not frenzied, but on 7 wounds.
So the interesting thing is he could fight, but he will die in 1 hit. What I would probably do...
He is fighting.
Oh no, I'll clarify to them.
Yeah?
Oh no, you check for control at the end of every action. So you would technically have 3 hit. Yes. Oh, no, you're 2 APL at the moment, isn't it? Yeah. No, you don't. Yeah, so at the end of your activation, you will. Because it's just he's clarifying. So he is fighting. 5 attacks hitting on freeze.
3 ones, and with 1 reroll.
Oh dear. So
2 hits.
If he
2 hits and 2 hits.
So if he gets another hit, because he parries first, he can parry twice.
Yeah.
So you can just parry that out.
Parry, and then hit with the last one, which
No,
won't kill it.
He's got no hits. He's only got 1 hit because he's injured.
Yeah. So the 3's a miss.
2's a miss.
2's a miss.
Normally hits on 2s.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Nice.
Yep. Oh. He would. Oh, the assassin had taken no damage, so it's now down to 2.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow.
Is there a way of healing the assassin?
No. So the interesting thing, so the reason Russ did that, so the assassin is basically undamaged.
Yeah.
So it's on 6 wounds, now down to 2. So the problem the pox spray has is now injured. It's hitting on 4s.
Yep. It hasn't activated.
Yes.
I'm just looking at the side of it. When I was trying to identify if it had a frenzy token, it's got a black token next to it.
Hold on, let me just remind Charles.
Nice. So
just chasing time because there's a few people who haven't finished.
So we'll probably give the stream table a couple of extra minutes.
Yeah, stream table's
because
fine.
they did start
Yeah.
slightly later because they'd started setting up the game and then we dragged them over here. So
Yes.
So weirdly, his guy has got the war paint, John.
Oh yeah. Oh. He parries first.
Parries first. Then those red dice. Oh, nice. Oh wow.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
That goat charged and died.
Well, that is some goat curry now.
Oh my gosh. Ooh.
So the heavy gunner's just dropping down onto a point.
Oh dear.
Just to do the sensible thing.
Currently, Russ is back onto 3 objectives. He's on 4 objectives.
It's just suddenly switching. This is what I was saying at the end of the round. Like, it's never over till it's over in Kill Team at the moment.
Hitting on 4s.
Hitting on 4s because he's probably got war
He
paint.
needs 2 hits. Oh.
Hitting on 5s now. He's got Crusty Relentless. No? Oh, 2 crits and a hit.
There we go.
He's going to roll the white
Let's see what happens
dice
with the
because these
assassin.
white dice have been spicy so far.
Oh, this is a turning point for Johnny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, can he roll 5 feel no pains?
5 feel no pains.
He needs to make 4.
Oh my days!
Yeah.
Oh my day! That was so close.
That was so
that
close.
assassin. If I was to give an MVP out for this game, that assassin has been so impactful.
Yeah.
For the Star Striders.
Oh yeah, Assassin's
But
always
that's
MVP.
what it's for, right?
Yeah,
Like, it is the bully piece of the team.
Yeah, MVP. So.
But it's maybe not going to help. It's close, but
So
I'm not sure.
3-3. So they get another 3 on the primary each turn.
Yep.
So we're just calculating up
Courier.
scores. Oh, it was Courier. Oh, that's why he did that. What I'm going to do is going to let Scrivo table boss and find out the scores, and then he'll come and update me.
Yeah, cool. Back in a second, boys.
Boys. All right, now we're going to see what the rest of the tournament is doing. So, because once I have all the scores in, you can follow this live on Best Coast Pairings. Let me actually get the link for you guys. So if you're watching along at home, I mean, you are, you can see how the games are going. So we're just wrapping up turning point 4. I believe, unfortunately, this is probably a Felgor win, but we'll see. We'll see. It was a very close game regardless, so very fun. which is perfect. Yeah, perfect for a round 1 game. My events.
There's one game still going. That's why they've got 8 turning points to go.
A whole turning point. Okay.
Time has just ended.
Let me share the link with you guys. Hold on, I'm going to be right back.
So, just to get the full breakdown of the end game score, the Felgor Ravagers scored 13 on primary. They got, it was their tack up that they hadn't declared was actually Robin Ransack for 2. 2 on route, and then faction tack up 3 was scored for another 2. So that was a 19-point win. The Star Striders scored 10 on primary. Recover Item, they got 2, and their third tack up, which has been revealed, was Courier and scored 1. So it became a 19-13 and then 2 for Painted each for Battle Ready. So it was 21-15. So 21-15
To Felgor?
to Felgor.
Yes.
So it snuck away at the end, but it did feel close.
Yeah, basically.
But it was things like Secure Vantage not scoring anything.
Yeah. So it's secure
Only 1 on
advantage.
Courier
Yeah.
was just not ideal, but I think in another matchup maybe that hadn't gone quite so south so quickly early on, it might have been all right.
I think the thing is, if Ross had started the dog on engage.
Now, shall we cut to us, John?
Oh yes, cut to us. Yes.
Cut to our beautiful faces, and more importantly, I can show them this, John. I want to hold it this time. It's my
fine.
precious,
Okay,
right? So
fine. You can
this is
hold
what
the belt.
they're fighting for. This, guys.
This is the
Pretty
first
cool.
UK
Well, look,
Goonhammer Open belt.
It's got the little
got
robots.
Made in the UK. It's orange. For
Yeah.
Kill Team.
Yeah.
Right. If
It
you were here,
smells
you
like
could win
leather.
this. Right?
It
Does
may not be leather. It may be vegan leather. It may be Felgor leather.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Oh, spicy.
Orange goats,
Yeah.
Scottish goats, right?
Heelan Coo. There we go.
So winners will get this, as well as a flight to Worlds, right?
Yeah.
But hope
Yeah.
you enjoyed that game. We will be back.
It'll be just after 1 o'clock. So the
Just
round
after
starts at 1. But what we're going to do is we're going to set up the round, make sure they're all happy, get our players here set up, get all of our data populated into the overlays, just so you guys have got the information from the get-go, and then we will get rolling.
Yes.
We'll go in hot. So
Let-
tune. We'll set the stream up to go live at 1 o'clock, and we'll have the holding screen with the banging music. And you guys can get ready, and then so what we're going to do is we'll look at what you've all suggested in the chat that you'd like to see. We'll find what interesting matchups kind of they are going into, and if say like Blooded are going into Mandrakes, 2 of you
We
are happy
might
there.
show
so we
that
can do it.
because of all the mirror matches round 1.
Yeah, so it's a good way of doing it.
There is a couch. There is a couch for players to chill out in the chill out zone over to my left, which is really cool. Obviously, we're not streaming the
Marius has
chill out zone.
asked, is this a golden ticket?
It is a
tournament?
golden
It
ticket.
is.
The winner will get £200 towards their ticket to Worlds.
And they get the golden ticket. And I think that's pretty spicy.
And you get the belt. The belt.
They'll get to play John over there, and John will be like, well,
I've
I
already
want mine at a super
Another
major.
opponent. This is my 3rd Worlds in a row, I have you know.
Yeah.
But it's going to be cool. We have a lot of prizes. We also have prizes for best in faction for every so best Imperium, best Space Marine, best Xenos, best Eldari, best Chaos, and there was a best Compendia, but no Compendia turned up. I might give it to the Justinian player because it's basically a Compendium team. And then we have best painted, most sporting, all that kind of prizes. So even if you haven't won, you will get a prize, which is what I like to do at this event, you know. And the top 3 won't get the best in faction because otherwise it's like.
And Mercenary, I am allowed to make jokes about Scottish people because I'm married to a Scottish family. I'm married into Scots.
And I'm Welsh, half Welsh,
Yeah.
half Filipino.
Yeah. So, and apparently people are upset that we don't have the casting couch. So, unfortunately, in the contract, Mikey is only allowed to use the casting couch in the other side of the venue.
Yes.
So, even for this event, we're having to sit on hard metal chairs because we're grimdark, and we've got to do it. We're basically
You could have
we're
just
on.
said metal chairs. You didn't need to say hard.
No, they're hard, but it's because we wanted it.
Yeah.
We could have
We
put
wanted
cushions
it
on them, but we
hard.
chose not
Yeah,
to.
we wanted
so
it hard.
This is because it's good for our posture. For round 3, I'm probably going to stand and maybe
gonna
do
squat,
I'm
power
probably going to be
squat.
like, I'm watching the game, guys.
No, I'm going to power
The
squat.
camera
like,
won't be covering this.
brace against the
so
wall
it'll be
like I'm
fine.
giving
But
birth.
it's going to be chaotic, guys.
Oh, and a quick shout out to Hate. We got a lot of haters here. If you're from Hate, you're the best. Always represent Hate.
So they all arrived in their Hackney carriages because that is a thing.
We came last night, very eloquent. We are going to raid the bar. I'm not driving today, so I am next to the bar. We'll see how spicy I get.
And the answer to that question is not very.
Oh, how dare you. But yeah, we'll be
So,
back around 1
Yeah,
o'clock.
so we'll start
UK
the stream
time.
at 1, get comfy, get a tea, maybe make sure you've eaten your lunch, because you'll, like, the things we're going to probably say, you'll spit your food out. And that's not cool, right? So until then,
Remember,
guys,
no
take care.
spitting.
Hello?
And we're back, guys.
Hello, good to see everyone. We're about to start round 2, which is secure as per the Dice of Destiny. We are going to be showing off Blades of Kane versus Nemesis Core. A really hype matchup. So great to see because
Can't hit.
Kane are like, how do you describe it?
John, your mic is muted. All of that was muted, John.
That is
Start again,
fine.
man.
Okay.
I literally was looking at your audio level and going, they can't hear you. John, start from the beginning.
Cool.
Welcome back, guys. Super professional. Sorry.
We are back. We're playing round 2 on secure. And today, for round 2, we are now showing off Blades of Kane versus Nemesis Claw. Because Blades of Kane are this really weird faction.
Yeah.
They don't actually seem that great on paper, but they've actually been doing really well overall. In like, there's key, like good players running them to great effect. So I thought, why not show them off today? Because we have Remy from France. He's quite renowned on the tournament scene. He plays quite internationally. He was at the last New York Open. He travels a lot, and he's very good. And now he is playing Blades of Kane, a very colourful, bright, traditional Blades of Kane, which is what I like. And Paolo is our resident London Nemesis Claw player. He actually just won the mirror last round because there were a lot of mirrors round 1. So now we are just going to show that off, and it should be a really fun game. So we'll switch over to the players now.
Cool. So we've got Nemesis Claw in the top position
Yep.
and Blades of Kane in the bottom.
Yep.
Interesting. So this map is slightly different.
No, it's the same.
Same exact layout?
Yes.
Perfect. It just I don't know why, it looks completely different because it's not covered in Felgor. That's what it is.
Oh, yes.
Yes. So
I think, so Remy, I think he has gone with 2 Dire Avengers, 2 Howling Banshees, 3 Scorpions, and a Banshee Exarch.
yeah. And so this is why I think you don't often see Blades of Kane, is the general, like, just getting started with them, unless you're an Eldar player that owns all these Aspect Warriors already, is actually quite a big ask. So to get all the different options is £100+ just to get the options.
Yeah, it's quite
expensive,
unfortunately an expensive kill
but
team.
if you're already an Eldar player, you've got it all.
Well, exactly. For someone like me who traditionally collects a lot of Eldar. So I actually love seeing Blades of Kane doing so well at the moment. I'm very tempted to play them. But in his first group, Remy has deployed a Striking Scorpion down behind his heavy barricade with a Howling Banshee. So the key thing about this matchup is Howling Banshee, the Aspect Warriors, so the Die Avengers, Striking Scorpions, and Howling Banshees, each of them have an access of about 6 aspect powers, which they can use once per turning point.
Nice.
So they effectively have 6 different special rules when they can choose to use. So one of the notable things for Striking Scorpions is Super Conceal, and then Howling Banshees can also give themselves fly,
Yep.
but they're limited to moving 6 inches. So they could charge 6 inches with fly or move 6 inches with fly.
Which
So-
then it helps counteract some sort of defensive positioning
Yeah.
with things like these walls that do require movement to climb over.
Yes, and the interesting thing is the Blades of Kane have this thing, I think it's called Eldari Agility,
Yep.
but they get +1 movement, but they can move through their own bases as if they're not there. So normally factions can body block themselves,
Yep.
in like especially on these kind of boards, the way that I've designed them. But for Blades of Kane, actually doesn't matter. They actually they can block doors and still move through freely because they're like backflipping and everything. So it should be a very interesting matchup. Paolo has gone for all the specialists.
Yep.
So he's got the leader with Chain Glaive and Plasma Pistol. Then he's got the Skin Thief, the Lightning Claw guy, the Poison Bringer, and has he got the Ventriloquoir? Yeah, he has got the Ventriloquoir. Yes, I can see him top down. So yeah, and then he's just got a normal, I believe, Plasma Gunner as well. Yes, Plasma Gunner.
Plasma
Yep.
Gunner, yeah.
I know some people don't really like the Tox, the Poison guy from Nemesis Claw, but I think you always take him generally. Most matchups, I think you'd always take him. Some people like taking the Heavy Gunner.
Yeah.
But it's I don't think the Heavy Gunner is great on these boards, but in general, I don't think it's that good.
No.
Because this kill team, you have to spend a CP to get the most use out of them, and you have to give them 3 of your equipment points, which is a lot.
Yes. Very challenging.
So currently, Remy has now deployed another Striking Scorpion and a Die Avenger on the bottom 2 hands, on his bottom left-hand building.
What I find interesting is both players, in the most open part of their deployment zones kind of line, they've put a barricade each.
Yes, just to give them some more space to
Yeah.
deploy. Because the thing is, you can stay where the boards are, like where the terrain is, but then you're kind of boxed in.
Yeah, because like especially the tall walls, it's essentially 4 inches of movement to get over them correctly
Yes.
to clear your base.
But so the tall, heavy barricades, 4 inches minimum to clear,
Yeah.
and then the big walls are minimum 6.
Yeah. So if a Howling Banshee is deployed on that big wall there, John, the 6-inch move that he can do, he could get onto that objective just by flying.
Yeah.
So there is some like that. That feels like a very defensive play, but when you know that that's the ability he can be doing, that's really quite neat because he's safe until you want to go, which
Yes.
is interesting.
So it's the key thing here. Like, to be fair, Nemesis Claw is a bad matchup for Blades of Cain.
Yeah.
But it should be interesting on these very open boards.
Yes.
So it'll be, because it is secure, and both teams are free APL, so they can all do the trick of move onto or dash onto a point, cap it, and then move off.
Yeah.
So eliminate guards, in my opinion, would be a bad pick.
Yeah, and they both may have the option for it, right?
Yes. So currently, Remy has 3 Howling Banshees. So because Howling Banshees and Striking Scorpions are tied, he can pick either Seek and Destroy and then either Recon or Infiltration. But we'll see what he goes with. The interesting thing is because this is a 12 wound kill team for the
Nice.
Nemesis Claw,
Yeah.
they will die in 2 crits because power weapons from the Banshees are 4/6.
Yeah. Is there a way to engineer getting crits quicker on your Banshees?
No.
So it's just down to luck.
Yes, so there are only 4 attacks hitting on threes, 4/6 lethal, 5 up. He will have a ploy that lets him get a free reroll in melee, but obviously Paolo's taken a lot of skin, and skin is if you're within blue of a friendly operative, you don't get to reroll any dice.
Yeah.
So it's going to kind of nullify that accuracy, which is why this matchup is so hard, because Blades of Cain are only 4 attacks in close combat, they're relying on rolling hot with those rerolls because they don't have 5 attacks. If there were 5 attacks, they wouldn't really care about no rerolls. But the thing people forget about on Kill Team, when you only have 4 dice hitting on threes, you're actually more likely to get 2 hits than 3 hits. And when you're not rerolling any dice, only getting 2 hits can just mean a dead operative in combat.
Yeah, especially if you're not killing them, and then they do hit you with more.
Yes.
It's just yeah.
So technically the Scorpions could theoretically kill a Nemesis Claw in 2 crits, because when he initiates the fight action, they take 2 mortal wounds, and then because he has Rending, his crit would go to 2 crits, 5 damage, so he could do 10 and kill. But then, because all the Nemesis Claw are basically 5 attacks, they'd be able to parry out and live.
Yeah. Just feels like an uphill struggle, and so that's where I feel like this matchup, even though it may seem in favour of one kill team, this will show player skill expression will be what comes to play in this.
Yes.
And utilising and kind of just relying on some good luck. And I think that's nice because it can show like where, especially if you're a Blades of Cain main that plays them a lot, that mastery of the kill team should hopefully help turn that tide. But you never know. Some shite dice could just ruin it, but you never know.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting game. As I said, Remy they're both very experienced players. Remy is like very internationally trained in terms of like where he plays. Very good player, but so is Paolo. Paolo is also part of the aggressive London traditionalists. So if there's one person who I know would charge in all the time, who fits Nemesis Claw, would be Paolo.
Yeah.
So what they're doing in the scouting phase, they're just because the thing in the scouting phase, the Nemesis Claw can spend up to 3 CP to move 4 inches up with fly, so they can really get into position. So Paolo's probably going to do it at least once.
Do you think he'd do it with his plasma gunner?
I would, because you can potentially get an angle because you do it based on the recon dash and stuff.
And the gunner is the very far corner in the top left.
Yes.
So could that mean he could just get onto that piece of terrain?
Yes, because he would move 4 inches up to the base of the terrain, then he'd move 4 inches up and then 2 inches on, and then he could dash back off.
Nice.
So he could do a quite free shot, but we'll see how that plays out.
Do we know who's going first at this stage?
Not yet. I think they're still discussing, they're just pre-measuring where they can do, because the worst thing, I see people rush the scouting phase, and then
You do something, then your opponent then goes, oh, I now can do this as a result of what you've just done because
Yeah.
you didn't think.
they either under measure or over measure where they think they're going to go. So when they actually do the recon dash, they're not in range, or they missed where they could have recon dashed to get in range.
Yeah.
So that's why it's really good when you're doing the scouting step. Even if it kind of gives away what you're going to do, it's better just to pre-measure it out of the way and well measuring what your opponent can do.
Yeah.
So Paolo's just measuring where he can move out. And yeah, we're just seeing what's going on. Oh, Paolo actually, he's been given the first turn, and he's just moving and dashing and securing that objective.
Right. And they're denoting that they're secured with
What
tokens.
operative is that?
That is the guy with some lightning claws.
Oh, Lightning Claw guy. So the Lightning Claw guy is if you're within blue of him, you're -1 weapon skill and ballistic skill.
Very nice.
And he's lethal 5 up with relentless 5 attacks in on freeze. But he goes to lethal 4 up if you've lost any wounds. So Remy's just
nice.
moving up with his striking scorpion, capturing that point.
Yep. So we're going to see, this was very similar in our last game where they spent the first turn very much just establishing which points they each hold, and then turn 2 is the go turn, I think.
Yes.
Because
So-
they haven't got the reach to get to each other. So it'll be, do you think it'll really hinge on who gets turn 2 priority?
Yes, quite heavily. But you have to remember, so the key thing about Nemesis Claw is the Vox Jam. So
Yep.
Vox Jam, so we'll see what happens at the end of Turning Point 1 because I'll explain it better.
Yeah.
But Vox Jam can kind of mitigate not getting initiative.
Yep.
But so what Paolo is
the
doing
chain
now,
glaive.
he's moving the Skin Thief, moving and dashing, capturing that objective. So he has technically blocked the door, but you would have to charge him.
Yeah.
So you could charge through the door, but he's also within an inch of the window, so he's basically safe. But very aggressive move from Paolo because literally now, next turning point, you can just charge. Because the other thing with the Skin Thief is when he kills someone, he picks someone within red, they cannot control objectives until the start of the next turning point,
Yep.
and you're -1 damage. So
So
really
if,
a big
if the
threat piece.
opponent does the thing that the Felgor did in the last game where they put 2 guys on either side of an objective, you're just then going, I kill one of them, and then the other guy is not holding the point.
Yes.
Which is just,
Yeah,
it undoes that lovely tech of how you positioned yourself, which
Yes.
is very cool.
Yeah, and he's free APL. So what you could do is, for example, let's say Remy had 2 people on that point. He can charge, kill one, make the other one turn off, and now capture the point.
Yeah.
And that'll be his point for the turn. And I think he might have the Grizzly Trophy, or he has skin. I personally give the Grizzly Trophy to the leader, which I think what Paolo has done. So the Grizzly Trophy is if you're within blue of the operative, you're -1 attack dice for both shooting and combat, which makes it, because with the presence dice, you can discard a hit and basically,
Prescience.
yeah, whatever. Yeah. You can just basically become really hard to kill with that 13 wounds. We don't know how many psychic points that I can't pronounce, so
Prescience.
prescience.
Pre-science is what I used to hear people call it, and it made me die inside.
Pre-science. I am post-science. So yeah, Remy's just moved another Scorpion up, so he's touching behind the heavy cover. Because the interesting thing, against any other kill team, like against most kill teams, what both players would do is actually just capture the points and rush up in stages to both charge. The Nemesis Claw can do that. Blades of Cain can't really do that into Nemesis Claw.
Yeah.
So, but also both, I'd like to point out, both once again, very lovely painted kill teams. I love the bright color scheme from Remy,
Yeah.
and I also love how Paolo's done his Night Lords.
What I find very interesting is they're both heading sort of centrally
Yes.
with a skew to our right-hand side. The left-hand side seems to be being almost ignored by the Eldar
Yeah.
because it's a point where if they go onto that point, they're basically in the open if they're not behind that big wall, which then means they're not going to be shooting either from there. So it's not
Yeah.
a really good place to put like his two. There's 2 Dire Avengers that side.
Yep.
So you wouldn't want to be over there with them. I guess he's waiting for someone else to step on there and then react to them on that side.
The other interesting thing is this is going to be probably the most safest round one in terms of both players are going to reliably get 3 objectives.
Yeah.
It's how they set up for Turning Point 2. Both combined, they only have 14 operatives
Yep.
because 6 with Nemesis Claw, 8 for the Blades of Cain. So they actually don't have to rush too much. They can take more time to think things out, so there's no need to rush.
Yeah.
So they can, and Remy will now have 3 more activations than Paolo because he is going second.
Yeah.
So he can, like, as he's doing, he's correctly measuring out the threat ranges. He has to see where Paolo is going to stage. Because the Ventriloquist, you really have to pre-measure, because the Ventriloquist's ability doesn't need line of sight. He just has to be within 6.
Yeah.
So,
And
okay.
he can't go under vantage points, can he?
He cannot.
Because I remember you saying that earlier. So that very much stages where if you put some of your characters under the vantage points, he then cannot maybe like just charge.
Yes, because as for my tournament, because they physically can't fit, the Patriarch, the Ventriloquist, and the Iconarch can't fit under Octarius buildings.
Yeah.
Because they well, under these buildings as well, because they can't physically fit.
Yeah.
So you have to have something. Hopefully Paolo's remembered that, and I'm pretty sure he has. Because what I would expect, if he gets the Ventriloquist into position, he will just do move dash, -1 APL.
Do we know which one is the Howling Banshee Exarch from the model? Does that give something away?
Oh, it's one by the Dire Avenger.
The one in the middle. So it's not.
No, the one by the Dire Avenger by the door.
Yeah. So it's the one on the far left.
Yep.
Next to the little blue die.
I believe she has. Is that the Executioner or 2 Mirror Swords?
I think she's got a pistol. Because the one that's moved forward, that's what, if I was going to put someone on that point, it'd be that, not the Dire Avengers, so it makes some sense.
Ooh. We'll find out in a moment. I can't actually... Oh no, it looks like a normal Dire Avenger. I don't know who the Exarch is.
Yeah, because the one that's gone forward I don't think is, but
We'll,
I can't
we'll
really
ask
see.
at the end of turning point 1. Don't want to interrupt the players. We'll find out.
Because it's a very intense, and I don't mean that as a negative. They're both very focused, very much they're deciding decisions, pre-measuring, and it's the sort of thing where you don't want to break that concentration. So
Yeah, as I said, we'll only interfere if there's an illegal move or in between rounds when we just want to clarify stuff, just to not get in the way.
And they have revealed, so they've both revealed a tack-up at the beginning of the round.
Ooh.
So this may impact things. I'm just going to clarify that I can just definitely rank. So for the Nemesis Claw, their first tack-up is So Terror, which is one of their faction tack-ups.
Yes.
And the Blades of Cain have got Martial Harmony.
Yeah, so
which
Martial
is their
Harmony
third
is where
tack-up
basically...
as well.
So Remy's moved and dashed up to the door, so he has blocked it. So what Martial Harmony does is you need a Dire Avenger on an objective, and then either Howling Banshee within red of their drop zone, and then a Striking Scorpion within red of another operative. So you only need to meet 2 out of 3 conditions,
That's
and
nice.
basically Remy's locked that in for turning point 1. So Terror is, let me just double check, because the Nemesis Claw ones I still aren't, I'm not a fan of all of them.
It's one I've not faced yet, so it's, for me, I don't have the familiarity. I've watched, obviously, your guide on Can You Roll a Crit and had a skim of the book myself, but it's one of those things that until you've played it, I don't tend to find I retain the information as well, which it's a way of learning,
So
right?
So Terror is when you incapacitate an enemy operative with engagement range and that enemy is within white of an objective marker, that is both in your opponent's territory and not on the center line, you score 1 VP, and then if you do it again. So basically, Paolo's trying to kill him on objectives, which I don't think is actually a good move against free APL models.
So where this matters for him is, for example, the Striking Scorpion that's on that bottom one. It'd be a temptation to go for that, but that's
Yeah.
probably not the right call because
Well-
there's enough other units around, like other operatives around.
I would have left that, I wouldn't have revealed that turning point 1.
No.
So Remy's doing what I like to do, is when my opponent's thinking what to do, I will pre-measure my move. So then when it goes to my turn, I've already measured out where I want to go.
And also, it's a weird psychological thing that when you start reactively measuring in response to what your opponents do, I often find people do that, and then I go, oh, but that then means, and then it starts trickling how I'm then, and it changes what I might do. So sometimes it does give your opponent more information, but it's also being quite honest,
Yeah.
which I think is actually appropriate.
Ooh, that's quite aggressive. Paolo has moved his leader behind the pillar.
That's the one with the big eviscerator, isn't it?
Yes. Let me just remind them.
Are you trying to move the ventriloquist through the door? Sorry? The ventriloquist can't go under Octarius building. Huh? He can't go under Octarius building.
So, no, he's blocking off here, and then he's going to move.
No, is he moving through the door? No. Oh, he's moving. Okay.
Oh, no, what? He can't move through the door.
He can't fit under the vantage point.
I thought the rule earlier was that they can move through.
No. So he can move through the door, but the ventriloquist, patriarch, and Iconarch can't fit under the
Oh, yeah. You're too big, so you can't fit to go under the vantage point.
Sorry, just reminding the players that the ventriloquist cannot fit under the vantage point. So that does change the play. I did clarify at the start of the tournament,
Yeah.
but it's just because, so under the rules for movement, you actually move in increments of 1 inch when you play Kill Team.
Yeah.
So every time you finish that inch, you have to be in a place you can physically place unless you have fly.
Yeah.
So the problem is the Ventriloquist, Iconarch, and Patriarch physically cannot fit under the vantage points. So because they cannot fit there, they cannot move through them.
What then makes this a little bit more confusing, because obviously these ruins are being ruled as Octarius-style ruins.
Yeah.
Physically, his model can fit under it, but it's
In
because
places.
in places, which then misleads the player. So I can see why it's happened, because you can physically put it under there in certain places.
Yeah, I think I'm
But
one
if
of the
it was an
few
Octarius
events.
ruin, it would actually matter.
Yeah, I think I'm one of the few events openly like clarifying that you cannot. A lot of TOs just say you can fit under, but
Yeah.
it's just like
Because sometimes, as a TO, you just want to just be the least resistant path.
yeah.
But I can see why you're going all the way you go.
So it does change. He's just moving and dashing around the other side because he still does have the movement. So he's just moving and dashing around.
But it did require a moment of kind of double checking he could make
He is
it.
very brave. He is just moving into the open, which I think Paolo's just figuring out what he can do. I think he really wants to give -1 APL to that striking Scorpion, but generally I would just move and dash the Ventriloquist. Oh, he's going to dash him off the door. Oh.
Which puts him on the point, which
Yeah.
means you can then sow terror on him.
Well, and the other issue is now that door is free. So Paolo's just kind of throwing forward his Ventriloquist because the Die Avenger, if Remy has taken infiltration, he will change the Die Avenger to engage. He'll just double shoot the Ventriloquist and just try and chip damage. So he's going to fly over and move and dash up to there.
Yeah, which is what I was expecting
Yep.
the Banshees to do, because that's their free ability to just move 6 freely, right?
Yes. I think it's like something Banshee Grace.
Yeah.
I'm an Eldari player, but I'm not remembering the names of all 6 of each
The
aspect.
rule is you cannot play the ability if you don't actually know the real term for it.
No, thank you.
It's how narrative wargamers play.
Yeah. But it's going to be very interesting because Paolo is probably stocking his CP. And it's just where you put the plasma. Personally, I would put the plasma behind the door because I don't think he can get a shot. So if Paolo had spent 1 CP to move the plasma 4 inches up, he would have been able to kill that Howling Banshee.
Yep.
Which
Instead,
is
he's looking at kind of angles, but I think that the Banshee's going to be covered too much by the corner of the room.
He can't reach it from there.
Of the wall.
Because, so what Remy did, which was really good, so if Paolo had moved and dashed and got the shot,
He's run onto the point instead. Okay.
Paolo's brave.
He's being very aggressive.
He's being brave.
He's very aggressive.
I think he might be in charge range of the Banshee because that's what Remy, if you look, Remy's placed his Banshee unengaged by the door. So if Paolo did get within 2 inches, he'd get countercharged. So because Paolo's not within 2 inches, I think from eyeballing it, he's just out of charge range.
I think so.
But at that point, I'd probably just move dash shoot. Just chip it.
Yeah.
Chip it.
Because then you'd be close enough that the terrain isn't there.
Yeah, the moment you knock that plasma gunner down to 6 wounds, it's huge. So I get what Paolo is doing, but this is how aggressive Londoners play. This is aggressive London play in action, right? Paolo has 2 Nemesis Claw just hot on the open, right? This is how we play in London.
It's how people wearing power armor operate. They're like, cool.
Exactly. Cover does nothing.
Your little needles of your silly little Eldar weapons, they just tickle. They kind of enjoy it.
Yeah. So
I guess the Night Lords are just imagining all that skin that they can.
Remy's moving to the door, shooting. Oh, so he's got 3 hits and a crit, which turns to 2 crits, 2 hits.
No AP.
So 3 armor saves. Let's see what he rolls.
No cover.
Remy did no cover. Oh, so he blocks 2 hits and takes 2 crits, which is 8 damage. 8 damage, that's huge. Oh dear. So he's now down to 4 wounds on the plasma.
And then he dashes away
Yeah.
from the window.
Oh no, sorry, that wasn't on the plasma, that was on the toxin bomb, because the toxin bomb is not fully in cover.
Yeah.
Because he's on an engage order.
Yeah.
Oh. That is actually probably the better play, because I think Paolo's moved up, secured, and then poisoned it. And the next Dire Avenger is just going to move and dash.
Which is, I think it's just on.
Yeah, just on the
Just
point.
on the point.
Ooh, this is actually quite tough. And then what is his Banshee going to do? The Tox Bomber poison guy going down to 4 wounds is actually probably more damaging than the Plasma.
Yeah. And what I find interesting here is, like, I thought she was going to go the other side.
Yeah.
Is that a 6? Is that just moving 6?
Yeah, moving dash. He's just moving, dashing, shooting.
Nice. And that's just another Shuriken pistol on that one by the looks of it?
Oh, that's a crit. Oh no. A crit and 3 hits. It's dead. Yeah, we got first kill of the game, turning point 1
Yeah.
from Banshee shooting. Oh dear.
We shall see. They're quite an elite team, the Nemesis Claw. So every operative down doesn't feel good.
Yes.
And they're not really a overwatching team per se.
Oh, he's bending the CP to shoot twice, so he's...
4 hits.
Oh, he's in the Banshee Flamer Scream because it has stun.
2 saves, 2 go through.
So he takes 2...
So 2 go through and they're 2 damage each?
1 damage
One
each.
each. 1 damage each.
But he didn't roll any crit,
No.
so no
Quite a
stun.
flat one.
That's...
And that was on the plasma guy.
Yeah, so the thing is, so Remy's done the smart thing. So at the end of turning point 1, he has now multiple sources. He has multiple things to do.
Yeah.
So even if Paolo Vox screams one thing, he is what do you call it? Even though one thing will be Vox screamed,
Yeah. You still got
Remy
other
has other
options,
choices to do,
yeah.
which is how you're supposed to do into Nemesis Law.
Which is nothing worse than putting one guy onto an objective and then you're just feeding them essentially.
Okay, so now they're rolling for initiative. This is
This
an
is the big
important
one.
roll. Remy rolls a 4. 4-2.
So
Okay.
I think that keeps this a game. I feel if it gone the other way around,
Yes.
it could have slid quite drastically.
So what Paolo needs to do? So if I was Paolo,
He's doing a presence. Just one.
so what I'd do as Paolo, I would overcharge the Plasma into that Banshee, kill her, charge the Banshee and the Dire Avenger if he has the blade, and try and kill the Dire Avenger. So Paolo's just spending his CP.
Or that London bank.
Yeah. Oh, he's got all banked up. This is going to be a very
It's payday.
payday.
So this is essentially a go turn for him. Because he's kind of set himself up quite aggressively. I don't see him not trying to capitalise on that this turning point.
Yes, I would. The reason why I'd activate the Plasma is because the right flank, Paolo's very strong.
Yeah.
If
He's
he
got 3 operatives that side. whilst
that
he's
Plasma
just
is going
got
to die. That Plasma needs to do
one. So he
something
needs to trade up and
Yeah.
at least if he's definitely dying.
Yeah.
So it's, as long as something else can go with him,
Yes.
that at least helps.
So he should kill the Banshee, and then I would charge the Dire Avenger and try and kill it.
And I think he can do it. Like,
Oh yeah, totally.
has he got any poise that could benefit that plasma gunner?
He can spend a CP to reroll against operatives that have lost any wounds, and then you can spend a CP to do D3 mortal wounds on the charge when he charges someone.
So they've not taken any wounds on that side, so that's the downside.
Yeah.
Like, so if he'd gone up high and shot from up above, that could have helped there. But
Okay, so they're just clarifying stuff. We'll wait to see what they spend, because as I said, this is like literally now the most important turning point. Paolo effectively needs to get as many trades as possible. Because the thing is, he needs to kill that Howling Banshee. He needs to kill the one that can charge his Lightning Claw guy, and then try and get the Dire Avenger. Not to like try and steal the point, but just to slow Remy down, right? Okay, they're going into ploys. Well, they've gone
both
into...
put Eliminate Guard down.
They've both picked Eliminate Guard.
Yeah.
Interesting. So who was Paolo? Paolo's picking... So okay, Remy's taking
Eviscerator.
the leader with the biting blade.
Yeah.
So he's 5'6". Oh, okay, that actually does. Yeah, no. Okay, so Paolo's correct move is activating the plasma. If he
And that-
charges the leader,
Yeah.
the thing is, because if Remy activates the leader, you just Vox Scream him.
Yeah.
So you don't need to kill the
And
Vox.
then he can sow terror on him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Paolo spent fight twice, D3 mortal wounds on the charge, and re-rolling a dice against operatives that have lost any wounds.
Nice.
So come on, Paolo, feel my.
And just under that far right ruin
Is the Skin Thief.
Is the Skin Thief, which is the guy with the giant chain glaive.
Yeah. I believe in Paolo. Paolo, I believe in you. Please activate the plasma.
So you think he's not going to do you think he shouldn't do the plasma first?
No, I think he should.
Should do the plasma
I think
first.
he should.
Yeah.
I am showing commentator bias here. For
But
my,
it's also because that's the play that you personally would take in this moment.
yeah.
And I think that's what's interesting. There's a lot of debating. It's very interesting to watch the players
Well,
how they
because the interesting
respond
thing,
to
if
it.
you make the wrong trade here, it can cost you the game.
Yeah, and it's that thing when you're an elite warband, like there is, every time you lose a guy, you're losing 3 APLs worth of stuff. That's the equivalent to losing 1.5 in a horde warband.
Yeah.
And that hurts a lot more when it's that
Because the other
situation.
thing is easy for us to say because we have this bird's eye view, but Paolo's in the game right now. So
He's pressured, he's across the line.
he's already down an operative. I think he is activating the Skin Thief.
I think that's his bias. I think it's the blood hunt. He
Yeah.
seems to be quite bloodthirsty.
The thing is, there's technically nothing wrong because if he gets the charge on the Exarch, he will. Yeah, he's doing it. He's doing it. See, you don't need to do that because you have Vox Scream, so you can just wait. But he's fine. He's charging.
And he's now within both.
Yep.
But then he activates where he attacks into, and then his third activation will be spent on the other guy.
So he has just fought the Exarch. So if he double fights, he should kill the Exarch. Okay, he actually hasn't paid for the D3 mortal wounds. Okay, and because he's charged the Exarch doesn't initiate his mortal wounds.
Yeah, which is what you need.
Okay, so here we go.
So let's watch some dice roll, guys. This feels very tense.
It
It feels like a very different energy to the last game.
Oh, that's a bad roll. He's only got one hit. Only one hit. And then Remy can spend a CP to stop him re-rolling. Oh, he does D3 mortal wounds. So he's
So one mortal wound. Two hits.
oh, Remy didn't stop it.
Nice.
So okay, the Exarch is down to 8 wounds. Remy has 5 attacks, or 4 attacks, or 5 attacks. Hitting on 2s.
So,
No crits.
It's not great.
He's dead. Well, unfortunately, horrible blow, he's dead. Because he'll hit him for 4 damage. Remy will parry. And then put through for 8, 12 and kill him.
Yeah. And they've got no Just a Scratch style
Nope.
abilities to kind of...
Unfortunately,
handle that, which
Skin Thief is dead. And
I think that swings quite a bit.
oh, score update. Oh,
Yes.
sorry, it's 3 on the primary each, 3 each. And Remy has 1 from Martial Harmony. Sorry.
Sorry, guys. We're so literally absorbed into it that I'm looking at it going, I'm actually watching this with... I should get popcorn. That's what it feels like. We need popcorn for this situation, which is... It's very... This feels like it could... You know, like when you're watching a game, it's like, this is the final. And it's so important. That's what this game feels like. It's only round 2. It's round 2 of the tournament, and it's already feeling like this is great. That just shows the caliber of the players that we're seeing in the
Yeah.
UK scene, which is just... It's like everyone's playing like they've got a lot to lose.
And once I said, it's like it's like watching game shows at home. You're like, oh, I know the answer is easy, but when you're in the moment,
Oh yeah, and it's that pressure of like you're thinking in the moment, what do I do?
It's
And
like
there's nothing worse than you do it because you go, well, I can do this. But sometimes what you can do creates more opportunity for your opponent. Like
Yes.
this is exactly that, right? Like
yes.
if things have gone well, not a problem. But the minute you introduce the variance of the dice, like if I'd said to you like he's going to roll one hit and then re-roll a second hit, and you'd have been like, that's quite unlikely because hitting on threes you should have maybe got 2, maybe 3 on the first roll.
Well, here's the thing: when you're hitting on threes with no combat support and potentially no rerolls, I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah.
And I believe Remy did use his just to scratch, so he only took 1 damage. So the thing is, if I was Paolo, what I would do now, unfortunately his strong flank has become weaker. If the Exarch activates, he needs to Vox Scream, and then have the leader charge the Banshee, potentially kill her, and then overcharge into the leader, who should die. But the problem is now, going into that, Remy has 2 striking Scorpions who will just chip away, as well as, like, that left flank is now going to crumble.
And he's got 3.5 operatives essentially for the Nemesis squad. So, assets-wise, any mistakes he makes now are going to be doubly compounded.
Cool. Paolo did the right thing. He Vox Screamed the leader.
Yeah. Because essentially that leader's had almost a free activation by being charged.
Yep. So the next time he uses Vox Scream, it will cost 2 CP.
It's very interesting. So now he's looking at the Banshee, whether that can get into... That's the guy with the lightning claws?
Yeah.
Would that trade up? Would the Banshee do enough there?
Can chip in. Remember, like, even if you only get 1 crit off, you've knocked him by half.
Yeah. And then he's wounded, and then it doesn't matter if your Banshee dies because you've got enough bodies on the board to still be scoring and then chip that damage away. Like, he's got a couple of Dire Avengers that can then maybe chip the rest off.
Yeah, because the other thing is, what makes Blades of Cain shooting so weird is if they get 4 hits and 1 crit, that suddenly becomes 2 crits and 2 hits because of rending. And then it actually, you save the shuriken damage, but all of a sudden they're pushing through like minimum 4 to 8 damage, and all of a sudden you're like, what on earth?
And that feels thematically how Eldar shooting should be.
Yeah.
It's you sit there go. It's that whole cinematic thing of someone standing there going, "I've just been hit," and then they look down at their chest, and there's all these needles, and they're just dripping out because it hurts if they get precision hits in.
So Remy is just pre-measuring, which is what he needs to do. I think he's planning to move, scream the plasma, and cap the point.
With the Banshee.
Yeah.
To that point that's labelled 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems smart. The aggressive play would be to charge with it, but that gains you not as much as capping,
because
right?
I think, so Paolo's given the plasma the blade, so it's 4 attacks, 3/5 in combat, and he's only lost 2 wounds, so he's down to 10 wounds.
So realistically, to deal with that gunner, what he needs to do is get that Dire Avenger that's behind that thick wall, have that dash out, pepper him, and then run back.
Yeah.
And then if that's not enough, the guy at the back does the same.
So Remy's just charging with the plasma. Charging plasma. Because remember, he has 2 Banshees to throw away. He doesn't have to...
Does the Banshee's mask give them anything?
Yeah, so now he's -1 to hit.
-1 to hit, okay.
So 4 attacks, hitting on 3s, lethal 5 up.
So I guess the Banshee has to do this because the gunner would have charged in its activation then.
Oh, he's only got 1 hit. He's only got...
1 reroll.
He gets 1 reroll. He's got 2 hits. Oh my gosh. He's spending another CP to reroll. He needs a crit. He needs this to be a lethal 5 up crit. Can he get it? He
That's
does.
a 5.
Yep.
And becomes a crit.
So now, statistically, now he will kill. Because he'll push with the crit. Paolo will hit him for 3 damage and then die.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that, as much as that felt an aggressive play, that's the right play because otherwise the gunner then charges whoever's behind that wall, which potentially is a Dire Avenger, and that he'd just kill, right?
Yeah. Ooh. They're just calculating how... Do you think we can get a buff for Blades of Cain in the upcoming days? Actually, I don't think we will, because Blades of Cain, from the tournament stats, have been winning and actually averaging out at 50%.
Which is the perfect number.
Yeah.
It's where you need them to be. I just guess that because they're hard to play, It means just specific people.
Okay,
Right?
so Remy is activating his ability on kill, so he's now doing a 3-inch dash to dash and then cap the point. So he's charged for free dash on kill and cap the point.
Because they're 3 APL, right?
So the problem Paolo has now, he has to kill the Exarch.
Yeah.
Exarch has to die. So,
Can the
so what I would do,
guy in the mid
activate the leader,
blocking her, yeah?
charge, make sure I finish within 2 of the Banshee. He will kill the Exarch in 2 hits,
Yep.
unless he rolls hot on his mortal wounds,
Yeah.
and then overcharge into the Banshee, and then you can just wait.
Yeah. That requires things to roll averagely, though. Currently, we've seen him not roll very well with
Let's
his
see what
dice.
Paolo does. Let's see what Paolo does. He's charging, but where is he going to finish his leader? Because he also doesn't want to block his ventriloquist from
That's
charging
what
in
I
as
was
well.
considering. Is like, could the ventriloquist go through and do it?
He is. He's basically saying what I said, which is really good. So
Yeah. And land on the point, because then he's
excellent.
Because then he's
Paolo
within
is reading my aggressive mind.
Because then the
Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you.
so it just means he's within
So Paolo's-
circle of the barricade.
No, he's within white of the Banshee. So if he kills the Exarch, he can overcharge into.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. 5
what you
attacks. So he does D3 mortal wounds.
And it's
So he's-
always a 1, apparently.
So he's down to 7. So Paolo needs to roll 5 attacks hitting on 2s. He needs 4 hits at least. 4 hits. If he gets 3 hits, he's good.
Yep, there's a crit.
So he's got a crit and 3 hits, which turns a crit and 2 crits, 2 hits.
That's what he needed.
Yes.
He needed that last time round.
Yes. So 4 attacks because of the Grizzly Trophy. So Paolo's going to push for a crit.
He can't kill him with 1 swing, though. That's the downside,
Yeah,
right?
so he's going to take 5 damage.
Yeah, he's going to do prescient.
No, there's no point doing a prescience point, but he's using it to discard a dice, which is a waste. Because if
Yeah, he's catching up. He's catching
yeah,
up.
he's catching up. Yeah, so Paolo's pushing through the crit.
Yeah.
He's going to take 5 damage in return. And oh my god, Paolo with
That's a triple.
Paolo with the headhunter, 20.2 headhunter. Oh my gosh. So he's just got 4 victory points from killing that guy.
Yeah, because he's...
Oh my god.
So is it Headhunter for
He
1?
immediately gets 2 points for
For
headhunter.
Headhunter. Oh, 'cause
And
it's the leader, isn't
yeah,
it?
yeah. And now he's going to plasma the Banshee. Paolo with the clutch play. Paolo with the clutch play.
Yeah. So Headhunter.
He's going to overcharge into the Banshee.
Let's get these points in quickly, John. Because this is spicy.
T.
Headhunter. It's a Headhunter, mate.
So he's rolling the plasma. 4 attacks hitting on 2s. No ones.
And
So
was,
that Banshee's
and
dead.
that was the guard as well, which is very, very timely positioning.
Oh my gosh. Oh, tense scenes here.
I actually might need to go and have a walk afterwards because this game has just been so high octane that I'm actually feeling quite stressed out and anxious, and I'm not even playing it.
So the funny thing is, every time I play Paolo, he always takes Headhunter, and I always forget he has Headhunter, because I'm like, nah, he's not going to get Headhunter, and he always gets it against me round 2. I did not consider Paolo had Headhunter, but my gosh.
And so Terra, he scored a point
Yeah.
because he was on a point.
Oh my gosh.
And then I'll just quickly add in that we've got Eliminate Guard. We don't know what the third one is for.
Because if you think of it, now Paolo can just move the ventriloquist onto the objective where his leader is, but that's why Remy is trying to shoot the ventriloquist now. He has to, because the moment that ventriloquist goes on conceal,
Yeah.
on the point, that point is, because now Paolo will have 7 APL on the point.
Yeah, that is so spicy. So after that his last activation, I looked at it and went, this doesn't look good.
Yeah.
And it just shows that sometimes a good activation can just swing a game. I don't think it's correct in the game. I
Yeah.
still think it's going to be an uphill struggle for him.
Yeah,
But
so
it's just very
he's now
interesting.
scored early, so he's now 4 points ahead.
Yeah.
Well, 3 points ahead.
And the psychological damage, which is very Night Lords.
Well, what I like to call is emotional damage.
Yes. I'm just thinking it's like that psychological warfare of Night Lords. It's thematic as heck.
So
And it's really cool to see.
yeah, because what Paolo can do now is he will take objective 2, objective 5, so he'll take objective 5, he can charge, take objective 1, and then kill that Banshee. But the problem is he's just going to be, he's just going to be stuck in combat. I mean, he's just going to be stuck in the open. So he's going to shoot, I believe, shoot the leader twice. So he's 4 dice, hitting on freeze. So he's got 3 hits. So Charles, he's going to roll his saves. 2 saves. Takes 3 damage. So now he is down to, he's taken 8 altogether. So he's down to 5. 5 wounds left. I would have personally prescience point. Oh, he's charging. Oh, okay, interesting.
Soften him up.
Okay, so he's going to fight. He takes 2 mortal wounds, so it goes down to 3 wounds. Three attacks.
2 ones.
Oh gosh.
So he's got a crit. 3 crits and a hit in response to the 1 crit for the blades.
Oh my
That
gosh.
is-
Oh gosh.
that
gosh.
is spicy. Can he discard a crit with
Yeah.
presence?
Yeah.
That is super spicy.
He's going to spend a CP. So if Remy rolls a hit. Oh. So unfortunately, he's dead. Oh, I'm just trying to. Yep, leader's dead. So he's using the ability to switch to conceal and then dash away after killing with a striking scorpion. So if I was in so I believe that's set up. So what's his face? If the Ventriloquist charges the striking scorpion and stays on the point, I believe the problem is the other striking scorpion will charge. Yep, no, he's made it. Okay, so he's actually activating the Lightning Claw, who is... Ooh. I would charge the Banshee, who's not activated yet. I mean, to be fair, Paolo is in quite a bad spot. He has exploded early, but he is now down to 2 operatives versus Remy's 6. So it's just trying to figure out what he's going to do. Personally, I would charge, if the Ventriloquist can't get charged, I would charge onto the point, cap it, and then just stay where I am. Because if you think about it, then the Ventriloquist is in the open, in combat, can't be shot. He has 4 APL on the point, can't be stolen. Because Paolo really needs that objective. He needs objective 5 crucially. I wouldn't say it's unwinnable. Anything can happen. He is charging. He's charging the striking scorpion. D3 mortal wounds. He does 1 mortal wound. So now the Lightning Claw guys goes up to lethal 4 up with 5 attacks. So this Scorpion is probably dead. Okay, just explaining the effect, Remy. Oh, so how much damage is he going to take in return? So they're rolling for hits, 5 attacks, hitting on freeze, relentless, lethal 4-up. So 3 hits and...
Let's see what happens.
So Remy's got 3 hits, Paolo's got 4 crits and 2 hits. 3 crits and 2 hits, sorry. So they're just deciding how it's going to do. So I think no matter what, Paolo is going to take 4 damage in return. He's just talking it through. No need to rush, especially when it comes down to combat. So he's going to crit him for 5, hit for 4, and then kill for 5. All right, so that is a Scorpion down, but that... oh, and throw the crack grenade into the Banshee. I didn't even realize it had the crack grenade. Oh. Oh, okay, Paolo said he had the crack, but his opponent said it was on someone else. Unfortunately, this is why I put equipment on my operative. So these kind of incidents don't occur, but unfortunately, we have to play what's on the board. Because that would have been a great play, but unfortunately, the guy with the crack seemingly dies. So the Banshee, as I said, is going to shoot him first, then charge, which makes sense. You want to knock him down to 6 wounds so you can just kill him with a single crit. So that's 2 crits, 2 hits again. The Blades of Cain special. Ooh, so he blocks 2 crits and a hit. So he takes 3 damage, but that puts him down to 5 wounds. So now a crit will kill. He's going to charge. So 2 crits, yeah, 2 crits. He's dead, unfortunately.
3 crits and then 1.
So unfortunately, Lightning Claw's dead. So now Paolo's just on his Ventriloquist, who has to activate next. At this point, I would probably move Cap and then just shoot that striking Scorpion. I think charging... I mean... So it's just figuring out what Paolo's going to do with his Ventriloquist, because unfortunately, that's his only operative left now.
Oh my goodness. So I unfortunately had to take an emergency call. Catch me up, John. What have I missed in that time?
So the leader charged in,
Yeah.
murdered the Exarch and plasmaed away the Howling Banshee.
Yeah.
And then, unfortunately, while he charged in with his Lightning Claw, he killed the other Scorpion,
Yeah.
but then didn't realize he didn't have a crack grenade, so then couldn't crack the Banshee, and then the Banshee shot him and charged him. Yep.
Yeah, so this whole shoot and charge with these guys, I'm seeing its value now, because I've not actually played into the Blades of Cain to see how they kind of interact. And this is really quite spicy.
Yeah.
It feels a lot more Eldari than the Corsairs do.
Yeah, to an extent.
Their dash thing isn't as aggressive.
Well, they get a free dash.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's going to boop. Is he charging? Yeah, he's doing what I said. Well, I think he's just moving. Moving, booping. Yeah, and then he's just going to shoot, because he'll get an Overwatch. So.
Yeah, can we get some more baguettes in the chat, please, for Remy? Because this is spicy. I'm loving this.
And we are only an hour into the game.
Yeah. Things have gone wrong.
Paolo took the early lead, but too heavy a cost.
Yeah. But it had a bit of a setback.
He
then
didn't
got
shoot.
the earned lead.
He moved, dashed, and just capped the point. So Remy's going to move up and shoot. So 4 dice hitting on threes. Ooh, only 2 hits this time. This is what I'm talking about when you're hitting on threes with 4 dice.
Yeah, it's very spicy.
So retains 1 and then 2 free-up saves.
Hitting on threes is 50-50.
Yeah.
Really.
Out of interest, I will quickly go through all the undefeated French players.
Sacre bleu. What I find very interesting is both players are standing, very much in power positions, posed very much with a commanding presence.
You always stand. That is the trick. It's what I do. So even with the double shot, it just pinged off. That French Reliquat is not going to die.
I don't know where the dice went. We just lost a dice. It's gone under the power block by the looks of it.
So currently, at the end of round 1, it's only round 1. So Francois is top with Mandrakes. Just going through the rankings. Then we have Remy with Blades of Cain. And there is and Augustin with Brood Brothers.
So interestingly, that's 3 strong kill teams being played by 3 good players.
Yes.
And I think that is a thing to be said. It's like you can bemoan a faction being maybe a little bit overpowerful, but when you're in this environment where you're going to a tournament where the goal is to win, why not?
Yes.
Like if you come to an event and go, I've gone 0-5 because I brought Vet Guard that I don't really play because I didn't want to play insert factions a bit OP, you're just setting yourself up for frustration. So
Exactly. I just want to. There's some big round 1 losses. I'm just double checking.
any surprises?
Yes.
So the interesting one, guys, is for round 3. What would
Bart.
you like to see?
So Bart with Brood Brothers lost by 5 points to Novitiates. Yeah.
So Novitiates, I think, is often a kill team that people underappreciate what they can achieve. Oh my goodness. Seen lots of crits.
So he just got shot again from the other Die Avenger. And he's down to 8 because a crit went through.
Yeah.
So once at the end of turning point 2, Paolo gets another 3 on the primary.
Yep.
So he's on 6 on the primary. Remy gets another 3 on the primary, and then he maxes Martial Harmony. He does get Eliminate Guard, and he has not revealed. He hasn't revealed Robin.
He has.
Oh,
He did at the beginning. And Robin Ransack. Did he score Robin Ransack? That's the question.
If it's revealed, he has
Yeah,
definitely
he has.
scored
He's
it.
shown
So
it.
he'll have 1 point for now. He'll have 2 at the end of the game.
Cannot type. Ransack.
Don't want to know what attack ops you've been playing.
Eliminate guards. Robin Ransack.
All right, so we're going to roll for initiative now.
Okay, let me just update the primary for Pablo. I've got a lot of patience for Pablo's play. I think it's been interesting watching him respond and consider things, because he's very much, he seems quite an impulsive player.
Yes.
But he's also, he thinks it and goes to do it and then goes, but wait.
The important thing is both players are having a lot of fun.
Yeah. They're smiling, giggling. Despite it's obviously not going well for Pablo, he seems to be in very, very good spirits, which I think is, it's a very sporting thing to be like. Even if you're absolutely getting dunked, there's nothing worse than being the one dunking someone and them sitting there really upset, because at the end of the game, someone's got to win, someone's got to lose.
Paolo has lost initiative, and
I think that tips it to this will just solidify,
so the
right?
problem is no matter who he Vox screams, he's getting charged. So he's got 3 attacks. Remy's got a hit and a crit. He's got 5 wounds left. He's dead. He's dead.
It's just dead.
Yeah.
It's rough.
I think that's
So
it.
I've got no bias in what I'd like to see. I would like to see an Novitiates game, but I would like to see Novitiates into something like Commandos or something that we haven't seen yet. Purely because Novitiates, I always interest me in how you see them.
We probably should have put it was Novitiates versus Pathfinders. I completely missed that.
That would have been spicy.
Yeah.
Really spicy.
This is a spicy matchup. So unfortunately, it's over.
Yeah. We'll just watch the last bits of this one, but we may as well just see how it's going to kind of develop. But it's interesting. So he's looted that top point. So he's just solidifying. He's doing the right thing of just like getting his points.
Well, because
early on.
technically there's no real need to overcap.
It's just good practice, though, right? Like the minute you start being too sloppy, even when it's already done.
This is actually a controversial topic. So if I'm ahead, I just stop capping if I'm on 4 primary. Just so my opponent has 2 a turn. There's nothing right or wrong.
I just like the idea of you play like you're still at risk of not winning.
Yes.
Because even if you win, but you are a little bit more sloppy and you've then not capped as many points as you like, you then run the risk of not actually scoring max, which is awful. Because like, if you think about it, if it comes down to like, I'm going to get 2nd place or 3rd place or even drop down to 4th because I've not scored enough on primary, that's a shame because it's something you could have avoided. So sometimes just keep the nerve. The guys have shaken on it. It's definitely been done. A shame for the Nemesis Claw, but at the same time, great work for Remy. It's very interesting because they're discussing now what went wrong.
So we'll try and update the scores. So effectively, Paolo caps out where he is, and Remy maxes all his attack ops, and he gets he's 1 off maxing primary.
Yeah, so pretty solid.
No, 2 off maxing primary.
2 off, and that's why, because he's still got turn 3 and turn 4, he needs to get as much as he can. And if he can't in those 2 turns, it may matter for late in the tournament rankings because of the differences, right?
Okay, so we're just going to update the scores. I'm just going to figure out...
Let me do it for you, bud.
Okay, cool.
I can see you struggling with
Just
your
going to
own
max the
mouth.
scores, and as I said, so that game could have played out very differently. So I speak to my good friend Chris Backey from America. He's been playing Blades of Cain for a long time, and he's told me Blades of Cain's worst matchup is Nemesis Claw, just because of the Vox Scream and turning off rerolls. And as I said, I think...
2 off, isn't it?
Yes. So I think if Paolo had, as I said, activated his Plasma first, he would have overcharged into the Banshee, then he could have charged the Die Avenger and just tried to kill him by sheer will. And then all of a sudden, all Remy would have had on the left flank would have just been 1 Howling Banshee and 2 Die Avengers, right? Then he would have also still controlled his objective there. The other Banshee would then just have to kill the Plasma Gunner, then move and steal that point, who would then just be charged and died by the Skin Thief. The Lightning Claw guy. If Remy activated his leader, he would have Vox Screamed, as he did, and then I would have actually charged I would have charged the leader into the Banshee, killed the Banshee, and then I would have overcharged into the Exarch. Because the trick about the Just a Scratch from, what do you call it? Blades of Cain. If you're hit by an AP2 weapon and you get 4 hits, you're dead.
He doesn't stop it.
Because you will get 1 save, and if you save 1 and you Just a Scratch 1, you still take 10 damage and die.
So the final score ends up being 21-12.
Yes.
Looks painted. So it did blow out, but that turning point 2 play on the right flank felt like it might make it close, but it just didn't.
To be fair, he did kind of roll badly. And he did force Remy to spend all his CP early, but as I said, I think the correct play would have been Plasma into the Engage Banshee, charge the Die Avenger.
Yeah.
Then Vox Scream the leader. He would have had to charge his Banshee in. Then if the leader had full wounds, I would have charged the leader into the Banshee, killed the Banshee, overcharged into the leader. I still have the Skin Thief to come out for play to deal with everything else. and then he would have been able to push through.
Yeah.
And as I say, it's easy for me to say because I'm just spectating.
It's so much easier when you don't have the pressure of the game as
Yep.
well. And then what you've all said there, that's if things roll at least averagely.
Yes.
We saw that turning point 2. The dice just went, no.
Well,
which is glorious. I love how obnoxious that is.
The other thing is, what do you call it? Because the Blades of Cain have this ploy where after you've rolled your dice, they can spend a CP to stop you re-rolling. So even if you rolled badly, that's it. But when you've got 5 attacks or 4 attacks or hitting on 2s, it's basically just making. Are we in focus?
We are.
There we go. We're in focus now.
Yeah, there we go.
Cool.
Yeah, that was a very interesting match for me to watch because I said this throughout the game, I have not seen Blades of Cain because my local meta is often one-box teams.
Yes.
And I think it's one that gets my attention, but at the same time, I don't really want to spend that much money because it looks like a very finesse-based team. But
Yes.
it does a lot of damage. It's very interesting.
Yeah, so as I said, the biggest problem with Blades of Cain is the barrier for entry. You effectively need 2 striking scorpion. Well, you need 1 striking scorpion box because you get 10.
Yes.
Then you need 2 banshee boxes, and you can get away with a Dire Avenger box. And then it's like, I think my Blades of Cain build, I have the ability to do 7 banshees, 7 striking scorpions. I have 3 striking scorpion Exarchs and 4 banshee Exarchs.
That's
Yeah.
a lot of boxes.
Yes. I do want to play Blades of Cain. They're a very weird kill team. The problem is they have such bad skew matchups. I'm just kind of like, wow.
So what you're telling me is if I want to avoid having lots of skew matchups, you just pick a team that don't have any bad matchups.
And I think one team that doesn't have any bad matchups is Brood Brother. So the thing about Brood Brother is they don't have many. They have some good matchups, but most of their matchups are just 50-50, which is like 5-5. So it's like if it's on a 10-point scale, they're gonna most factions it's like 5-5. So it comes down to player or board and luck,
Yeah.
and that's actually what you're looking for, which is why they're so good at the moment because they have basically no bad matchups. Because that's when you select a kill team, you're looking for a kill team that you enjoy, is strong, and also plays into the meta, and also it doesn't have too many bad matchups. And generally, there's not many kill teams like that. But it's fine. It's fine. The mantra. I'll see if we've got any more results for round 2, because we do have 50 minutes left on the round.
50.
5-0.
Nice.
Yes.
So what we'll probably end up doing, guys, is we will take a bit of a break
Yes.
between because it's a half-hour break between rounds, so that players have got a chance to stretch their legs, recalibrate thoughts a little bit, and maybe sober up because some of them might have hit the bar a bit heavy. But
Yeah, because the thing is, what I enjoy as a player, while I appreciate 4 rounds in a day, I actually like it when you've got at least a half-hour break in between rounds and a 1-hour lunch, because at least it gives you more time to decompress. And because how complex the game is now, you kind of need 2-hour rounds just because so much happens.
145 rounds, I found, even though I've played a lot of the same team, I'd run to just about time, and that felt a stretch. And that's only playing Commandos, right? So
Yes.
imagine if I'm playing something I'm less experienced with into something I'm not experienced into. We're both going to run out of time, especially if there's a lot to do.
Yes,
like all
'cause-
these things like rolling your presence points. All
Yeah.
that stuff takes extra time in the round. That if you're playing a normal, a typical earlier team that have a lot more honest in their approach of how they do stuff,
Yeah.
it's just the normal core mechanics.
Yeah, it's like they've added so much that an hour and 45 I don't think is really doable anymore, because like we had one game last round that went to time because it was Brood Brother Mirror, but it's because every operative now has so many rules, which is fine. It makes them all feel unique. There's just a lot more stuff to track and explain. So it's just round timing from T.O. Charles,
Well done, Charles. Well done, Charles.
which is good, as I said. But what I'd like to know from chat, obviously if you enjoyed the game, who you're rooting for, because we have a lot of famous players here, as well as what factions you'd like to see next. We still don't have any, what do you call it?
So personally, I'm biased. I do want to see novitiates because you don't see them enough being kind of showcased, I'd say.
Yeah, because, let me check the undefeated side. It's better checking the undefeated side. I will figure out how to share this BCP link.
Unless people have got a BCP subscription, they won't be able to see.
No, they will.
Is it?
It's only 3 days after the event. it goes private.
You have to have a subscription to view live match.
Really?
Unless it's promoted.
Really? They changed it?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
100% because I subscribe.
Oh, that's horrible.
No, it's called running a business and servers and stuff.
That's not fun. So let me just check the rankings of the event. I have to make sure I'm in the right tab, because if I do it on the TO tab, I could crash the event, which I don't want to do. I don't want to crash my own event.
And then I'll be on the phone to Diffie going, Diffie, what's going on? What is wrong with your app?
Here we go, play scenes. So, ooh. So yeah, currently we do have an undefeated Star Striders, but they've already been on stream, so I'll give them a rest.
We'll be judging that.
We have undefeated Pathfinders versus Novitiates, which once again I probably should have shown off because I just missed that matchup. But I thought this was a really good matchup to show, because I'm trying to show stuff we won't see tomorrow, or we're unlikely to see tomorrow.
So very much showcasing factions that may not make it to the final stages, but also matchups of teams.
Yeah, they can see the event live without
good.
subscription. Yeah.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
Thank you, Clement.
Let me share the link then in that case. I'll share it to Scrivo, he'll share it. I can just... Hold on.
You can just put it into YouTube yourself.
Yeah, but I'm not logged onto my thingy.
You're not, oh.
I'm watching it on my private account because I have YouTube Plus, whatever, premium. Oh, that's the wrong thing. I will share the event. But yeah, let us know what you would like to see faction-wise, because there was Galapox versus Broodbrother,
Yeah.
which I was tempted to because I wanted to show Galapox, but I don't want to show Broodbrother just yet because we're
I think we'll see them in one of the last two games.
yeah, Mandrakes and Broodbrothers. We're going to hold off for now because you're
Although there was only
probably going to
4
see
of them, and 2 of them have each been
because they knocked each other out. Yeah.
So it's that weird thing, right? I could not believe that when looking at how the randomised pairings for the first round went, and there was so many mirror matches.
There were
Players were coming up going,
5
"Are you
mirror
sure
matches.
you didn't make them?" I was like, no.
There were 5 mirror matches, which is just funny.
I'm just going to send you all the lovely links.
So we'll send the BCP event link live in Twitch, and then what we'll do is we will take a break, set up things, refine stuff, wait for all the pairings to get in. We'll probably make the event start at 5.
So back for 5.
Yeah, so 5 p.m. British Standard Time, which is about an hour and a half from now. Is it? No, 3 p.m. Oh my gosh.
Let's say 3 p.m.
3 p.m., yes.
Suddenly lost a couple of hours. I'm like, cool.
An hour and a half. No, 3 p.m. is half an hour from now. Wait, what?
No, it's 3:30, wasn't it?
3:30. 3:30, so sorry. So an hour from now, effectively.
We are so good at this, guys. Can you tell it's not
It's okay. We got a lot of sleep last night. So we'll get that up live. And yeah, we'll be back. So enjoy to take a break. Unfortunately, no one else has finished yet. So I can't really update you with it.
Would Pablo come on and chat with you?
Yeah, we can have Pablo and Remy chat. So we can have them talk through the game if they're
So
happy.
what we're going to do is we'll quickly put the holding screen up, guys. And we'll go get one of the players over.
Yeah, cool.
We're back in 2 seconds.
Hello, I'm joined by not Scrivo. It's Paolo. How are you doing, Paolo?
Mate, you alright?
Yeah, not too bad. How you finding it?
Yeah, that was a bit madness up and down that one.
Oh, wait, you're on the commentary table, so you get to hold the belt.
I get to touch
There you
it.
go. Oh, I'm so sorry. I slapped you with the belt.
Yeah, at least I get to touch. It's
big.
It's actual leather.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's actual level. That's what I don't even know. You can actually wear it as a proper wrestling belt.
Of course, you've got to take advantage. I saw you earlier.
Yeah, exactly. I would like to say you are technically the best Nemesis Claw because you beat the mirror.
I'll take that. I'll take that best in fact.
What happened in your round one? Because it literally, I didn't realize that there was like 5 or 6 mirrors round one.
Yeah, that was madness. When the things came out at the beginning, I didn't see another Nemesis Claw, so I thought I'd already just inherited best in faction. But then we saw each other at the first round anyway, so fair enough. It was a good match though. It went quite quickly, to be fair. When first 2 activations, certain things just went absolutely madness and fireworks just erupted basically. So yeah, that had a nice little break, and then same thing here really. We've got about an hour's break for the next round. To be fair, that's what always happens with these.
Yeah, it's like when I was playing Legionary, what I actually really enjoyed was just like, even if I finished a round early, it was just quick.
Yeah,
like, no, I got more of a break, which was fine. But I could also, like, as I said, you guys were just playing within time, because even though you both had less operatives than normal, you had no reason to rush, so you could just think things out more, which is really cool.
Yeah, it just gives you. That's why I kind of been playing my intercessor before the Nemesis Claw for the exact same reasons. To be fair, like just to have a nice relaxed game all the way.
So what was? Let me bring up the table because I can kind of show. So because the thing I saw it immediately, turning point 2, I thought you were going to plasma the Banshee on the left-hand side and then charge the Die Avenger and Banshee. And then
just to tie them up. I was umming and ahhing because I was thinking, because I was wanting to get my secondaries off, and I moved the leader onto the point specifically so that I could get the combination of eliminate guards, headhunter, and thing all onto that. So I kind of set that up. So I was like, if I don't do it now, then I need to get that off. I did get all four of the secondary.
Oh yeah, you did the Paolo special. I was like, oh yeah, because every time we play, you literally do this. I'm like, he's not taking eliminate, he's not taking headhunter this game, and you still take it. And I was just like, why didn't I see this coming? So I was very happy when you did that, because I was like, oh, it's just weird because it's like what I saw happen. Blades of Cain are very weird. They either roll 2 hits or 3 hits and a crit, which turns to 2 crits, 2 hits.
There was a fair few crits I played it. I had it into my face at one point. So, but it was such a fun game though, man. Like it could have gone one way or another if the left hand side had sorted out a bit better. Then like when I charged my butcher into that just went totally wrong.
Yes. Yeah, to be fair, you rolled pretty badly. I was surprised Remy didn't spend a CP to stop you re-rolling. I think at that point he was just happy where it turned out. But it's like, I could see where you're playing.
I was umming and ahhing if I should have used my leader straight away rather than taking out the butcher at a later point. But I was thinking maybe I might be able to get a bit more out of my leader afterwards, like maybe get a CP back from him or something like that. I spent a lot of CPs that time.
I do forget how fast Blades of Cain can reach out and touch you, which still catches me by surprise because they can move 7 then dash 10, but they have ways to move around the board. So
and they're all carrying elite killing weapons one way or another. That's literally what they're there for. So.
But how are you finding Nemesis Claw? Because you used to play you play a lot of Elite, so how are you finding Nemesis Claw?
Well, I am loving Nemesis Claw. I'm finding it hard to adjust from Intercessor's playstyle because I was mainly a shooty. I was still doing my madness, aggressiveness with them, but mainly shooty, so there's nothing coming back at me. So adjusting to the fighting when I'm always going to get stabbed at least once coming through, and having only 12 wounds as opposed to the 14 wounds, it kind of changes the breakpoints a bit. Yeah, so it is a bit of an adjustment, but they've got a lot more tricks to play with as well, though. So that takes some getting used to as well. But getting off like the things where they're off at least 1 wound or something like that, then things stack on top of that. Like
because you've got your, especially when you can layer up with your skin to turn off rerolls and then Grizzly Trophy for -1 attack. All of a sudden you can make these nests of not unchargeable, but stuff you don't want to charge.
Don't want to charge,
But they are oddly, it's just they're oddly fragile at 12 wounds with no damage reduction.
Literally.
So I think it pays off in weird ways. But no, thank you for coming on.
Sweet, mate.
We've still got 4 more rounds. As you said, you can still have a brownie. We have lots of brownies left. I didn't realize how many brownies you get at Costco.
Cookies went straight away.
As well as the cookies are gone. As some cinnamon rolls. But we'll see you in a bit. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me touch the belt.
Oh no, you can touch it you can touch my belt anytime.
Sweet.
Thank you. It's actually full level. Yes.
There you go. You guys get to hold the belt. There you go. It's full level. There we go. Good. Thank you for coming again.
Thank you.
Good seeing you. Great to see you. Yeah.
As always.
As always. Because I was telling them on stream, you're like me. You like travel to all these events. It's amazing.
Yes.
So, because I saw you at LVO, New York Open, and obviously you come to all our UK events.
Last year's, yes.
Oh yeah, you were Kill Team Open. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. I think it's coming back next year.
Yeah.
So that's going to be cool. I love your Blades of Cain. Because they're so bright.
Yeah.
It's just... But why... Because normally you were playing Legionnaire. I thought you would have gone to Nemesis Claw. Why Blades of Cain?
Because I thought, and I always think, that Nemesis Claw is weaker than Nurgle Legionnaires.
Yeah.
So I was planning to play with scouts, but I made some conversion with the minis. So I wasn't sure I will be able to participate. So I decided choose to play with the Blade of Cain. I already played 15 times with them, and with this tournament, that will be 10 times more.
Oh, nice.
So it's a nice way to try them between maybe a buff.
Yeah, it's like Blades of Cain are like Scouts definitely the buff.
Yes.
Like they need lots of buffs. But Blades of Cain is weird. I want them for me, the Dire Avengers need to go back to Compendium, like at least. But when I've been speaking to other Blades of Cain players, they're like, oh, if you buff them too much.
Exactly, yeah. I fear that they tweak a little bit Blade of Cain and they become broken because they are not weak they're not really weak. There are many restrictions. That's the big issues with the team. But if you remove the restriction, I think the team will be stronger, too much stronger.
Yeah, oppressive. Yeah, pretty much. It's weird because it's like everyone's like, oh, give him an extra operative. I'm like, no.
No.
It's just like
3 APL, 8 operatives is enough. Yes.
Yeah, because you also like basically because you Eldari agility, you get +1 movement and stuff. But but you played that game really well. The only thing, when the Skin Thief only rolled 1 hit, I thought you were going to stop him re-rolling everything.
Yes, contempt, yes.
But then I realized, you just didn't care anyway because he was just going to die.
Yeah.
So, like, it just stopped you going down. Well, because you had just a scratch anyway.
I could have used just a scratch on the mortal wound.
Yeah.
Just to prevent the reroll anyway. So I have 2 options, but I let them go because it wasn't changing anything in the issue of the fight. So yeah.
Yeah, because it's funny. I was talking to you about the play I expected him to do, and then you thought the same thing. So like I was a bit when Paolo didn't do it, I was just like, oh, you were probably like, oh, thank goodness, because that kind of gave you the entire left flank.
I was expecting a Vox Scream, so as he charged me with Butcher, I was relieved, and I managed to do many things away. So yeah.
Yeah, because it's like what you did correctly, which is what I expected you to do, was to set up multiple charges into Nemesis Claw. Because the problem I see when people play into Nemesis Claw, they set up one thing at the end of the turning point, and then they're like, oh no, he Vox Screwed me, I didn't see this coming. But you played that as a masterclass. So.
I played Nemesis Claw sometimes. I have 4 or 5 games with them, so I knew how they play.
Yeah.
And same as Legionnaire, same as Intercession, you want to set up many charges in case you don't have initiative.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Because that's the problem I was having to them, and like I found I had to set up 3 charges.
Yes.
Even though it was risky.
Yeah.
You actually want to set up 3 instead of 2.
because Vox Scream and because if he have initiative, he can nullify one of.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, because the biggest thing is even if you set up 2, if they steal initiative, they stop one of them and then they Vox Scream the other. So you actually have to set up 3, which is what a lot of people.
I was afraid about the 12 HP.
Yes.
Because I didn't manage to do chip damage before charging.
Yeah.
But the game turned in my favor, so yeah, I don't need. So yeah.
Yeah, because what people forget is like you were just shooting then charging or double shooting.
Yeah.
Because people really forget with melee teams, like they still have pistols, and you're not really a melee team; you're a close range team.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But no, it was a pleasure having you on. Hopefully, we'll have you on again soon and tomorrow, and hopefully you get to take that belt home.
I don't think so, but yes.
We'll see. We'll hope for the best. But yeah, so we'll be back in an hour. So until then, you've got a lot of French supporters on stream. They've been cheering you on.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So you've got a lot of.
I recognize some of the nickname, yes.
So they've been cheering on. But thank you for watching. We'll be back in about an hour, 50 minutes. Greetings. We are back for round 3 at the Goonhammer Open. This is the end of day 1, right? So we're round 3.
Yep.
So we have a French showdown, right? So we have Mandrakes versus Brood Brothers, both on the only undefeated players in their faction at the moment. So
Fantastic.
yes, so this is Francois with Mandrakes versus Augustin with Brood Brothers. So this is going to be very fun indeed, right? French
Very
showdown.
spicy factions.
Yes. It's I was speaking to Augustin already, so he's already said. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you want me to explain the equipment? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so basically those like COVID glasses. Yep. And this is going to be.
So the players are just running through their equipment with John?
Yeah.
Sweet. Yeah, that's something we probably could check for tomorrow, is making sure we know what equipment it is. Because we were guessing, and it 90% of the time was right, but yeah, we're all learning here.
But while the players continue to set up, I'll just go through chat a bit because I did miss some questions earlier. Yeah, so for BCP, the event link is in chat, but it turns out, if you're a more recent account, you have to have a subscription.
Yeah.
Because I'm an older account, I can watch it for free. So unfortunately, I'm afraid about that. Just reading through. Someone asked if I was going to be at the Warhammer Weekly event in August. I'm not. I'm at Nova. I'm going to be at Nova. But this is going to be a fun event. We are playing Loot because I was speaking to Augustin, and he was telling me normally you would actually take the Patriarch into this matchup.
Yeah.
So the reason you take the Patriarch is to deal with the Mandrake's melee, because everyone effectively has a weaker power weapon. 4 attacks, hit on 3s, 4/5, lethal 5 up. If they're a normal warrior, they get lethal. They go to 6 crit damage if they're in shadow.
Yep.
So normally you take the Patriarch,
But
because it's Loot, and the Patriarch will die quite quickly to the Mandrakes, because there's a lot of ways for them to be in shadow on this board. Antoine has gone with the Magus and two thingies.
2 little grubby dudes, right?
2 Psychic Familiars.
That's the ones.
Because they both have super.
I'm like, what are they called?
Yeah, so 2 Psychic Familiars. It turns out everyone who has taken the Patriarch as the Brood Brothers has lost. So.
What do you know, John?
I know. Hold on, sir.
And we're getting a TO question. So let's scroll up in the chat a little bit. Is there anything? There is not a Jaeger team playing at the event, I don't believe. I haven't seen one. I'll double check when John's back, but I don't think there has been. They were valid for this, but I don't think anyone's brought them. I don't actually really know much about their rules, so when John gets back, we can chat about that. So interestingly, I think in the last round, another Brood Brothers mirror happened. So at the moment, this Brood Brothers player is the only undefeated, because it wasn't a mirror match in round 1. It was Brood Brothers into Brood Coven. So it was a Wormblade. So it looked like it was a mirror, but it wasn't. So someone's asked if there's a Jaeger team. I didn't know.
Oh yeah, there's unfortunately no Harnkin Jaegers today. Yeah, so there's no Harnkin Jaegers at the event. There's no Halfkin.
Yeah. They're an interesting team.
Halfkin are pretty good.
They're solid.
Yeah.
I
think
those knives really surprised me.
Plasma knives. Yeah, people, because it's 4 attacks, hitting on 4s, 3/5, lethal 5 up. Throws a lot of people off.
In the Orc matchup, I always find like I don't really want to get in combat with them unless I know I can dunk them with the first hit.
Yes. So it's going to be interesting. Yeah, the Magos, people haven't had too much success with the Magos as well.
Yeah.
Primus has been doing well.
Yeah.
It will say in the pack. Yeah.
My volume is low. Hang on, sorry guys. I did that thing where I'm holding a microphone and then putting it nowhere near my face. So hopefully this fixes it.
Yeah.
Am I now a booming Scrivo?
Is that better?
More importantly, we haven't gone through it this round, but we are at the Goonhammer Open.
Yes.
This is an event run by Goonhammer, one of our favourite websites. Probably second only to CandyRollerCrit.com.
Exactly.
But yes, so as you can see, I'm wearing the merch now. I am properly shilling it because it's a cool T-shirt, more importantly. Like, who doesn't like a Led Zeppelin style T-shirt?
Exactly.
I got the reference. I understood the reference.
And
That's all I'm here for.
And not only that, the winner will get a golden ticket to Worlds and the exclusive Goonhammer Open Championship belt. Right, and this is the first one for Kill Team in the UK.
Yeah. And one without a typo.
Yes, yeah. It's really high quality. It's actual leather. Oh my god.
I have looked into how much these belts cost, and let's just say the money I normally make out of my small little RTTs doesn't cover it.
I also might have been drinking, so this will be a fun stream.
It will not. It will not. So, looking at kind of a lot of the matchups that we've got across the event now,
Yes.
it looks like we've got some really kind of weird and unusual ones as well.
Yeah, so let me go through the undefeated players at the moment. So,
Because this is a really fun one. After our last round ended, I went and had a look to see how some of the games are going. And without kind of interacting with the players, because I didn't want to kind of disturb them, I went and had a look at a Felgor player playing into Commandos. There was not much Felgor stuff left on the table at the end of 3, and loads of Commandos.
oh no, that game, yeah, he lost.
Yeah, and it looked very surprising, and I was just like, this is cool. But then there was the other end of the scale, wasn't it? There was another Felgor list that had kind of...
Into Brood Brothers, yeah.
Brood Brothers, which was just gone.
Yeah, on Secure as well, which normally advantage Brood Brothers. But at the moment, we obviously have Mandrakes and Brood Brothers undefeated, who are playing on top table now.
Yeah.
We have Ryan from round 1. Oh, no, not Ryan, sorry. Ryan with Commandos, who's undefeated.
Yeah.
We have Nick with Pathfinders undefeated. Mike from round 1 with his Felgor undefeated. Peter from London with his Commandos undefeated, as well as Remy with his Blades of Cain, and Joseph with his Wormblade undefeated.
Yep. So it's a nice selection.
Yeah, no repeats, because basically most of the doubled factions have played each other round 1.
What I really appreciate is the random chaoticness of BCP just going, you don't want to try a skill-based matchup against your own opponent, like you yourself as your opponent. It's like you're looking in the mirror going, I'm going to beat you. I'm going to beat you so hard. No one wins that game.
Yes. So it's like you either play your friend or you play the mirror. You'd rather play the mirror than play your friend.
Yeah, we were chatting to one of the other TOs, and it was like, the reality is, the way BCP now goes, that if you select yourself as a team, your first round pairing will never go into someone that shares that team. So the reality is, it limits, like if there's people, say we've got our 32 people here, if 6 of you are from your club, the odds are that you're going to play into the mirror, because it's just going to get more and more likely.
Yes.
Especially if there's 4 people playing the faction.
Yeah.
So it's just the odds of it, right?
Yeah, it's like, to be fair, when you have 4 people taking one faction and 5 people taking one of the same faction, again, mirrors.
You'd expect 1 at least.
Yeah.
But not like maybe 2s.
Yeah, it's just the weird nature of Best Coast pairings. So let me flip over to the table, because players are setting up at the moment.
Mandrakes are on the top, and Brood Brothers are on the bottom. We haven't obviously got any of the tack-ups revealed yet. Interestingly, similar sort of layout as last time.
Yeah.
It's the same layout, isn't it, still?
Oh, no, I've actually changed the layout. This is layout 2. So my plan is we'll have layout 2 tomorrow as well, and then I'll change it for rounds 5 and 6.
Perfect.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's similar, but yes, so it's changed now that the outer ruins are kind of flipped.
So the thing about this mission, you have 4 objectives in the middle.
Yeah, which are all quite open.
Yep, and then you have 2 on the center line. This is a very close-up kind of board. You have to be quite close, and it's going to offer some interesting matchups. You could argue that this is pro Mandrake, because Mandrakes will
just teleport round.
Well, they'll set up, and then they'll just start charging.
Yeah, because they'll just throw that guy forward as well, right? Because he just needs to be hidden.
So
and a certain distance away, doesn't it? So he could go right in that middle area. He could just be tucked into one of those little corners.
Yes. So the other thing is, so he really needs the chooser of the flesh to get a kill, because if he kills someone with 2 APL, he gets a token. If he kills someone with 3 APL, he gets 2 tokens, and then when Mandrakes activate, they can spend one of those tokens to permanently go up to +1 APL.
And then that adds such value. That actually puts a target on that Mandrake's head, though.
Yes. So occasionally, a lot of Mandrake games will be over quite early if the chooser of the flesh dies without getting a kill.
Yeah.
Because he opens up. So Mandrakes are technically fine at 2 APL. The moment they start going to 3 APL, they become very crazy.
Sorry, we were just getting like a photo taken of us just as I went to grab my drink
It's fine.
and pull a face, apparently. Which is just in my nature.
Exactly. But it's going to be very, very interesting, because technically, so Brood Brothers will have 3 more activations, but the Mandrakes will effectively be in a 4-up invuln most of the time.
Yep. So it's just weight of attacks, realistically, is how you get through it, and at range.
Yes.
Because the Mandrakes by default, a lot of their stuff is lethals on 5s.
Yes.
So it just ends up being a higher quality of attack when they do hit you back.
Well, it's even then. So if they're in shadow, they can spend mandrakes can spend a CP to fight first. So even if you charge someone, they can become the attacker and only take 1 or no hits in return and just kill you.
Yeah.
So that's why the big problem is the Chooser of the Flesh is really hard for Brew Brothers to charge.
Yeah.
But in that case, you just start shooting.
So do you think the Brew Brothers are going to utilise what limited shooting they have?
They actually have quite a lot of shooting. So he's taken the...
It's just not quality, right? There's a lot of just las guns, which are not rubbish, right?
Yeah, no, it's still enough weight of fire.
Because it's you want quantity, not quality into an invuln, right?
But also he's taken the plasma melter and grenade launcher as his free gunners, which makes sense. The sniper doesn't really grant him much on this board.
No.
Doesn't, because this sniper doesn't have ignore obscuring. Like in most teams, you would just auto take the sniper.
Yeah.
But not in this.
Especially with how this map plays.
Yes.
You could just drop him on your ruin that is essentially on your deployment zone.
Yeah. So the thing is, both teams can pick Seek and Destroy, but I would definitely expect Seek and Destroy from the Mandrakes and Seek and Destroy from the Brood Brothers, because no matter what, you're going to have potentially 4 targets a turn for Eliminate Guards, because it's loot. Like there's always going to be 4 targets.
Yeah, people are always going to be on those points.
Yeah.
And it's a game of sitting on circles, so of course it makes sense that you're going to try to stay on them.
Yeah.
But it's where they position themselves. So like for the Mandrakes, that top left one, I can see them tucking in right in that pillar. So they're just touching it. So they're just lipped on in the cover as much as possible, which makes it quite hard to shoot.
He's also given some of his guys super conceal, so they can just move up and hide for free. But also there's a lot of indirect from the Brood Brothers.
Which changes things because.
Johnny asks, how happy are you guys running your event before the data slate this week sometime, do you think? Maybe next week. It should be next week. But they might delay it, maybe because the 40k one was delayed. But it's like you can never go into events with a balanced data slate in mind. You just have to do your event. Like, that's why I did the week cutoff before. So if there was a balanced data slate, everyone would know it's not in use, instead of some events do it like, oh, the week of the event, we can use the balanced data slate. So I prefer people knowing the format a week to 2 weeks before going in.
And then that feels fair, especially if you've spent the run-up to it practicing your team, even practicing on the terrain to get an understanding of it. If that then gets shaken up, I think that's a bit unfair to your players. So, yes, it's frustrating that the game essentially gets reconfigured, potentially quite a large amount.
Yeah.
But we're all on that same page then. Like, I'm not sure we might see it this week. It depends how attached Games Workshop are to the AOS launch week, because it's the week leading up to pre-orders for Age of Sigmar, so it might be a low energy, low impact week for us.
For equipment wise, he has taken the Brood Brothers have taken covert guys on their Magus, so the Magus can move up with that free dash, as well as basically the other 2 operatives near it.
Nice.
He has taken the Agitator is near him, and also the comms.
So would you take that in addition to choosing a scout move, or would you then...
Yes, in addition. Yeah.
Just because then you're really pressuring.
Yeah. So you can't recon dash and then use the, the covert guys. So you can't double up on the same operative.
Yeah.
But you can get 2 operatives up.
Yeah. I think that's kind of cool.
It's interesting aggression from the Magus, because the problem is, so they can do unquestioned loyalty, which is basically get down Mr. President. It works in combat as well as shooting. So if someone fights or shoots a leader operative, if there is a friendly operative within white of that target, you can redirect the fight or shooting attack to that operative. You can only do it once a turning point, and eventually, like, the Magus dying is huge.
So this is signposting to me that the Magus and the 2 guys that are completely in the open are just going to push straight forward behind that wall. So now it means that you, as the Mandrake player, you're looking at it going, right, he's deploying like this, because he's going to end there. That then means I might then put myself more in the center point, so that I get the angle towards that side, or I go to the other extreme where I go right on the left-hand side of that top wall, so I can then run round.
Both players have picked Infiltrate for scouting, so it's down to the attacker who goes first.
Yeah, and who was the attacker for us?
Brood Brothers.
Which suits him, right?
So yeah, what he's doing first, he's doing his recon dashes, well, his covert guys dashes.
Yep.
So he's just getting those guys up.
Yeah, because that's resolved before the scouting.
It's the end of the scout phase. So you resolve scouting, then you resolve covert guys.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting to see where this goes. Because technically, those guys aren't in cover.
No, that's what I was surprised at, because I was looking at that, and the measuring the distance is not a dash distance.
So the thing is, if the Mandrakes can get to the window, they can get a shot, but then he'll get down Mr. President. But if he can get the blast shot off, that has no effect.
Yeah.
So
it's a big if. And Adam in the chat is saying, Brood Brothers, Scrivo will be taking notes when he takes them off me. Yes, Adam, I have been watching very keenly on how they perform. And it's interesting because it does, as much as they're a very strong kill team, it does seem like they are still a skill expression team where they don't have bad matchups, but if you play them badly, they're still going to die. Like, we've seen it in some of the matchups that shouldn't be a bad matchup, but if they were outplayed, they're outplayed. And I think that's where some kill teams do shine. So don't worry, I'm going to make them look awful.
well, it's the interesting thing about the new kill teams. They're currently the top 2 kill teams of the tournament, which is why they're playing now.
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure we're going to see Mandrakes versus Brood Brothers tomorrow.
No, because if this Mandrakes loses, we might see Mandrakes again up in the higher echelons of the rankings, but it won't be in this pairing.
Yes. It's going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, and I do enjoy how Mandrakes play, but there definitely is ways to deal with them.
So it's weird, technically loot is a benefit for them, but it's also not.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how this is going to go. I'm really unsure.
To me, where I'd want my Mandrakes to be hiding is all clustered around that centre building. But the problem is you do that, and then all the guys in the bottom right get a line at least 2 packs of your stuff.
Yes.
So it's not easy, because you're trying to look at how you can hide your stuff. And unless you've got super conceal, you're going to just be, cool, I'll retain one for cover.
Because, so the Brood Brother player also put covert guys on his Grenadier, or Sapper, sorry, who has dashed forward. He's going to get +1 APL from the comms, so he can either move Dash Crack or move Dynamite.
So tell me what these Psychic Familiars do.
So there's 2 Psychic Familiars, a Group Activation 2, they have Super Conceal and 3 wounds.
So really good at just being on an objective and being a pain.
Yep.
And what's their APL?
2.
So that's really spicy.
Yeah.
2 of them pressuring the same objective, hidden in a little bit of cover.
But it's
that
interesting.
feels really tasty to me, especially in this mission.
Yeah, because just Augustin is playing hyper aggressive. It makes sense, but.
Well, because you know that the Mandrakes player is just going to go boom and teleport his guy and then try to feed people across.
When you teleport, so there's not actually many places to teleport because
on this map,
yeah, you need to be within outside of line of sight.
Yeah, so to me it's that middle piece, and they've both got. So the way you're on the top down, the 2 walls that kind of go diagonally from left to right, both have windows.
Yes.
So there's very limited places you can actually drop someone that will not be in line of sight. So to me, the place that if you are going to do a teleport, you're probably going to do is either into the big L on the left-hand side or behind the one on the right-hand side. But then there's very specific places you go because of the windows.
Yeah, and the other thing is, so technically, what the Mandrake player is trying to do is teleport under the window and then get a shot on the Magus.
Yeah.
I think he's realised he can get a shot, but I'm not sure if he can get a non-obscuring shot because he has to get within 1 inch of the window.
But if Brood Brothers are going first, the Magus just goes and cuddles the wall, right?
Yeah. So the Magus has 2 psychic powers, one which is in line of sight, which currently no one is in line of sight of, but the other main one is pick someone visible, then -1 APL.
Yeah, so he could literally see through that window, potentially all the way back.
Yep.
But everyone's behind that wall. I think people are safe. What I do like is the Mandrake players' barricades are essentially bits of shadow.
Yes.
So when you look at some of the Mandrake models and to some extent the dark Eldar stuff from Underworlds, they've got this weird kind of like the cake being all kind of disrupted stuff. That's what his barricades look like, and it's very thematic because it looks very sinister.
Yeah, I like themed barricades. The only issue is just I like keeping them the same footprint footprint.
Yes, I need them to be exactly the same, otherwise it is impactful, positively or negatively.
Yeah.
And that's why I haven't got custom barricades myself. It's the same problem I have with proxy warbands sometimes, is that it adds a difference that can cause some points of contention.
Yeah. Oh, we have a shooting attack.
Yeah, he's doing
he's shooting on the. He's going to get down Mr. President onto the shotgun guy. So we'll do it for free. We can only do it once per turning point.
Yeah, and the shotgun guy behind him. So that guy takes it as a result.
Yeah. So that's 4 attacks. No, 5 attacks. He didn't do the blast shot.
Oh, interesting, right?
So he's got a crit and 2 hits.
So the guy's got cover, so he'll retain 1.
No, he doesn't count.
Does it not count as cover?
Oh no, he does. Sorry, he does.
Because it's from.
Oh. He saved 1. He takes 7 damage.
And they've got 8 wounds?
8. He has 7 wounds,
7.
but with a 5 up for no pain.
Okay.
Oh no, he let it ride.
Yeah.
He let it ride.
Interesting. Why did he do that?
I think he did do the blast shot. Oh my gosh.
Matt, well done. In the last round of on the table, we had the Nemesis Claw obliterated, unfortunately, by
Blades of Cain.
Blades of Cain. I literally blanked the name then. I was like,
And Mercenary Q, we're on 10.1.
It was very.
He's doing the blast.
Spicy.
He's doing the blast.
Well, if you think about it, that is there 4 people within blast range?
Yeah.
Yep, that is
4 hits.
impactful as heck.
Unfortunately, he only blocks 1. So he takes a lot of damage, so feel no pains.
This may have been a bold move, Cotton, but I'm not sure it's necessarily going to translate. But pushing forward like that has just given a target.
Gosh, this is crazy. This is huge. Because I think it also hits the sapper. Oh my gosh.
Ouch.
This is intense.
That
So
is
the
quite surreal.
The Magus has been blasted by the balefire, has gone down to 2 wounds. And it's now just blasting through everyone. It's a huge turning point 1 blast.
Yep. This gives me flashbacks to the Corsair's special grenade.
Yeah, what a misplay indeed. Because as I pointed out, I've specifically put that heavy barricade, so it's just over 4 inches. So you cannot recon dash up freely. So this time he only gets 2 hits.
Very.
Oh, he makes 2 crit saves, so he's fine. Ooh. Yeah, me too, Matt. Matt said he was really surprised when he risked moving there, and I was like, definitely. That is huge. Yeah, because the real problem is the Magus being down to 3 wounds. That is like, now the Magus can't engage at all. There's no way to... So the medic could run over and heal him, but I don't think the medic's near.
The medic is, I think he's the guy on the bottom left,
Yeah,
bottom right.
the medic's on the other side of the board.
And that's going to take two turning points for them to get anywhere near each other.
Yeah, there's
So the reason Brood Brothers and the Jaegers are allowed is because they were released a week ago, and the cut-off for rules was a week ago.
Yes.
So it was very much exactly aligned. If they'd come out this weekend, they would not have been allowed.
So they remember there's a 2-week pre-order, and they came out last week, so it's been 3 weeks since the rules have been out. There were some events that literally last Sunday allowed Brood Brothers, but that's up to them. I wouldn't run it if it was the week they came out.
No.
Nope.
No.
Week after,
I've
it's fine.
seen how that impacts events. It can be a bit unpleasant, and also it's a double-edged sword. If you play the new stuff and you haven't got the practice in, you can make a real mess of yourself.
Yeah, a lot of our Brood Brother players actually haven't got many games in for that reason. So,
yeah. I wouldn't rush personally.
Yeah, no, I get it. They are very
I'm also
strong.
a slow learner.
Yes. So now the Mandrakes are just moving up and looting because he teleported in, with his shadow move and looted.
Yep.
So currently Mandrakes are 1 on the primary. We'll update it at the end of the turning point just because it's easier.
Yeah, because they've tapped that one. and they're using these dice to denote how many times they've been tapped. I see.
That's how I used to do. I used to do it with the D10, but then once again, I was playing Travis from America, and what he does is they count. You put your own dice and count up, because then if your opponent loots it, they count up with their own dice, so you can see how many times it's been looted by which player.
It's a way of double checking.
Yeah. So the Brood Brothers have activated their 2 Psychic Familiars who both have GA2 and Super Conceal, and they've both moved up and looted.
Yeah, and they've literally just, like that one on the far right, has literally only just towed onto the objective.
Yes.
He's really hidden behind that nice bit of the wall pillar. And that's the place I was expecting it to go to.
So the interesting thing about he's doing the smoke. So the interesting thing about this Mandrake smoke grenade is it lasts forever. Like, the moment they place it down, it just lasts forever.
In other rules, they've got the whole rolling to see if it stays.
No, it goes away at the start of the turning point or the start of the next activation.
Yeah. And that sticking around just feels a little bit...
Yeah, he's putting it... So basically, inside the smoke, he counts as being obscured.
Yeah. Sorry, we're playing on the Nachman board now, John.
Yeah. Well, the Nachman board blocks visibility. So it's slightly different, but why would you have consistent rules for all your abilities? So that's
a shame. Maybe in future iterations of the game, they might consolidate this stuff, because obviously it's layers upon layers, and it's 2.5 years now of content that's been built upon built, and sometimes it just needs condensing back down again.
So the interesting thing, the Mandrakes have put the guy in smoke on the most right objective on the midline, which means now even if you move within 2 to shoot him, you can't because you're in smoke, so they're both count as obscured.
And it negates the purpose of there being a window there.
Yeah.
Because he's put it across the window.
No, he's blocking the door. Yeah, so the window does nothing now.
And the Brood Brothers had put a barricade just under that building so that he could just line himself up being behind that there.
Yeah.
It's now he can't sit there and shoot out. It's not a nice staging point for him. It's actually that's a really clever play.
Yeah, and as I said, the Brood Brothers have also moved up to take the leftmost objective to loot it, blocking the door.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of this door blocking thing. I'm against it. Because the idea of someone just sitting there with their foot against the door just feels very much like children knocking and running on doors.
Now, gotta block them doors. The interesting is there's no barricades on the top center left objective.
No, it's quite an open one. That's where I was expecting. If I was going to put the smoke down, I would have put it just below it, so it went and just lipped into that ruin and blocked the pillar and made that whole area really
where has he put his barricades?
So there's one.
Oh yeah,
one
underneath.
There,
yeah.
One underneath that one.
Oh, I see. Oh yeah, because he could just move up there, but it's like you'd move him down.
Because I would have put it there. Like that top left-hand bit of the central wall. That felt like a good place to just block visibility.
Yeah, I get the play, but it's just interesting. As I said, I actually haven't seen this matchup before, so it's quite interesting. Because I'm not sure how it's going to play out. Schmidt says, I only got my termination in the mail from GW yesterday. I feel your pain. I ordered 2 boxes to give away for this event. General prizes, not termination boxes. And they didn't turn up, so unfortunate. It happens. But yeah, so currently we have a big... So even though both teams are effectively even on the primary... Ooh.
That was a 1.
I don't know what that was. Oh, to mortal wound. Because if you pick someone within line of sight and you roll a d6, if you roll above their APL, if they're within, if you roll above, they take 2 mortal wounds. If they're within red, they take 4 mortal wounds, and you keep doing that until they take 8 mortal wounds, or you fail. So you immediately failed, so you just moved up.
Yeah. In fact, I played that game. I'd forgotten about that. You know when you have these sorts of rule interactions, you go, I never want to see that again.
Yeah.
I've forgotten it because of that very reason.
I know, that's
My
crazy.
Goodness.
Well,
who writes those sorts of rules? That's unpleasant.
But currently we're 90 minutes into the game. No. We've got 90 minutes left in the game. We're half an hour in.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's a lot of time has been... I know it's been quite slow with deployment, but come on, John.
It's okay. It's been a lot. I've been drinking.
Yeah, John is on the sauce. I'm going to blink at the camera if John starts hitting me.
Okay. I've got my belt.
Oh no.
So I'm thinking, just measuring out. So the thing for me, it really depends how they stage from turning point 2. Because the issue is, no one really wants to move up.
No.
So as you can see in the middle T-piece terrain, so the left side is a door, the middle side is a wall, and the right and the other side is a window.
So there's visibility straight through.
Yes.
So coming at it from the top right for the Mandrakes is actually a horrible situation.
Mm-hmm.
They almost want to teleport and consolidate into one area and then stage from it.
Well, as I said, what auxiliary did the Brood Brother take? He took a Magus and 2 Psychic Familiars.
And then he basically almost gave the Magus away.
Yeah. I'm surprised the French guy... I'm surprised the Mandrakes didn't burn his CP to get 5 hits. I would have.
Yeah.
I would have. Just 1 reroll. But I think he was like, oh, if it hits, I'll do it. But it's just very brave play. So...
Yeah. I think it was very aggressive, pushing them with the scout move to the back to that wall, but not being close enough to the wall means... I don't know if that's because he overestimated the distance.
He did.
Because to me, I was like, if I'd known that distance wasn't possible, I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have deployed there.
Yeah.
There would have been a whole different situation.
As I said, it's easy for us to make these observations because we're just observing the game.
We're looking at it with a clean head,
exactly.
and we're not pressured by the game's experience as well.
These players know it's the top table, end of round, end of day one. There's a lot of pressure because remember, the winner not only gets this fancy belt, but gets a ticket to Worlds with £200 towards their flight and hotels.
Exactly.
So there's a lot on play today.
It's a very nice prize.
But they're still both having fun, which is an important thing. Everyone's been having fun, which is really good.
A thing I will note is the last 2 rounds, there was a lot of people standing up. This round, there's a lot of people sitting down.
That is an interesting thing. I think I've brought up a few times. So when I'm playing, I always stand.
Yeah.
Because I need a bird's eye view. Yeah. I will only sit down if I lose.
Yeah.
And
I think it's at this stage, it's nothing to do with how the games are going for people. It's game 3. They just need to sit down for a bit.
It's like my friend has a different thing. He's like, he doesn't eat. He won't eat until the tournament's over or he loses. Because
that's not good for your blood sugar levels.
I know, but he's a very...
Stay hydrated and make sure your sugar and salt levels are maintained, guys.
I do not advise that, but he does it, and it's like, I get it, because it's like his argument is eating, the digestion slows him down. It's fair, because like you can feel...
He's eating the wrong things.
Yeah. So as I said, players are still... The interesting thing is, the Mandrakes have still only looted 1 point.
Despite being quite shooting aggressive...
Because the problem he has is, while the Brood Brothers have no anti-obscuring ability, he's left himself in the open. There's no barricades to safely move up onto, because that's how I designed these maps. You can get to the pillar, but then you can get counter-punished by the opponent.
Which is why I think if he's going to do... Like, which one's the character that can do the teleport for him?
So anyone can teleport, but then the Shadow Weaver who popped the smokes, who he's moved up, can place a smoke grenade, but also do a teleport as well. But he's already used the teleport, so he can only do the teleport once per turning point. But once he opens the portal...
So it's next turn he'll be able to do. Yeah, so it means that some of the guys might just stay back and just be booping across there, because he doesn't want to give away.
Yeah.
Like at the moment, it's like there, or going to... so staying at the back, or going to that far right barricade. Solid kind of the heavy wall, isn't it? Because
you have to remember, also, next to the Magus, you've got the Sapper, who's on engage. And he's within red of the comms, who is in the corner of the building. So if he gets too far forward, the comms will just literally go +1 APL, move. I mean, personally, I would have gone for the Primus in this matchup, not the Magus. But, you know, if you go online, everyone's like, I've cracked the code. I'm taking the Magus. It's like, I am the big brain.
But sometimes when people make these outlandish, maybe well-educated kind of internet suggestions, I'm like, cool, well done.
Yeah, because we're still early. As I said, we're literally 1 week post-release.
It may have worked in the 3 games they've played,
yeah.
But if it's the same opponent, I would discount it.
Johnny asks, have you decided if you are coming up for the Sheffield GT? I'm afraid I am not, because I won at Bristol. It's too expensive for me to go to Sheffield, I'm afraid. Okay, so I'm just going to update the primary. So Mandrakes are currently on 1.
Yep.
And Brood Brothers are on 3. Although it has taken a lot out of them to get to that 3.
Yeah. It's in the bottom player's little folder, John.
There we go. So, just updating everything for you guys. Okay, primary should be updated to reflect the board state.
So
As I said, our mandrakes are now starting to move up to loot.
Hang on. Let me just double check. I think we've got some mandrakes. Secondaries have been revealed this turn, and we missed it. So the mandrakes have actually revealed recover item.
Ah, where's he put the recover item?
There is a token.
Oh, is it under the smoke?
It's next to the smoke. There's
Yeah.
a little token next
Yeah.
to it.
So currently he's scoring recover item.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
So let me just add that in.
Because the interesting thing is, well, remember, where the smoke is, it's covering the recover item. So if someone moves to contest the recover item, the mandrake player can charge through the door, on engage, remain in the smoke, and still can't be shot. This is the power of permanent smoke.
Is there a way of getting enough APL on there with one model for the Brood
No.
Brothers? Yeah.
No. But the problem is that you're just feeding models to be charged.
Yeah. And you don't want mandrakes charging you on their terms.
Yes. Because he's also would technically be within shadow. Because remember, you're either within shadow if you're within black of a piece of heavy terrain on the floor,
Yep.
or underneath a vantage point.
Yep.
Now, you don't want to move underneath that vantage point. So a lot of, remember, when a mandrake's under vantage point, in shadow, they go to a 4-pin run, and if they're a normal warrior, they get +1 crit damage, so they go 4/6, and it unlocks all their special ploys. So
Just needs dynamite, mate.
yeah, just dynamite, dude. Dynamite. But I feel the mandrake player's kind of misplayed with his barricades. Not the first one, but it's the far left.
The far left being just under the
Yeah.
building. I'm not sure what the intent there was.
I'm
There is a
not
guy tucked
sure
under there
either.
behind the barricade.
Well, because I think he was assuming if the Broodlords get up to the window, they just have free reign on shooting, which they do.
Yeah. But he's under he's there and he's on the point
Yeah.
with the barricade covering his base.
So mandrakes loot the top right objective. So let me update top primary.
Yeah. I'm not so sure.
It's an interesting play. It's a very strange matchup.
From what I understand when chatting to the players before the game, they are sparring partners.
Yeah.
So for them, this is probably a game in the lead up to this tournament. They have probably played it. Not necessarily on this mission, but still, they know each other's warbands, the kill teams well. And the challenge is, will that be enough?
Yeah.
Because also there's the element now where if they know each other that well, they're actually maybe playing the player as well, which sometimes makes it harder.
Oh, the Sapper is just... I think he's got the +1 APL.
Yeah.
He hasn't got the +1 APL. He's just moving and throwing a crack.
Yeah, because he's getting a bead on. There's
Yeah.
a guy.
Yeah, that's a fair shot. And even... So the thing is, even if his Shade Weaver dies, the smoke just stays there.
Yes.
Just... So we're throwing the crack. Oh, interesting.
Checking blast range, I think.
Yes. So we've got 4 attacks. I think they're just discussing whether they're obscured or not. Currently not.
Just whether he's within shadow, I think, is what they were trying to identify.
Yeah, I don't think he is from where he is. As I said, I don't know why. Oh.
2 4s and a 6.
Oh, he retains 1. So he's dead. Dead unless he spends a CP.
Oh, it wasn't the guy in the
Oh.
open, it was the guy in the building.
Oh, did I miss that? So
Yeah, so
someone.
the guy there that was behind the barricade, he shot him through the window. So he's down bottom left, just where the token's pointing.
Yeah, as people constantly remind me, that is the downside of top-down view.
Yes. So what it means now is there is 2 Brood Brothers guys on that point.
That's actually quite a big blow. There's more.
Which now means that, to me, it feels like the mandrakes are naturally pivoting towards the right-hand side of the board. So they're rotating a little bit, which is all well and good, but it's going to take a turn to correct it now.
Yes.
And by that point, the Brood Brothers are probably going to have a bit more presence because they've got the range.
See,
and that rotation angle, you've got the door in the T shape and then the windows. Any movement they do that doesn't quite get into full cover, they're open.
Yeah, I'm just kind of. I would have. So I'm kind of the guy. If I've got one save, and I would have rerolled to live.
I do and I don't.
So Mandrakes are very tight on CP, and the Mandrake player has played a lot of Mandrakes. But in that kind of scenario, where it's like literally, if I live, I'm a big problem for my opponent, I'd do it.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't have pushed up that far forward. I would have just hidden behind the light barricade.
So the guy that died is behind his barricade that he generated.
I think a normal warrior died.
I think he's a normal chap. Yeah.
Normal chappy.
Yeah.
Lovely chappy.
Normal chap.
Normal chappy.
Spiffy little Drukhari.
Spiffy little dude.
Wait, they're actually not really Drukhari, are they?
They are Drukhari. They're Drukhari they've spent too long in the Shadow Realm.
They're corrupted. They're not just Drukhari.
Yeah.
So I think it's unfair of me to just call them just
Well, they've
Drukhari.
become one with the realm of Eldenich, if you want to be exact, Scrivo.
That is why I'm questioning it, because technically I was wrong. And I will admit I'm wrong.
Good thing I am never wrong.
Apart from when you are, John. he choked on his own words there, guys.
I'm fine.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
It's fine.
So we're having another engage. This is the Melter Gunner, who is going to move and dash up. Because if you think about it, why not? He does have +1 APL, so he can move, dash, shoot. And may I say, I am a big fan of the Brood Brothers acrylic tokens, because he is using not only buy the same tokens, which I use religiously.
I use them too.
He is using the green ones, which I use as well.
Yeah, I've got the orange ones to be themed with Kill Team, but after I got them, I was like, oh, they do purple.
Yeah.
And purple's my jam.
Yeah.
And I play commandos which are painted purple, because not the skin, because that would be silly.
Yeah.
But they're wearing purple clothes. That's why no one ever comments and gives me best painted to my orcs, because they can't see them.
The
It's
green
the
is
worst.
so good.
It's like I cannot help it that I painted them so thematically that you can't even see them. It's just
So
it's
let's
really
see what's
embarrassing, guys.
happening. Is there a Mandrake? I can't see because of the shadow. The Mandrake is physically in shadow, so I cannot see.
Which one are you asking about?
The one in the corner of the TPs.
So there's one there.
No, there.
Hang on, I'm going to have to take my headset off because I
Yeah.
cannot see.
Literally, that Mandrake is actually in physical shadow. Like, he is technically in shadow and physically in shadow. Okay, interesting. I think the Mandrake's moving up onto the building.
There's a guy just tucked in there.
Yeah, he's physically in shadow.
He's literally in shadow and in shadow.
It's okay. It's fine. There was a
We're all
light.
giggling and being very smug with ourselves, going, oh, he's in shadow and he's in shadow.
Okay, so I think that's the Chooser of the Flesh who has moved up. Because if you think about it,
Yep.
next turn, if the Melter does go in, I mean, the Melter should.
And the Icon Ward is tucked in on the other side of the big pillar in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
What does he denote to people?
So the Icon Ward, if he's within red of an objective, the Brood Brothers count as being +1 APL.
Right, so that's a very defensive
And if
way to
someone
put it.
dies within red, they can do a mission action or a single free action before dying.
So
Except
if the Melter dies within red of him,
can
you
shoot
can
again,
pass
but not
on
if you
shot.
kill him in combat.
so that sets it up where then, as a result, wherever the Melter ends, it needs to make sure that he's outside of charge range.
Yeah. But this is why I would have taken the Primus, because he gives you +1 to the initiative or a reroll if don't have it.
+1 to initiative is so good.
Yes, because you can make a 6 into a 7. Yeah.
Yeah. And more importantly, it improves your odds.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that certainty of control
'Cause
of the order of the turn is just very good.
Because especially if your opponent had initiative last turn and he can make it a tie, because then you just take initiative.
Yeah. That's exactly what I was thinking, John. Just a real challenge. Right. Well, now they're hiding in the smoke area.
Everyone's just running into the smoke.
So that's, like I expected. They're all just jumping over there. It's their staging point.
Yeah.
it's basically how I would play if I was playing on Nakmund, where yes, the smoke from the pipes is not quite the same.
It's just funny,
effect, right?
Well, yeah, it's just how many mandrakes can you fit in a bubble of smoke? It's just funny because once again, if you're
they're maintaining unit coherency because he's playing 40k.
well, it's like if you have no ways around obscuring, they can just hide it. Like one trick my sparring friend warned me about is basically if you've made it so the mandrakes have nowhere to shadow teleport, they can pop down smoke portal, like even in the barricade, and just teleport there in the open. So very powerful.
Yeah, it's reasonable. I think this might be the last Mandrake activation.
I hope it's the normal warrior.
It's just a guy with a sword. Just a normal guy. Normal men.
Total innocent men. And he's going to loot the point. So they're free throw on the primary.
Yes, they are. So, although that looked early game, like early turning point, it looked like the Brute Brothers were going to maybe jump a little bit ahead in the primary.
I think the Brute Brothers are in a better place.
It didn't feel like it from that first interaction with the blast.
If the blast killed someone, I would have agreed.
Yeah.
But it didn't kill anyone. It just wounded 2 guys.
It was that kind of the perception of pressure, which if you're a slightly more brittle player, you might have responded to that and panicked. And then I've watched it where people go, right, I'd move these guys forward. Instead of doing what he's done, they would have gone back.
Yeah.
And gone, I need to get into safety. And it's just...
Oh. So we've had 5 attacks from somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, the Dirgemeister scream.
He screamed, and there's some cackling. The guy right at the back.
Oh, he rolled a 1 and a 2, so that's a crit save. Yeah. Oh, Overwatch. Yes, he Overwatched from Rebel.
Yeah. Because it was important.
Yeah. Ooh.
Now the melter's going forward.
Yeah. So I can't tell if this is the leader or not.
Which one?
The guy in the shadow.
I don't think it is. The leader's not the one with the massive big swirl, is he? Because that's that guy up there. The one in the shadow, I think, is just one of the normal guys.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but...
I think it's a normal guy.
4 attacks hitting on 4s. Oh, 2 hits. So does he want to re-roll it? Does he want to re-roll? He probably does.
He's considering it.
But this is the thing. Brute Brothers... He is in shadow.
I think he needs at least 3. So if he's in shadow, it's 4 up.
Yeah.
So you want at least 1 to go through. So you need it to be 3 or 4 attacks getting through.
Yeah.
Because he's going to save half of them. Yeah. Mercenary Q. The first and only time I played against Mandrakes, the guy proxied lovely Nighthawk conversions, which were great, but it didn't help me with learning what the models are which.
He saves 1, and... Oh, he turned 1 into a crit. I don't remember him rolling a crit.
I think that was... Did he do a reroll?
Let me check the attack, boys.
I don't think he gets lethals on 5.
Oh, no, yes. So he spent a CP for Idolization.
Yeah.
So use this if you're within red of a leader. You can turn either a miss into a hit or hit into a crit.
Yeah, it was turning a hit into a crit then, wasn't it? That makes sense.
I think this might be the leader. That was the leader. Because he rolled for the... what do you call it?
Spicy.
Okay. Ooh, interesting. I would have personally turned the miss into a hit to force him to free hit.
This is the flamer?
Yes.
The heavy flamer?
Yes.
Because it looks like a burner. I'm just saying, I may be translating
He hasn't taken the grenade launcher. He's taken plasma, melter, and flamer.
So why would you take a flamer over the grenade launcher?
I guess because it causes more hits, but I'm not sure in this matchup.
Because the torrent stuff I always find really underwhelming.
Me too.
The burner, I take it because I can, but there's times where I just think...
So they're readying for turning point 2.
Yeah.
So tack-up wise, Mandrakes have got 1 for recover item.
Yep, which is top tack-up 1.
Yes. No.
Yeah. Top tack-up.
Oh, yeah. No.
Yeah, I've done it on there. Ignore the order of my cheat sheet. I'm just confusing you, John.
Oh, sorry.
Right, we're rolling a priority.
Rolling for initiative.
Initiative, sorry. Priority, I made a Sigmar right now.
Let's see what happens. This is an important one. Remember, red is Mandrakes, white are Brood Brothers. This is huge.
Interesting. Spicy.
Oh, that's a 6.
That's a 4.
Oh, that's strong. That's a bold move, Cotton.
That is Rasmus time. It's Rasmus time right now.
Oh, this is spicy. So this is important. So Mandrakes have the top of turn 2.
Yep.
So it's going to be...
Is there any strategic ploys that they're going to play?
So he's probably going to spend CP for a re-rolling attack dice while in shadow.
And most of his stuff's in shadow.
Mm-hmm.
And where he'll be positioned will be in relation to heavy terrain.
And this applies to shooting and melee.
So what you're telling me is things are going to get nasty.
Yes. So I believe that was the leader who's down to 2 wounds.
So he's going to be shooting it injured. But if it's got re-rolls, that almost negates the fact that he's on a -1.
Yeah. So the thing is, there's so much stuff. So it's mainly on the left-hand side of the board.
Yeah.
Remember, the demo does have a demo mine, but he's got no one within range.
No.
So they're revealing tac ops.
And it looks like... he's dropped down a little dice there to denote something.
I'm not exactly sure.
It's marking someone, is that?
Oh, eliminate guards.
Eliminate guards for Brood Brothers.
So he's seeing if he can make a shot. Because once again, yeah, he's going. If he can make the shot, he's going for the shot. So what's he going to? He's basically, I think he's got the shot where he can move the Bale Blast down, hit. Where was it? The concealed operative in the middle, who is not obscured, and then it will hit it into the Magus and the other concealed operative.
And is that a trigger from that?
Has he revealed faction tac op?
He hasn't, but that's why I'm interested. It's like if that is impactful here.
I need to see what the players. Oh, Jerry Van says loves the commentary. Thank you. It wouldn't be possible without Scrivo. Otherwise, it would just be me.
And
so
that would be probably 50% more accurate, but probably 90% less silly.
And 100% less enjoyable. He's also designed this amazing layout, and Scrivo can design stuff for you, as well as other
Say
stuff.
designed, I've literally put it all together when we got here. So, a little bit bare bones, but we are very much, this is our first time doing this sort of streaming. If people are enjoying it, we'd love to do more of it. Obviously, travel can be a challenge, but obviously in the UK, we can get most places. If there is a kill team event that wants to have us come,
the flamer is the Mandrakes Eliminate Guard.
Makes sense, because I'm guessing it's an easier target than the psychic, what are they called, companion dudes, the little dudes.
Yeah.
Because he's tucked in and he's got super conceal,
They're
so he's
revealing
probably a
tac ops.
harder thing to deal with.
Oh no, he's revealing Courier
Yeah, and Route.
from the Brood Brothers. All right, this is big. This is
Courier.
super big. Oh, thank you, Mercenary Q. You are very kind.
Yeah, so the challenge is shoutcasting can be very factual, but also it can be really not factual. So what we're trying to the approach we kind of, when we chatted about this beforehand, was we want to make it so that we're conveying what happens in the game, talk about how tactically we would both approach the things, but also not just make it all just about the rules, because sometimes that's just a bit heavy, right? Like this has got to be some form of entertainment at least as well.
Yeah.
And there's sometimes where we say, oh, best case scenario, we think this is what they should do. And then in reality, the player sees something that we do not see. And that is much more exciting.
Exactly. So I think Mandrakes are trying to figure out what to do exactly.
So we've actually got all of the Brood Brothers thingies are revealed. Thingies? Tac Ops are now revealed. So I'm going to quickly input these for you guys.
Yeah, Mandrakes are just figuring out, like, because if they can get an angle on a shot...
So we got Route.
It could...
Route, depending where you're from.
It could do crazy damage, like...
And then Tac Op 2 has been revealed as Recover Item, which is what that little token with a dice is in the center of the board, I believe.
Oh, he's revealing it now. I thought he already had it. Oh.
Yeah, so when you put down, there's a dice and a token.
Okay.
Kind of in the center line, just behind a couple of Mandrakes. And then third, he's gone with Death.
Okay, so he's activating the... what is he activating?
Sorry, that is Clandestine Elimination.
Okay, I think the Chooser of the Flesh is activating. Oh, yeah, the Chooser of the Flesh. So he's charging... I think he's trying to see if he can fit and charge the Melter and the Iconarch.
Scrivo is great. Is that your nice way of saying, I'm glad Scrivo's here?
He is. He's charging them both. I didn't think he had the movement, but... he's only charging the Melter.
Yeah.
So the Chooser of the Flesh has 4 attacks, hitting on 5, hitting on 3s,
And we
5,
talked
6,
about
3,
this
4, 5 up.
just before with the Melter guy, that if he was too close to be charged, he'd be charged.
Yeah.
He then can't do a reactive shoot back.
Yeah.
He can do a reactive fight back, right? When he on death.
Yes.
But
Ooh,
is
so
that-
that's a
that's not
crit
helpful.
and a hit. Oh, only a crit and a hit. He needs 3 hits. Oh, no. So basically, strike with the hit, takes 2 damage, kills with the crit. So now, why this kill was important, as I said, the Chooser of the Flesh will now unlock a token for his kill team. So now he can activate someone and give them free APL for the rest of the game.
Spicy.
And you know who he's going to give that to? The Bale Blast.
He's going to bail. Oh, it's the Bale
Because
man.
if he's already marked out the shot, he just doesn't have the APL. Now he has free APL, so he can move dash Bale Blast.
Oh no, that sounds horrible, John.
But we'll see. But the thing is, the problem is, he has... The Brood Brothers have 1 turn. They're now down in activation. So he's killed the Melter threat.
Yep.
Brood Brothers are now down activation. Okay, so... He's going to move and throw the frag, because not only will it hit the Chooser of the Flesh, it will hit the leader, who is only on 2 wounds.
And I think there's actually 3 of them. No, they're actually a bit further apart. I was looking to see if there was enough space, but the foreshortening from this angle I couldn't quite see. But yeah. And just so you're all aware as well, in the main event itself, we're now at about 50% standing ratio.
Yeah.
So that means people are going now. They're getting in. They're needing to push their models.
Serious
They can't
mode.
do it from sitting
I'm
down.
leaning forward to go faster
And it's the
when I'm
power
playing.
poses. Like no one's got their foot on a chair yet because they're all cowards.
I'm pretty sure the frag grenade would hit the Iconarch.
Yeah, that may be being missed, but
As I said, let the players play it out. Oh gosh.
2 hits and a crit.
Gets
With a
1 reroll. Yeah.
3 hits and a crit.
Retains 1. No, he's dead.
Oh, yeah. The counting of the damage was very much the stereotypical kill team response of how much damage, because it's either you don't kill them
Yes.
or you kill them 3 times over.
And now the leader. So this is the important one. Oh, I think he's doing it on the Iconarch.
Yeah. So
I mean, the
so he's retaining 1 by the way. And it's 3 and a crit.
oh, 3 4-ups. Oh, he's on the leader. Ooh. Also, this is clutch.
So it was 3 hits and a crit, wasn't it? So
He needs a 5-up. He needs his oubliette. On a 5-up, he lives.
and that was a crit.
That
That's
was
spicy.
clutch.
That
was
is super
clutch.
spicy.
Clutch.
So the oubliette, I find, works in the same way as an Archon's Shimmerfield in 40k.
Yeah.
That's on a 2-up, you succeed, but you roll that 1. And traditionally, every time it's a clutch 1, you go,
Okay.
anything but
He's
a
doing
1.
it.
And it's
I
the
think
same
he's doing.
with
I think he's
oubliette,
doing what I said.
right? Yeah.
I think he's doing the Bell Blast. Yep.
Yep.
Bell Blast going to free APL. He's going to move dash
And
and
he's going to that guy that's
because he's going to hit the leader.
hitting that guy, and it'll bounce onto that guy as well.
I would ignore that. No, because as I said, look, Oh my gosh, yeah, there we go. Because as I said, if he can get a shot on the guy on the objective there with the conceal order.
He's got super conceal, but you can see both sides of his base.
Yep.
So it's perfect, that angle.
So he's using 5 attack. Oh no, he is 5 attacks hitting on freeze.
It's all right. All good.
5 attacks hitting on freeze. Okay. With a reroll because he's in shadow. That's not the play I would have gone with. So he's just dead. And then the agitator.
Now it's rolling for the guy by the building.
Ooh.
And it's the complete opposite to the last roll.
Yeah.
That last roll had all the pips. This time it's gone, nah, mate. Didn't you hear there's a cost of dice crisis right now?
Blocks it. Ooh. That is not the play I would have done. Because as you can see... Oh, and that's why... sorry, Scrivo, I missed.
You missed something.
The guy's behind a barricade. I couldn't see the barricade.
Yes, it's only just there, but yeah. Yes, because I was eyeing up the other side of the bit, which is open, but it's too far away.
Oh. What is going...
It's just that. I'm just watching
the
chaotic
Andrea.
red dice going everywhere.
We're doing another shooting attack. I don't know what we're into.
I think it was hitting enough people. I think it is the guy. So he targeted the guy in the open, and then the one that's behind the barricade.
He rolled 3 crits, which is the worst thing you could roll.
So in answer to the question on the screen, can you roll a crit? Brood Brothers can.
Sorry about the peeking. What you have to remember is, with the Mandrake shooting, rolling crits is bad. You want to roll 1s and 2s because you want to roll equal to under your APL. So rolling 3 crits to save is the worst thing you could do.
He's not done any of the things to force people not doing their activations because he's not been close enough, has he?
No.
And I'm glad because
so
the
reason he hasn't activated the leader is because no one can currently threaten the leader.
Yeah.
I mean, the people who can are within 6.
Yeah.
Okay, the leader is on... So the leader is on 2 wounds, but he's going to shotgun.
Just classic shotgun material. What I'm liking is we're seeing more and more dice getting rolled. This is going to, I think, by the end of this turning point, we'll actually have an idea of probably who's going to win it. 1 of 5. That's that little guy gone. That's the Balefire guy, right?
Yes.
It was.
Oh, he got more wound off the board.
Yeah.
Because remember, it doesn't matter about your invuln. If you're within 6 inches, which you are, he just needs to keep rolling, which he did.
Yep. Yeah, it was very spicy.
So I don't know where the Dirge Master has triggered, but the leader is now activating.
Because that's the door. So that bit of orange wall that he's next to is a door. So he's got quite a few options there. It's almost spoiled for options, I'd say.
I would just charge him with the leader. I would, because the thing is, if he charges both of them, so if the leader I guess he can't because he's injured, but if he charges the super conceal guy and the other guy, he will kill the super conceal guy in 1 hit and reactivate his oubliette. So then he gets another 5 up for no pain.
Yeah.
Yep.
But he's still got 3, 4, 5. Half of the Brood Brothers would then be able to just deal with it.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a trade that's worth it.
He still stops people activating within 6.
Yeah, and he wouldn't be close. Some of those are outside of 6.
Yeah.
So I don't think it would be worth it.
Well, we'll see what happens. This game is going very crazily.
Yeah, I thought it was going one way, then I thought it was going the other way, and now it feels it's doubling down a little bit to the Mandrakes, but a couple of interactions could completely shift it back again. Right.
It's a very interesting game, very back and forth. So the big thing is who wins the left-hand side and the left mid scrim. So currently, Mandrakes are losing the left side, but they are going to win
and
the right
side. They don't have a way of recalibrating their positioning there.
No.
Like, and the problem is the Mandrakes are ahead on secondaries at the moment as well, but they haven't revealed their 3rd one.
No.
So it could be one of those reactive ones that they deal with at the end, but it just seems to me like at the moment the scoring is going to be quite similar, but the Brood Brothers, by pushing that they've got route and recover item, are kind of signposting what they're going to be doing, which gives the Mandrakes some agency to react rather than be the ones making the decisions.
Yes.
I always find that interesting, like, when do you spill the beans on what your cards are? Because sometimes you're like, I can score this in any of my turns.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. But holding it back also pressures that you're not signposting what you're achieving. Like,
Exactly.
to me, the worst thing is, like, when you've got, like, eliminate guards, people just go, I'm just going to stay back.
So a Mandrake is, I think, just normal Mandrake. I think it's just moving out. Players still have time. Got 54 minutes left on the clock.
They're going to be fine. A classic example of a game that feels like there's going to be a lot going on, but it quite quickly resolves.
Okay, just the Mandrake has moved up, but I'm not sure to what end. I'm still trying to figure out the play. He should be able to charge the icon. I would charge the icon. I would get rid of that icon. Because if you think about it, he only has a comms on the point.
Very, very interesting. So
Okay, he is now charging there.
yeah, that's interesting.
I don't know. I'm not sure how he charged from there. So 4 attacks hitting on freeze. Crit and a hit. It's just got a crit and a hit.
Yeah.
He's got a reroll. Need to crit. He gets a crit. Oh, that's clutch.
Crit. That's so good.
At this point, I would spend the CP to reroll my last dice. That's what I would do.
Oh, for whom?
Mandrakes. No, he's just going to strike with the crit. Parry. But I'm not sure how he made that charge. I'm very confused. I don't know how that charge worked.
Maybe at our angle we just couldn't quite see the right distance.
Well, he's definitely charged over 9 inches. Okay, so it's now back to the Brood Brothers. So they currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 activations to go. Mandrakes have 6. So it's not too far behind in activation count.
Yeah.
Okay. Flamer is going to activate. He is the eliminate guard tactic type target. That is the target of the Dirge Meister.
Yeah. So, in this situation, would you just go run him away safely?
I would shoot him and...
Can he see the Dirge? Because he's in the smoke, right?
No, he's not. The
Is
Flamer.
he the guy?
But I guess it's to stop him running away. But I'm unsure why. And no one has looted a point yet. No loot, no looting, no tooting. Okay, just figure. Okay, he's injured him and moved away. How do Brood Brothers have route and recover item?
Have I put the wrong ones in?
Yeah, don't worry. Blame John. Blame John.
Hang on. I've duplicated stuff. Ignore me, guys. I am obviously, because what I've done on my notes is actually Brood Brothers at the top. So I've just started just being an idiot, apparently. Right. So it's bottom middle we need to worry about. There we go.
Oh, yeah, he's marked for the Dirge Meister.
Yeah, there you go.
So it's
By the way, I hear we might have a celebrity in chat. So if Rob, if you're watching, I love you. Please put me back on the Honest Wargamer for anything. I miss you. Have me on. Watch it for Age of Sigmar. It's actually really good. But yeah,
right,
so
there we go. I've corrected it now, guys. So
Cool.
Brood Brothers have currently got Root, Eliminate Guard, and
Oh,
Death
so the-
Stun, Eliminate.
oh gosh, he's only got one hit.
Sacre.
I have no idea what he shot. Oh no, he's charged in. He's only rolled a single hit.
So that's which character is that of them?
Dirgemeister.
Dirge. Okay.
So he's going to hit him for 4.
Yeah.
His dice have not
he
been
got-
great,
he's got
but this
eight-
is the thing. This is
Has he
it.
got
I
8
keep,
wounds?
yeah, no, but this is the thing I keep reminding people. If you only have 4 attacks, just because you hit on freeze doesn't mean
It means 50-50.
you're
realistically.
basically equally likely to get 3 hits or 2 hits, and that's what people forget.
Yeah, it's 2/3 of the time you succeed.
Yeah, it's not like it's like I should have always been rolling 3 hits. No. So it's going to be he can just fall back,
Yeah.
but the
'Cause
problem
is there anyone else on that side of the board that can now interact with him?
so what I basically
There is those 2 in
Yeah.
the smoke. So him going that way. Is it because he's going that way to end up within 5 of the icon ward? So if they then try to blast him because they're too far away,
shoot.
he then flames them back.
yeah.
I love it when I spot things.
But
I feel so special.
the other thing is, so the problem Mandrake player is now, he only has 2 operatives who can loot.
Yeah, and they are coming out of a safe position to do anything.
Yes, he hasn't looted his top objective.
Yeah. And so realistically, one of them needs to try to loot that,
Yes,
and then all that's doing is giving a target.
yes.
So unless he's in a,
I would
he
charge
be in a
leader.
consi-
I mean, I would charge the plasma sword.
Yeah.
Power
Yeah.
sword.
Yeah, that's what they're looking at. So what I like is the minute you say these sorts of things, immediately they start signposting that they're looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like you're on the same page, John.
I know. It's almost like I play the game.
I do occasionally too.
Okay, so I'm figuring out who's charging who. Okay. He's just moved and looted.
Okay.
Or he's
Okay.
moving and shooting the I think he's moving and shooting. Interesting.
So he's come into the building and shooting?
Yeah, he's moving to the window and taking a shot. Oh, he's just charging. Okay, he's changed his mind.
I think that's the better shout, although I'm not going to say anything, John, but I'm going to say it anyway. But 3 games, we've had some very swingy dice on the red dice. They've either rolled
Yeah.
incredibly hot or incredibly bad.
He's multi-charging. Okay.
Okay, that's brave.
4 attacks hitting on freeze.
Has he got enough activations that if he kills one in combat, he gets
So
to swing the other one?
if he kills the secondary leader, it's actually a big momentum swing because it just means he wins that flank.
Yeah, so it's gone from him losing the left-hand flank to then hopefully taking the right flank.
Yeah.
So that's it's the counterweight, right? It's pushing the balance of the game back into kind of we don't know.
Yeah.
And that's how the game should be played.
So is he going to 4 attacks hitting on freeze? Oh, crit and a hit. That's not what he wanted. He wanted 3 hits.
The player looks notably frustrated by that. This is actually game 3.
So that's 2 hits, 2 crits.
Ultimentra.
So he needs to CP rerollers.
So Ultimentra, this is game 3.
Yeah.
We've got 3 more games tomorrow, starting at 10 a.m. British summertime. It's been interesting so far. So obviously, if you've only just joined in,
you
you can watch back the other 2.
So he's going to take 6 damage and die. Oh.
So he's not quite died, but that's not what he was wanting from that charge, right? He wanted to take one of them out.
Oh, we started the stream 10 a.m. UK time.
Yeah.
It's been up. Ooh.
That's all good, bud. Yeah, time is a funny thing. Like, when we started the stream, we had Australians saying it was 8 p.m. their time, and we were like, cool. I'm just rubbing the sleeps out of my eyes, and you're telling me you're about to go to bed.
Cool. Okay, I'm not sure what happened, but both are still alive. So that's fine. Oh, he didn't multi-charge. Okay. So he got 2 crits, he got a crit here. Okay.
What we'll do is we can put timestamps on the stream recording for when the rounds start, just so it makes it a little bit easier watching back.
Yeah, I'll probably go through over them next week and timestamp everything. All right.
Okay. So,
I think the Plasma leader is now fighting back.
and I think that was his eliminate guard
Yes. Dead.
because he'd put a token there and he got a crit.
Yeah, dead.
That doesn't feel like a worthy trade.
No.
now,
The
but
thing
that
is-
shouldn't have gone that way.
So he's quite upset, the Mandrake player, but it's like, that's a gamble. I wouldn't have gambled like that. So as I said,
So
4
he's-
attack.
he scored a point on clandestine elimination this turn already as well.
Okay.
Because he's put a dice on his card, so I know that that's scored.
So that means top player.
His bottom player.
Oh yes, sorry.
So bottom player attack up 1. Yeah, that's cool.
It's interesting. These risky trades are not really working out. Is he going to charge the knife fighter?
He's going right up for it.
He's just abandoning the primary. I've never seen this before.
Do you think this is an emotional response to it going badly into a sparring
So
final?
players have a habit of going on tilt, but he's charging the knife fighter, and I don't know who that is. Oh, the plasma gunner. He's fighting the plasma gunner. It's 2 hits.
Yeah, so the Bandura terrain, I was personally a little bit kind of on the fence. I was like, it felt very...
Oh, they hit the camera.
Oh, they hit the camera. Hang on, guys. I've got this. Live action Scrivo cam. There you go.
Fortunately, he rolled 2 hits, and the opponent rolled a crit and a hit, even with a reroll. So he hits the plasma for 4, and then takes 3 damage back. And now the knife fighter will come and kill. So this play I kind of agree with, the double charge.
Yeah, because you're tying them up, it means that they're not shooting out at things that you
I
don't
mean, the
want
knife
them
fighter will
shooting.
now kill him. Actually, no.
And then, is he close enough for Shadow?
He is in shadow. So I don't know how much CP he has left.
They've both got 1 CP. Because I think that's what the red dice are.
I would have charged the knife fighter first.
Yeah, red dice that they've got on show is CP, which is cool.
So the problem is he's got 5 wounds left. He's not going to spend a CP to fight first.
No.
Oh, he's fighting with the... Okay, Plasma Gunner's fighting. He's got a crit and 2 hits.
Spicy. Do Brew Brothers have any equipment to give stuff better combat?
There we go. 3 crits, 4 crits.
Yeah, these red dice are rolling incredibly like underwhelming or spicy AF. I'm enjoying this.
Okay. Okay, players are just...
They're just debating which order they get resolved. Because is it 3-4 for the? Is that the medic swinging?
Yeah, I think the medic's
I
fighting.
think it was the medic because he was just referring to it. He was giving it a point. So I think it was 3/4 for his weapon. Is it?
2-3.
2-3. Okay, so it was a 3, so that puts him on 2, and then he gets hit by crit, and then
Oh no.
yeah. So the crit did the 3. Then I think the Mandrake player just went, I'll swing.
Oh no, it was the
carry
knife
on.
fight. It was the knife fight. But I don't know why the knife fight was only 3 attacks.
I think he missed one.
Yeah.
Nice.
If I'm honest, I'm very lost.
So now it's something with the medic. I'm not too sure what's going on
Okay,
with
the
that.
Mandrake player has gone on full tilt, unfortunately.
Yes.
Full tilt.
That's the thing I've started to notice. And it's a shame because he was quite jovial when things were going wrong for him early game.
No, it's fine. It's like people
But
lose
it's also-
composure. It's okay.
It's an important thing, especially when you're going... They're both undefeated at this stage.
Yeah.
And it matters. And it means that tomorrow you're starting on the back foot again. But the thing is, you can lose a game in this...
Well, it's
in
not
the
over
tournament,
yet.
right? It's not
As
over,
I said,
right?
no one's looted any points. No one.
So it's just going to be low scoring as well, which I think is fascinating because although one of them will potentially go undefeated, that points difference could really matter for their placings towards the end of the tournament.
Yes. As I said, it's a very strange game because no one has looted. No one is in a position
I
to
think
loot.
it's you get distracted about the killing.
So the leader can activate with his 2 wounds. I think there's a way to heal, but I can't remember how Mandrakes heal. So he's still got his Shade Weaver. The leader's just going to move back and loot, I think. Yes, leader's moving back and loot.
Yep. And that is, I think, all of the Mandrakes have activated now.
No, the
Is there one more?
teleportation one is still left to activate.
Oh, is he still behind the wall?
Yeah.
So where I look from, I can't really see him.
Yeah, unfortunately now the plasma is just going to murder.
Yeah. He's only got 4 wounds left.
Yeah. So unfortunately he's went from dominating the right flank to just collapsing on the right flank.
Yes. So Mercenary, you're quite right. Often the pressure of the situation of being on camera has a negative impact, which is, I don't like that because I feel it's a shame for the player, but they did say yes. So they did have a choice. So
okay.
Kind of just the joy.
So he's going to move, point blank plasma. 1 hit. Rerolling the 1 into 2 crits.
That is spicy.
He blocks 1 and dies. Okay.
Thank you, Seth. Yeah, there is a attack ploy to heal based
Yes,
on
yeah.
hits. That's cool.
Excess
Solve these.
hits. So you can heal basically 4 wounds.
I'm not sure that would help in some of these matchups where, in these kind of little duels where they're down that low.
Yeah, I think we're down to 2 Mandrakes. 3 Mandrakes. There's 1 to go.
Yeah, there's 2 in the middle, and then teleporting man tucked in still.
Yeah, teleporting man left. Because now what? Oh, what's gonna happen?
This is interesting. Like, if you'd said to me, turn 1, that the Mandrakes player would then have this situation where they're just being pushed back, I would have gone, no, this doesn't seem
Played
quite
too
well.
aggressive.
Yeah.
So the thing is, playing aggressive, like the biggest problem is if your dice collapse, you have the. I was discussing this with a person I was teaching, like training. Risky plays can work, and you may be lucky with your risky plays always go in.
Yeah.
But when your risky plays start failing, you
Yes.
come into this catch-22. Do I keep pushing because my opponent won't suspect it? Because if I win,
Yeah.
I'll get big momentum.
So I had this going into Mandrakes
Yeah.
where he pushed forward, he teleported a guy straight forward, really pressured it, but then it gave me targets.
Yeah.
And it actually being really pressuring with them, it's great. But if the minute you start failing, if you're in shadows, a 4-up invuln means half the time you're saving,
Yeah.
half the time you're failing.
Exactly.
It's not any better than you think. Like a 3-up save normally isn't any better really, but a 4-up invuln is just cool.
Yeah. No, 100%.
Yeah,
So
it
it's
just
like.
it doesn't feel any different to me. It's like,
But the question you have, do I keep making these risky plays? Like, if the first one works, do I keep doing it? Or do you play it for the safer, stalematey plays? I personally, if I can get 1 off, I'll do 1. If I'm losing, I'll definitely do it. But if
Yeah.
I'm in the lead or tying, I'll just maintain momentum.
yeah.
You want your opponent to do that, because then if your opponent messes up, now you gain momentum.
Because if you're making less risks, that might pressure them to make some risks and
Yeah,
stupid
yeah.
decisions, and then next thing you know, they've done something that gives you an in.
Yeah. But if you make risks, fail, and then keep making risks, you live by the dice, die by the dice.
Yeah.
But currently, both players have only looted 1 point. So, well,
So it's not going to be a max game, realistically.
well, so this is the interesting thing. I think if the Mandrake player had maintained his bodies, I think this could have been a really
It could have blown out for him.
yeah in the end. But he's down. He's only got 3 Mandrakes left.
So the best he can do is he can loot 3 points
Yep.
if he hides.
So he loots another point. Brood Brothers are going to loot another point and charge.
So it's on 5 and 5 now? Or is it 4 and 5?
Yes. It's quite interesting. As I said, like, as I was trying to tell the person I was training.
No, it's 5 and 5 now. There you
Yeah,
go.
yeah. No, I was trying to tell them, like, if your risky plays work, they can work one game, but then it doesn't mean they'll
Yeah.
work every game.
Especially if it's like a 40-something% chance thing, it feels like it's going to be likely, but it's not.
It's like, sure, the odds may not favour it, but if you do it once, it's fine. It's just like, do you keep playing it, and then it's down to luck, which what makes our games interesting. But we have 34 minutes left on the clock, and now basically the Brood Brother player is just positioning for turning point 3, because that's what you should do.
Yeah. He's planning, because what he needs to now do is just pressure conservatively.
So as you can see, he looted and charged his familiar into the other Mandrake.
Yeah.
So what would have happened, if he won initiative, he would have killed the Mandrake would have killed him and shot the leader. All right. So rolling for initiative. Mandrakes are currently, Brood Brothers are 6 on the primary. Rolling for initiative. Rolls a 1.
Mandrakes
Okay,
on
Mandrakes
primary.
won initiative. Okay.
Yeah. It's challenging.
I now generally think there's no good plays.
Okay, so he scored 2 on recover item, Alex?
Yeah, no, he didn't score a recover item. Everyone's dead.
Okay, because he's just denoting points scored. Right. His track is very confusing.
Everyone's dead, Dave. They're all dead.
They're all dead. They're all dead, Dave. And he spent the CP on something just there.
Probably reroll an attack dice wall and shadow.
And he's not revealing his tack up by the looks of it.
I don't think he can really.
It's one of those ones that if it's unachievable, why would you bother, right?
Yeah, it keeps your opponent mind gaming.
Guessing, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I would have taken Seek and Destroy here, but
Yeah?
yeah.
Well, to me, it's like it's a team that if they're doing well killing, but the problem is, I suppose, loot takes away an action point. So it's some flexibility gone, right there?
Is it? As I said, because these guys are training partners, you actually come into a scenario where you're not playing against the faction, you're playing against your friend.
Yeah, and I think that has such a difference. Like,
Yeah.
I've had it where I've paired into my friends at events, and you're like, I'm playing against the person more, and the decisions they make are probably different to how another player might play the faction.
Yes, because it's like this is actually I learned with Underworlds. We had 2 really good players, but then they would always end up like they would do like 20 games a week against each other. And I can't beat this guy. I was like, you do realize you're not losing against the faction, you're losing against the player. So that's why I always try and play against varied opponents. But it's not easy,
No.
and it's not the best
I
way.
have a similar problem. My friend Adam, who was in the chat earlier, we do a lot of practice games,
Yeah,
and it can be quite swingy, especially depending on which kill team we use. But when I do play other people, it's a very different game because I'm not having to worry about Adam being very, 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 very tight on how much he can marker-light me.
Oh yeah, and it's like you find how different regions play. Like when I'm playing in America, Americans play very differently to UK players.
Yeah.
European players play very differently to UK players. So, which is nice. It's good. Everyone has their own quirks.
And what I think will be interesting is with things like this being the first year of the WTC for Kill Team, how people approach playing for that is going to be very different because the team's mentality, where you're trying to just keep it close, well then you get this situation where people won't do those kind of aggressive charges because they'll be like, no, that's risking points.
Mandrakes have looted the point and charged within shadow, and the reason they've done that, so now if they fight first. He's charged 2 guys, so that's good.
Yep.
So let me update top primary.
Yeah, he's gone up to 6. Hi, Adam. Hi.
How do you say hi in Korean? Oh.
Do you think this is the last hurrah? Oh, is that a Magus? I think that's
You
an
know
Magus.
the Magus annoyingly can shoot into combat.
Oh, nice. Is it because it's a sidekick attack?
You pick someone in your line of sight.
Yeah. See, I don't like how there is several different ways of breaking into conceal,
I know.
and they're not consistent.
Oh no, he's just moving up and giving him -1 APL. Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
That's being measured. He's playing team style.
Yeah, this basically locks down that guy, so now all he can do is just loot.
which I think is more impactful because now he can
Oh.
loot,
Oh no, they're taking it back.
or
Okay.
he can make a really stupid choice of firing, which
Yeah.
then just wastes the guy. But it depends how emotional he's responding.
Yes.
Because, as we've seen, when people get a bit tilted by it, you then go, well, I want to hurt you so you don't have as many assets. But in reality, sometimes the best thing you can do is just hide behind your wall, score your points sitting on your little circle, and then
Yeah.
that's great.
Oh, what happened to the leader? I just looked away for the second. Is the leader dead? Yeah, the leader got mortal wounded.
Was that from the Magus?
Yep.
Yeah.
Because I think he realized, oh, I could just mind
Boot the
blast
guy.
you.
Yeah. Removes the interaction that way.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
It's interesting.
The Mandrakes, I don't know if he declared which Mandrakes were the eliminate guards for the Brew Brothers to be targeting, but there was only one valid target, right?
No, there were two.
Is there two now?
Yeah.
On points.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, 'cause he's moved since, hasn't
Let
he?
me look at the interesting round pairings to update people what's going on. Oh, so Ryan, let me just check if he's one of the aggressive. Yes, Ryan from the aggressive Northern meta has, with his commandos, has beaten Blades of Cain.
Of course, because he's Northern.
Yeah, 2012, great year. All right, so now we're just waiting for other results. Legionary have beat Nemesis Claw by 5 points. Interesting.
That feels like an interesting game. But I just think Legionaries have probably got that much more consistent way of dealing with damage.
Yes.
Because they've got shooting. Much more shooting.
I think round 1 tomorrow might show off commandos.
Don't tease me like this, John.
Okay, so let's focus back on the game. The Mandrake player has died.
He's moved the guy down to that bottom ruin.
He just fell back.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't think that gains him anything.
No. I would have at least killed.
I have no clue where his item is either.
No, the recover item's on the right mid, is where the smoke is. He abandoned it.
That's a shame.
To be fair, as I said, if his first play paid off, that would have actually swung the momentum.
Changed everything. Like the right flank dropping the way it did was not what I was anticipating.
I kind of did. It's like, that's why I would have just waited, because if the Brew Brothers moved up under the building, they'd be in shadow.
Yeah, and the way that he clustered there but then stayed in the middle meant he spread quite thinly. That was across 2/3 of the board.
Oh no, I think he's taken it back. I think they've just sped into turning point 4.
Maybe.
Because now one of the Mandrakes is -1 APL. Oh no, he's free APL. Sorry, free APL. Yeah. So basically, the Magus can charge and do two different psychic powers.
Yeah.
Well, he moved anyway.
And that's the comms guy gone.
Yeah, it killed the comms. That's the important one to kill.
Because that's extra APL, right?
Yep.
Everyone likes good extra bit
Because
of
basically, the Psychic Familiar won't be able to kill him in combat unless he rolls a crit.
Yeah.
Which could happen.
Yeah, he will.
You never know.
Calling it now. I'm calling those hot shots every game.
But he'll fall back last, because otherwise he gives the Mandrake player an Overwatch.
Yeah. And you don't want that, because that is just saying, here, have a free kill, potentially. Especially if it's something like one of the little guys.
All right.
Yeah. This is the second game we've had today where I've gone, that's not what I was anticipating. I think my expectation of how these teams interact with each other is often quite shifted. Now I'm liking this.
All right. 25 minutes left, everybody. There are only 2 Mandrakes on the board. One's on 4 wounds, one is unwounded.
Yeah, I don't think it's enough.
Everyone is hugging that Mandrake, because the thing is, by weight of numbers, you can only take so many fists to the face before you eventually die.
As John will find out tonight at our Airbnb.
Oh my god. Okay, we're trying to update scores. So Brood Brothers, he gets 4 primary this turn.
So he's on 10 now.
Interestingly, he won't get.
No,
he's
he's
on 10.
on 9 apparently.
Someone is fighting someone. Hold on, let me just update the score.
Oh, he's corrected up to 10. There we go. Nice. And 6 for Mandrakes, yeah.
They're on 8.
8? Oh, he's not scored himself yet for that. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just looting and it's just point denial now. Which is what you should do.
Yeah. Because you just do it, and then you're like, cool, I've scored points, I win the game.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes the worst thing you can do is go, right, I'm going to try to kill your guy because he's only on a couple of wounds.
Well, because the thing is, Mandrakes can't double fight or double shoot.
No.
So if you just keep charging them in, you
And
slow
you've
them
got
down.
bodies. Yeah, you've got bodies. You're literally just going, I'm a meat grinder.
Yeah,
Grind me, baby.
You just.
Grind me, baby.
Oh, God. Wait, hold on. 3, 6, 10. He's on 7. Oh, fists. 1 hit.
1 fist.
1 fist is in.
Many fists back.
Oh, yeah, he got caught up by the dagger. So is he going to put that fist in? Will he fist that Mandrake? This is what we need to know with Kill Team. Takes 2 damage and then explodes.
I think he proper explodes, like literally. That's plasma everywhere.
Yeah.
That's a mechanic I'd like them to
Oh,
introduce.
Knife Fighter is going to charge in. So the Knife Fighter is now 4 attacks, hitting on 2s.
But is he
3,
going to be
4.
playing Knife or Spoonie?
3, 4, lethal 5 up. I would spend a CP to fight first now, if you haven't already, because he is in shadow. Do it.
The Rasmus
Do
is
it.
playing in my head on repeat this game.
Do it. Okay. Oh, he's charging for the other side, so he's within. Oh, he doesn't count as being injured. Within. So he's within the aura range. No, I don't know why.
Vegas? Yeah.
I'm not sure why. Where is the icon arc?
The icon. Where has he gone? Right, let me check for you.
I think the icon died.
No, he is there.
Oh.
So he's obviously running him up there because then he could loot a point. Getting steamy, Mercenary Q. It's the only way we operate
I am
here.
very confused as what's going on here.
This is the downside sometimes of sparring partners.
He's
is
dead.
that There's a lot of.
I'm
just-
unsure how he died. Unsure how he died.
That was the medic that ran out and. Let's go with the backpack, with the satchel.
Oh, he got killed by the medic.
Yeah.
Got a needle in his eye.
He got pricked.
Le prick.
I feel a little prick.
Oh,
Getting your medicine, your just desserts.
it's fine.
And they're clarifying some rules as well, so.
We have 1 Mandrake left on the board.
Yeah. That wasn't the plan, Drake.
Please stop. Please stop.
I'm going to be here all day tomorrow.
Look, I'm. Oh, you finished your IPA. Okay, that explains it. Never mind.
Oh, I've been drinking Monster for this game. This game I've been on. I've basically got like some sort of power shandy pumping through my veins. It's what powers
What you
all
heard
good Orc players.
is the good old John chug of some.
So what I need to do
Adult
is make sure
beverages.
that the Orc player is doing proper sneaky get wars where he just whispers to
No,
his
no.
opponent.
There's 2 kind of Orc players. Orc players that go wah, and Orc players that go wog.
Oh, don't. You realise North America seems to have this problem where they think that G is a hard G.
I know.
And in reality, I am the only hard G that they need to worry about.
I will say, there is someone here from my club Hate, who is the most famous war screamer. He would deafen the halls of Warhammer World.
Is he one of those people that literally will be there for day 2 of an event and it's like he's their horse?
No, he
Can't actually war again because he's been doing it too much.
yeah,
I hate people like that. 'cause
he's amazing.
The Goonhammer Open for 40k 2 years ago. You're there, battle round 2. You're in deep in thought, really concentrate, and then there's this guy yelling 1 row away from you, and you're like, I'm now jumping out my skin, and I've just knocked over my beer.
The funny
This
thing is,
really not cool.
we are currently sharing an Airbnb with him.
We are doing what, sorry?
We're sharing an Airbnb with him.
Are we?
Yes, it's Toby.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Anyway, Mandrakes have won initiative.
I'm going to wah him awake in the morning.
He'd beat you.
He will.
Okay, so unfortunately there is only one Mandrake left on the board. So there one Mandrake with 4 wounds. There's unfortunately very little this Mandrake can do.
So the important thing to hit for here is to see what the Brood Brothers player can score.
So I think he gets clandestine elimination, but he doesn't get route or eliminate guard.
Because that's the downside.
Oh no, he's got 1 on each. He's got 1 on eliminate guard. Sorry.
Yeah.
This is the problem with Seek and Destroy when you just get rushed. The only thing is you generally don't expect to win when you get rushed that way.
No. Yeah, he's got one on clandestine already as well because he's got a dice on them both. He just hasn't got one on.
I will inform you guys what clandestine elimination is right now.
That's not one I'm aware of because I have yet to play with my new toys.
I generally just look at the Brood Brother tackle-ups and go, yeah, you score that. I agree.
Oh, is that the problem? So I do have a slight issue that there is the haves and have-nots of some of the tack-ups for factions.
Oh, I agree. So clandestine elimination, if an enemy operative is incapacitated by a friendly operative within red of it, and that friendly operative is not in line of sight. Oh, okay. Yeah, so you got it once.
Yeah, reasonable.
Okay. So currently, 3, 6, 10, 12, 12 to 8.
It's not thing is score-wise, that's not a million miles off.
It's a very close game, as I said. Because
but we've got one more turn of it where he's just going to go tag on all the points.
Well, he can tag 4 points to his 0. Oh, time 17 minutes. They got time. Okay. Out of all my maps, I think this is the most one I'm unsure about.
I like it because it's every big ruin faces inwards to the board.
Yeah. I like it, but I can feel a lot of people won't.
I think if you're going to have, like, the compromise people would want is one objective that you've got kind of protected by it being. So I suppose you've got one open and one closed when you look at it from the perspective of the bottom front one is open, but then your side right, if you're coming from the bottom, is protected.
Yeah.
So you do have an open and a protected like L to work towards. And as long as you deploy your barricades correctly, you've got staging.
Yeah. Also, I think it's raining because they've opened the door for circulation and it smells wet. Like me and John last night.
The exact term for that lovely smell we're smelling, John, is not wet, it's petrichor.
Okay, good for you. I just don't.
You're welcome.
Care. Okay.
Petrichor is that lovely smell.
So the Mandrake, did he kill the leader? I think he did. No.
Nope.
I'm just unsure what happened there. The difference is there's just.
It might be worth, once this round's over, if we've got time, which we may have a little bit of time, to clarify one of the guys and just get them on and have a chat.
We do have 15 minutes left, but it should be fine. As I said, Brood Brothers are doing the correct thing. They're looting and then just tying up the Mandrake.
You just score your primary.
If he rolls a crit. Oh no, he only got 2 hits.
And he tried to reroll one and got 2. Red
Gets 2
dice,
crits.
be red again.
2 crits. So he takes 3 damage, so he's down to 1. Oh yeah, now the next one's going to kill him.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was only among the little dudes.
Oh, is he down? He's down to 4 wounds. My bad. So if he rolls a crit. Ooh.
3 dice.
Ooh.
There's rerolling 1. No.
He gets 1 crit. Yeah, so it's like takes 3, and then they chop.
Choppy.
That Mandrake.
It's on 2.
Oh, I think it's 2-3 then. Maybe it's not 3-4. That would be kind of crazy.
Yeah, but you said 2-3 earlier.
Oh yeah, it's been a long day.
How many teams is it now? 40.
Nearly 40.
Yeah. So I think you should give yourself a break sometimes, John.
That's fine. Content train never stops.
You're telling me?
By this time next year, we'll be on 50 kill teams. Okay, he's shooting. 3 hits. I don't know who he's shooting at. Oh, it's the guy in the window. So the medic. He saves 1 and takes 6 damage. Oh, he's dead. It was the guy on the point. Okay. Yeah.
But he'd already capped that, right?
Yeah. As I said, if that was Seek and Destroy, he would have just scored Rout and eliminate God. Just saying.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Instead, it was the other team that wanted to score both.
Yeah. I mean,
I think.
So the funny thing is, no matter who kills that operative, will now score clandestine elimination because there's no one else to see him. Because he has to kill someone out line of sight to the. Yeah. There's literally no one left.
And remind me, what is route? What is the condition?
Killing someone within red of the enemy drop zone.
Yeah, so he's never scoring that because he's intentionally the opposite.
He gets 1 hit. So if he makes 1 5-up, he's re-rolling 1, 2 5-ups. He needs to save both. 2 5-ups. Oh, he makes 1.
Makes 1. It's over. The dream is over.
It's Jova.
Jehovah or Genoa. I barely know.
Please save me. Okay, now all the mandrakes are dead. So we'll get another.
Hitting me, they're
so we'll get 1 for clandestine elimination because, as I said, there's no one left to be in line of sight.
Yep. But none on Derute.
So another 4 in the primary.
So he's up. So he's going to be. It's a healthy number.
Okay, we'll total it all up.
So that'd be 16, 17, 18, 19.
Yeah.
19's all right. It could have been better.
It's actually a really weird scoring game.
Yeah, because that mid-game where no one was capping because they were just all wanting to kill each other was such a bloodbath. And it was just confusing.
Yeah.
But shall we go back to us, John? Because we don't need to look at an empty board of no mandrakes. I love that mandrakes are dead.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not a fan of mandrakes.
It's okay. So remember, if you have forgotten, we're at the Goonhammer Open in Leicester, the first one for Kill Team.
And if you attend the events, you can purchase beautiful World
It
Tour
does.
t-shirts.
Smells nice.
It does. Unlike us.
I smell good. I don't know what you're talking about. So this is basically the end of day 1.
Yep.
We have 12 minutes left on the clock, so I do need to do some TO duties because unfortunately, people still have not finished. So this is the end of day 1. We have 3 rounds tomorrow. We'll be starting from 10 a.m. again tomorrow, right? We'll be starting from 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah.
We will. Yes, so there will be 4 undefeated after this round. I'll try and go through if there are any notable matchups that are finished yet.
Yeah, that's a very interesting one. So to me, like, I'm looking across the boards and I think there is.
Oh, currently, so undefeated at the moment, we have Nick with his Pathfinders from London.
There's only 2 games that aren't finished, maybe 3 at a push.
We have Ryan with his Commandos.
Nice.
And then obviously we have. We still need to know what happens between Mike and Pete. Pete from London.
Yeah.
And obviously Augustin has won. So
as a Team Ryan main, I would like to see those commandos in the morning, but it depends what he's matched into, really.
Yes.
Because we do not want to see something we've already seen to some extent.
Yeah.
Although we've got 3 more games.
Yeah, so as I said, there's 3 more games. There is only going to be 1 undefeated after round 5. So if they lose round 6, anyone can win. So that's why I've been.
You could win.
Well, except
I could win.
No.
Me? Could I win?
No.
Oh.
Thank
well,
goodness
you
for
lied.
that.
You said anyone could win.
Anyone playing at the event
John.
could win as
Be
long as they've only got
clearer.
1 loss, right? That's the rules as written, FAQ'd, clarified version. So it's all to play for. Because the thing is, I understand the incentive for Top Cut. I could have done 4 rounds today and a 3-round Top Cut tomorrow. But at this way, it means everyone can keep playing, right? And just helps with overall awards and stuff.
I think it brings everyone up, and then
Yes.
as a result, you don't have this situation where there is this elite tiering where you go, here's the guys that are good at the game, and here's the rest of you. And that's not what it is, because you could have a shite matchup in your first 2 games just through dumb luck, and it's just like the pairing
didn't help, and then the game didn't go your way, doesn't mean you're a bad player.
Yeah.
And so I think it's nice that it just keeps all up there, and everyone's kind of in the mix.
Yeah, so it's going to be really interesting tomorrow. I do hope Commandos and Pathfinders get paired up. I would love to show that off round 1.
No. I do not enjoy that game. Stop it, Adam. Stop it.
But we should be in for some more really exciting matchups tomorrow. And it's going to be really fun. But thank you for watching, everyone. Thank you for you, Scrivo, sorting all of this out. We're nearly at 1,000 views, which is amazing for my first proper tournament live stream. I hope you've enjoyed. Yeah. I hope you've enjoyed our commentary, our first proper. I think this is the first official proper tournament commentary stream for Kill Team. I hope you enjoyed it. We'll be back again tomorrow. Please remember to share it to all your friends. And once I'm back home next week, I'll put timestamps up. So if you're watching, it'll be timestamped. I think that's pretty much it to everyone.
Sweet.
But yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Bye.
Keep rolling crits.